So anyway, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, mate. Yeah. Hang
Are you
on.
still listening to those clowns?
Let me turn these tossers down. Oh, God, I've got me going as well. Right.
So
Gents.
yeah, you missed a lot of it, man. And actually, I like grabbed a pen through about 20 minutes of it and just wrote some of it down, some of the nonsense they were spewing. And it's funny because Bob has these like new catchphrases. Um,
Mathemagical, I heard him say.
Mathemagical,
Yeah.
and he always has this inflection on, like we know, like the Earth is flat, and always saying shit like that. And it's really silly at this point. I can't believe at this point I don't believe it as much as I used to. I don't believe that Morgile is that dumb to say. He's looked through all the evidence and he finds nothing that comports with a sphere, and everything comports with a flat stationary plane. It's just it really astounds me at this point. And I would like to with you, if we can, do a little bit of math ourselves and try to figure some of this stuff out that I've been thinking about.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm wondering, basically uh, the difference of distance between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator, to where basically I would also then figure out the distance between the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn. And I'm saying this on any flat Earth model, obviously, because if you do the circumference of that circle, the sun would be doing at the Tropic of Capricorn. I'm thinking it has to be at least twice as fast or around twice as fast, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd have thought so.
Because because what's funny is they always use, because they have to a certain extent, but they're always using the globe Earth circumference of 25,000 miles. So if you took that and then figured out the Tropic of Capricorn as well as the Tropic of Cancer, you could then basically determine how much faster the sun would have to travel from Cancer as opposed to Capricorn.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I find this a big check mark for the globe Earth, personally, because the seasons work how they're telling us. I mean, there's no doubt about it to me.
Yeah, although they've just asserted that we can't even explain seasons. They've just said
Yeah, of
that.
course they can. Of course they can. They're still trying to find 24 hours of sunlight in Antarctica when there would be like maybe 6, with that sun whizzing by the Tropic of Capricorn. And and I called in and was talking about the angular size, and of course Morgile goes on about like the apparent sun and the actual sun, and it's just, dude, I can't see that these people are really having to resort to all these Faraday effects and all these things to try to basically word salad their audience to make them still think that this is a plausible idea. I mean, these people can't believe what they're saying is a better reasoning logically than what we are prescribed. I mean, I just don't get it.
I mean, take what they were saying about the ISS, for instance. And they got that bit of video with the guy with the gyroscope. And they're saying, oh, well, he could be in some gyroscopic cage in the Vomit Comet. And, they're inventing all this, unknown technology, and then saying the stuff we've got can't possibly work. You know,
Yeah, it's funny.
you know, a rocket motor really isn't that complicated. You know, we've all let off fireworks. I mean, it's essentially the same thing on a bigger scale. I mean,
yeah. Well, what gets me is they believe that the vomit comet, while in perpetual freefall, can give the person, you know, weightlessness, because obviously, you know, they've watched videos and music videos that show that and stuff. So they believe that, but they can't fathom how something higher, going faster, could stay in that perpetual falling state and just have that happen. And what's great is they brought up Space Lab tonight and tried to explain that, and saying the same thing you're just saying right now. It's just, I think epistemology brought up Space Lab as well, to the behind the imaginary curve guy.
right.
And nobody really has an answer. You can't say strings, no.
No.
You really, if you're being truthful, you can't say that there's cuts in it. There's no cuts. The scenes are way too long for it to be something like the Vomit Comet.
Right.
So, you know, it's funny that they bring up the Occam's razor sometimes, but I mean, they don't use it when it comes to their confirmation bias, and it's
right.
just.
Well, I think, I mean, whenever he says that about Occam's razor, I always think, well, you know, you're forgetting something, you know, that because your explanation, whatever it may be, you know, it may be, I don't know, the opaque moisture deck, for instance, you know, that might be an explanation for, you know, the setting of the sun, but that's only part of your explanation. The other part of it is the massive global conspiracy that's been going on for at least 500 years that was required to, you know, for this situation to exist. So, you know, if you're going to apply Occam's razor, you've got to apply it to the entire situation, which has to include the massively complex conspiracy that's required for that belief to be true. So, you know what I mean? He isn't applying it honestly.
No, I don't find anything that they do anymore really honest. I didn't really find them, you know, truth seekers, quote unquote, to begin with. But what I see now is more people taking the behind or beyond the curve kind of attitude, where it's all about an offensive towards, you know, very, very small details about outer space or, you know, dark matter or whatever.
This is it. And, you know, yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, and it's like he doesn't want to have a stance towards flat Earth or globe Earth. And I'm seeing them do this now. I think that they parrot these couple things that they have left, which is there is no, you know, observable curvature. So that's why I go on to Globebusters. I say, hey, there's a dude doing a test, and he'll take your advice for whatever for you guys to be able to do this and see if there's curvature, because you're all looking for it, and you know, and water sticking to a ball, you know. And I asked the guy, and it was kind of a trick question. I said, is there any planets that have gas stuck to them? So, you know, obviously the question is, you know, is water. Right. And he's like, well, you know, you don't know that there's gas up there. You don't know that these are gas or whatever. And it's kind of like, well, actually there's gas on this planet, you know, being held down. Right. And the further you go up, the less dense it is. You know, I mean, it makes sense for for gravity to do that. It does. Right. But, you know, they still say things like, how come a hummingbird can fly, but you know, the trillions of gallons of water can be stuck to a ball, and it's just like, oh my god.
I mean, I thought Jed's review of what they were saying was pretty much spot on, really. You know, he understands what's going on, and you know, his position is that what's his name? Dell's position is just, it's completely unreasonable. You know, you can't,
Yeah.
but he's pretending he's some sort of intellectual. I mean, he's even said that. He's like the Jason Burns of Flat Earth. I don't know if you've ever.
What's he saying? What's up, guys? What's he saying?
We're talking about that beyond the imaginary, beyond the information, behind the information curve.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
That's fucking awesome.
Are you guys live right now?
Yeah, we're live, mate. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't catch who it was on the first time you called. You went like with a more, I guess, like it was like you were talking to a cop at that moment instead of like just chilling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you kind of probably sat up and just gave a proper question, so they didn't pick it up. But Bob didn't respond at all when you told him.
Of course he didn't. Neither times, dude. He was pissed. I can tell.
It's just funny that you got in there twice.
Yeah. Tim's like the ultimate infiltrator, isn't he? I mean,
Negator's proud, man.
He's on.
He should give you a raise.
He's on more Flat Earth shows than anyone.
Than me, that's for sure. No, I actually, the haunted house one, I was afraid that he was gonna take it down.
Me too.
Dude, Nathan Oakley had a moment, man. Like, you need to go back and watch that in the middle of the hangout when he got up and let Haunted when he left, and Nathan was sat there with the camera on him, awkwardly silent, and like he had like a fucking crisis, dude.
Really?
You need to watch it.
Okay.
I couldn't.
It was like this. It was like this awkward, self-realizing, weird moment. The whole time he's having a problem with how Haunted doesn't want to talk about anything except for other people,
right?
And slander them. And he's like, okay, well, let's talk about Flat Earth. And he keeps moving towards that. So in the center, when he goes away and he just sits there all kind of fiddling and saying silly things, he then goes into this disclaimer where he's like, and I would like to say that I do not encourage or endorse any of Haunted's personal attacks. And like, dude, the whole thing is just hilarious to watch. Like, he has this like meltdown because he's gone for like 10 minutes.
That was just weird, though. That wasn't it? It just.
But
I mean,
I did.
Well, apparently the guy's acting. Is he? Is he acting? I mean,
always.
Or is he completely fucking bonkers? I'm
a little bit of both, I think. But no, I had to fucking sample this part.
You know, I'm supposed to be on this fucking ketogenic diet by this this guy named Catheter or whatever. And this guy Catheter, he tells me if I eat a fucking candy bar or like a gram of sugar, like I am gonna have some kind of fucking kidney reaction or something. Basically, I took this cat's advice. You know what I'm saying? I eat a bunch of meat and shit like that. And then what happens to me? Nigga gets gout. I mean, this nigga right here gets gout. That shit is fucked up, man.
Who's that?
Fuck you, Catfaxis.
This is the part that's the best, I think, ever. Like, the nigga gets gout is fucking great, but this...
So fuck you, Catfaxis. Catskix. It's really hard to say your name for everybody, it seems.
It's really hard to say your name for everybody, it seems. Dude, I was literally on the fucking floor at that point. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Yes, and the video's still up, but I sampled that through Audacity. I'm gonna keep that. Oh man. Flat Earth's too funny, man. It's just too entertaining.
Yeah, it is.
So I realized something today. Like I have every reason to believe that it's a ball, guys.
Nice.
Oh my god.
I know. But but what the problem is that I know it's flat. from my direct experience.
Uh-huh.
This is why it's such a fucking hard one. That's what I'm realizing. And to go against the belief of the ball, is this 100% argument from incredulity, argument from ignorance. You know
Hey,
what I mean? Like, there is enough information that could lead one to believe that it is a ball. But at the end of the day, it's a belief system still. But
yeah, but I think everything is.
you gotta that's the point. That's what I'm trying to like make. And there's nothing wrong with that being a belief system. But I think we would be best off if we begin to recognize these issues about what we know and what we believe. That's it. My brother came into town, and we finally he came in yesterday, kind of early holiday, and we had this conversation finally because he thinks I'm nut job because I had sent him, not really, but you know what I mean. He thinks I'm off my rocker on this issue because I sent him some flat Earth stuff, and he just literally went to Metabunk and copy and pasted in response to the video claims. So really, I've been trying to find a good way to articulate this to him, that this pursuit is at least worth it. You know, like it's not trying to persuade him that it's flat around, but I'm trying to explain to him that to pursue these answers and how to get them is a worthwhile venture. And he finally realized it yesterday. I kind of clarified everything. But that's what it comes down to. It's a fucking belief system.
No, I think so. I guess it could be important to like challenge something that is very ingrained in you that you've never questioned about, and then go out and do like unbiased research, go do concave, go do flat, go do hollow,
Absolutely.
Go do globe earth, and then really be able to disseminate and not put any emotion to it, not gain any kind of a confirmation bias, just go with whatever the truth lies with. And I think everybody will come to a globe at that point, but that's the problem. Everybody doesn't meet that criteria.
You're still choosing a belief, though, because we don't possess the qualities to be able to ascertain that knowledge ourselves. Like, our eyes don't work that way. Even if we get high enough, we're still not going to be able to see. Like, we have to believe that the curvature is past the horizon. There's no way to make this, to show this, unless also we were surveyors and we had multiple techniques and whatnot. Because Jesse Kozlowski it does seem that he's measuring about 4 inches of curvature in the first one that I went over, where it was a lake of 1.3 miles long, which I guess the math was right, but like it's still hard to determine how he came to that. But that's what he's claiming at the end of it, all his measurements, that he was measuring 4 inches. And then there's another one where he gets a straight shot all the way to the Empire State Building. This is another surveying technique where you can use an established height, distance thing, and then you can use that as a triangulation point. So he does that, and from where he was, something like, I don't know, we'll say, 400 feet, he was up on a hill. He was hitting the 65th floor, when if it wasn't curved, he would have been hitting the 67th floor. You know what I'm saying? So Negator pointed that out to me the other day. But these are still very amorphous, especially for somebody who doesn't have this training. Some of these things, I think, if we knew better about how they worked, then it would be more of a slam dunk.
Really, it doesn't really come out down to curvature for me, dude. It's just really, at the end of the day, like,
well, that's the only thing for me.
Common sense should take over when the sun doesn't change its angular size. It might vary very slightly.
It does. It's within a 5% range throughout the day.
No, it's lower than 5%.
Well, look, Matrix Decode was one of the first ones.
I was going to say, well, yeah. Did he have a solar filter?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. He actually bought a real solar filter, and he did this about 8 months ago. That's what convinced me that the angular size doesn't change much, but it is within a 3 to 5 percentile.
Now it goes down. We've done this before. You and your 3 to 5.
No. I'm quite sure he says 5, but I want to be safe. Here, don't worry about it. It's still an angular size change, even if it's minimal. Like, what would we expect? We don't know the distances. We don't know how.
What I was gonna say afterwards is really, like, the sun doesn't pile drive into the earth at the end of the day, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, we understand.
Yeah, I know. It goes pretty fast.
My perspective, it goes down, and that's curvature. And then if somebody was 10 miles ahead of me or 50 miles ahead of me, they could see it go down. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could keep doing that, and you could see the sun actually sets behind the curvature. There's no funny business going on when it comes to this at all, really.
No, I understand where you're coming from. You know what I was thinking about today? I watched a rocket launch before Lobebusters came on. It was somebody was streaming it live when you searched Flat Earth, funny enough.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It was a live rocket launch from today that went off at 2:13 from Cape Canaveral. And
2 times 1 times 3, that's 66. It's a hoax.
Good old Pete. Well, anyways, it was by ULA, or UAL. I think it's ULA. No, it might be ULA. Yeah, United Launch Agency or something like that. It's a third-party company that works with Lockheed, and that works for NASA essentially. They've been contracted out, so the money's still coming from NASA, but these guys are operating together as a third party. Well, anyways, they were putting up the satellite system by EchoStar. EchoStar is the ones that do HughesNet and what's the other company? Dish Network. So these are the EchoStar satellites are for satellite TV and satellite internet, right? Well, anyways, they're putting up a new one, and they do the same bullshit even for ULA. They cut when it gets about, once it begins its arc, then they cut it to a reverse footage that is showing that move away from the Earth. And it does look real for the most part. You can't deny that. But then within 3 minutes of them showing this really good footage where the curve of the Earth is behind it, they immediately switch to CGI, and then they immediately switch over to this other camera that isn't showing anything properly. So it's just so frustrating that, it's the same method that even the secondary companies are using. It's not just NASA. It's the techniques that NASA has devised, the visual techniques even. And you see this with SpaceX too. So in my opinion, it's a possibility of hiding some things, maybe showing, other footage, maybe, creating this video package, and they flip to it as soon as the rocket gets out of your site. There's just too much room for that. That's my problem. But I started looking up insurance of rocketry. Did you guys know that rockets have insurance? There's rocket insurance companies. Do you guys know that?
Oh,
Dude,
yeah,
there's
sure.
insurance on all assets. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they get a shitload of money if it blows up. They do. They get a lot.
I'm sure they do.
Well, it
I'm
costs
sure
a
they get
fuck
more if
ton.
it doesn't.
Oh, it's like $12 million a year to insure a rocket, but it's still they'll get the cost of the fucking satellite. So sure, you pay $12 million, maybe $24 million over the course of 2 years, and then you blow it up on the fucking deck. There's $350 million.
Right, but usually, I think, well, not usually, but often, if they're launching a commercial satellite, then there's money in its continued use. You know what I mean? You're going to make far more by keeping it in space.
Of the rocket? You mean the continuous use of the rocket or continuous use of the equipment payload?
The payload.
Okay, because most of these rockets are not reusable. That's why SpaceX is sort of a big deal.
Yeah,
but
I mean the payload. I mean it's
the payload.
It's
So
got to
let's
be
say
economically better value to actually.
Let's say
launch.
this. We have this one here, which is the one that blew up about the Facebook satellite going over Africa.
Right.
Okay, so Facebook put something up. I think it was 310 million. Right. What if the satellite wasn't even in it? There's just too much room, and like, who is gonna fucking regulate these insurance companies? There's a massive institution set up for doing normal insurance, but do they fall under that? You see what I'm saying? Like, there's just too much fucking room for this type of manipulation, especially when it comes to money. This could all be a fucking shell game. Like all these
Well,
companies.
I think you're really oversimplifying things. I mean, if you
Perhaps,
think
but I
about
think
it,
I'm making also a strong case, and so you have to say
hold
I'm
on. I mean, I think
oversimplifying.
if Facebook are spending 350 million, I'll just let me check the chat because let me see if anybody wants in. Sorry, I asked if they wanted in and then didn't look. You can add me if you want. Well, you know, it's Chris. Chris Truth Seeker. I was expecting. I'll send him it anyway. Yeah, if they're spending all that money, I mean, they don't just hand it over to some company and a few months later watch a rocket launch on TV. There are checks and balances. They have people that check on these things, and they employ, no doubt, consultancies and things like that make sure that some sort of quality standards are being adhered to or whatever. But I'm sure they don't just hand over 300 million and I've got no idea at all how it's spent or what technologies are involved or I can't. That doesn't seem very likely to me.
Of course, it's another argument of incredulity. That's pretty much all I got on these subjects, and I think you as well. Your defense on incredulity. So let's at least lay that on the table. That we're dealing with. We neither of us understand how these industries work, but indicators, like this massive amount of money that can be shifted.
My defense is of incredulity. Actually,
oh, you work for the space agencies, or do you insure rockets?
Well, look, I mean, I could go at all I'm doing is, this, I've not heard this argument before. All I'm doing is responding to it with what I do know of business, what I think is reasonable and likely to be the case. So,
you don't think fraud exists?
So, well, of course it does, but
especially in high value, less regulated agencies.
But that's not what you're not suggesting a fraud. You're suggesting, well, I mean,
it is a fraud.
You are.
It's insurance fraud.
You're suggesting as part of that fraud that these people handed over their money and had no idea how it was spent. And I don't think that's likely to be.
No, I'm not asserting that at all. I'm not asserting that point at all, Jeremy.
One example I can give you is, for instance,
straw man the shit out of the argument, why don't you?
Well, what are you saying then?
Well, I told the insurance fraud. I don't care about how the transaction was done. Insurance fraud.
Kev, why does it surprise you that something that is valuable is insured?
Doesn't at all. I'm reading about how much they pay out. I think it's great.
Well, because it's valuable.
It's such a perfect
valuable, isn't
situation.
It's like sportsmen.
Fraud.
It's like sportsmen, Kev. Footballers in the UK have got their legs insured for millions.
Okay.
Singers have their vocal boxes insured for millions.
Of course. Rockets
because they're
are
valuable,
insured too. What's your issue?
When a rocket costs hundreds of millions of dollars, it's valuable, isn't it?
It better be paid off if they're paying $12 million a year in a lot of these.
Well, how many rockets explode, and how many times has that insurance been claimed on over the years? Have you got a percentage for that?
Well, here's a list of them. Here, it looks like enough to report. Let me see.
I'm working on the links. Everyone who's asked, I haven't forgotten you.
All right.
Right, Larry.
All right. So there was one in May of 2015. One in May 2015, Russia-made rocket launched off of Kazakhstan. A $300 million Mexican satellite disintegrated over Siberia. Over a month later, SpaceX rockets exploded about 2 minutes after liftoff from Cape Canaveral. It took with it $110 million in NASA supplies for the ISS. Companies and governments spend huge sums to get these things into space. So they just mentioned 2 examples in this one, but I'm sure I can recall at least 3 or 4. But it's something that it's an option. It's a default. Like, why not? Why not?
So if there was a fraud,
kills me.
If there was a fraud, you'd expect to see more being blown up than taken off, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. Then that might set off some red flags. It's enough, in my opinion. Think about this. They launch up human beings once every 3 months, right?
How
Always
many insurance?
Well, hold on. Up to the ISS, it's what, every 3 months they do a shift change, right? Technically, most of the time. Okay. How come never, ever in 60 fucking years, other than Gus Grissom, who was speaking out against them, has a man been killed through a rocket explosion?
Because they use.
It makes zero sense to think how many have done with.
Exploded, didn't it? The shuttle exploded.
Oh, the fucking Challenger! If you think that shit was real, you're a clown, dude. They're all alive.
So now the deaths that have happened in space, you're denying.
Those those are clearly deniable.
That's convenient, though, Kath, isn't it?
No. Those are clearly deniable.
You say there's been no deaths on fucking space rocket launches.
Oh, okay, fine. I'll give you Challenger. I don't give a fuck. Still 60 years, how many rockets have exploded? I've got old footage of rocket after rocket, 30, 40 rockets exploding. So, look, dude.
So you're whinging and crying because no one's died in space.
Okay, look, dude. I give way to the possibility that there might be fraud in business. That's it, dude. You're taking this in too many different directions. It's literal possibility is all I'm asserting. I'm not saying that I have proof that that's what's happened.
So you're saying the Russians are up to the fraud as well then, because they're the ones that are launching
the space agencies are all run by the same people. They use the same logo.
So now they're run by the same people.
Essentially. NASA went over and gave
NASA runs the Russian space agency.
I would say they have. There's people higher than NASA that has the influence in creating these space agencies.
In the Russian space agency, Russia.
Sure. They're fucking allies, and they were when that shit came around. No matter what they told the world.
And the history's full of us and America getting on with Russia, isn't it?
Yeah. If you want to, just think what the mainstream tells you is what reality is, then that's on you.
Well, see, he thinks the Russians are evil people. They're bad guys. They're just sitting in their bungalows waiting to destroy the West. That's what he thinks.
Who thinks that? Do you think that, Hank?
Of course not. Russians are good people.
So when have I said that, I say that then, Hank?
I was just straw manning you back so you know how it felt.
Strawman. Maybe if you mean the
Hank's on fire today.
So we weren't talking about fraud then, Hank? I thought we was talking about fraud. If you can point me in the direction of the conversation we was in.
He was actually commenting on the last statement I made concerning Russia actually probably not being our enemy. So it was pretty relevant. Why don't you go on instead of straw manning him back?
What are you on about?
Oh, man. Anyways, the whole point is that I think that there could be fraud in the fucking space agency companies that are all associated with it. Let me see how many there are.
What I will say is, Kat, I have absolutely no doubt that there is some.
You have absolute every faith in. That's what that word, those words mean. You know that, right?
Let me finish.
You just said you have
faith.
You have total faith.
Fucking hell. You're saying the absolute opposite to what I was saying. I've got no.
No. What did you say again? Say it again.
For fuck's sake.
If you want me to laugh louder and longer, then you can keep up with that shit.
I have no doubt that there is corruption within NASA and within their contracts. Of course there is. They have billions of dollars to spend. Some of it is bound to go on someone's new swimming pool or someone's new car, or some of it is bound to get sloshed away somewhere. That would be naive to think otherwise. But well, I mean, what you're saying is, why wouldn't they do this? Well, the same reason you haven't committed multiple insurance frauds.
Yeah, but you take 10 people. You take 10 people and put them in the same room and give them the same financial situations. I guarantee at least 3 of those people, if there was a way, they will do it. I've been around people in sales and business enough to know that people are like that just by ratio alone.
For a fraud to happen, you have to fraud someone out of their money. So the people that are losing the money, they're not just going to hand the money over.
And the thing is, it's not that easy. When I was managing pubs, one of the pubs I was managing actually burnt down. I was a terrific manager.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
while you were managing it.
Yeah, we had a huge fire. Yeah. Well, after this fire happened, we were sort of rebuilding the main bar that was totally gutted. The insurance company sent this guy you know, and he arrived. He was really like the geekiest looking guy you've ever seen, and really skinny. And he arrived in a suit with a briefcase, and he said, "Can you show?" He wanted to see one of the bottle coolers that the fire brigade had decided was the source of the fire. And so I took him down to the cellar where we dumped this totally gutted bottle cooler. He opened up his briefcase and took out a boiler suit, put on his boiler suit, and then he had this pack of like tweezers and stuff. And he started picking apart the electronics of this bottle cooler. I mean, these are the lengths that they go to see what was the cause of the fire.
But hold on.
After about 2 hours, he was able to determine that when they'd installed this bottle cooler, because they were sort of set into the back of the bar, they hadn't left enough room around them to ventilate the cooler. So the thermal cutout on the cooler would keep cutting in and turning the cooler off. And they'd got an engineer out to this, refrigeration engineer out to this, when the thing was first installed, and he'd bypassed the thermal cutout, and that ultimately had let the thing burst into flames. But he was able to determine that from this burnt out pile of junk. You know what I mean? So, you know, perpetrating an insurance fraud isn't just a matter of, you know.
No, I understand. But let me ask you just a simple question in return. Is it possible that, I mean, think about it, who's setting up rocket insurance companies? I mean, of course, this is an argument from incredulity, but I think that the industry works hand in hand. So I think it's quite possible for an insurance company to be created by the same industry people that have created the rockets themselves. So by virtue of that, it's very easy to manipulate a situation like that. That's all I'm saying is, like, I give way to these possibilities, but I got to do some more research in how insurance is done.
Well, I mean, it's regulated, and usually things like that.
Yeah, because civilian. You're right, because
it isn't usually taken on by one insurance company. They might hold.
No, you're right. Getting the money then, Kath. If they're all in it together, where is the insurance money coming from to pay for these rockets blowing up?
Keep it cycling, man. The money's got to move. If you move the money that much,
so you're saying it's going around in a circle.
In a way, there's profits made off of those circles, and they just pull it from the fucking people paying for it.
So no one's spending any money then, Kath.
How much money do you think they spend a day, NASA alone, right now?
So you can answer my question by asking me a question.
Okay, what's your question? Sorry, I missed it.
I said, is no one spending any money then? Because
they're building a ton of shit, dude. They're building a ton of shit, and they're fueling up a ton of rockets.
Where's the money coming from?
It comes from the American people concerning NASA with the private institutions.
So no one's spending any money then. They're spending millions to build a rocket, and then they're getting paid out on the rocket.
No, they're spending it on the engineers, on the fucking rockets themselves, the materials, the fucking fuels to fill up the. What are you talking about?
So there's no money left for the insurance company to pay out then, is there? Where's that money coming from then?
What are you?
That's the money laundering.
Money laundering as well.
What are you talking about, Mark?
What are you on about?
What are you on about?
Well, it's quite simple, Kafexis. You're saying that they don't pay for the rockets to be launched then? They don't pay for them to be built?
Didn't I just say?
Anyway.
Didn't I just say? Yeah,
let's not get bogged down on this one.
Yeah. Let's not. Thank you.
The topic of this, let me just read out the Hangout description, just so we all know what page we're on. It's called Talking Shit About Jeran and Bob and the Flat Earth.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm in the wrong room, guys. What?
I think I'm in the right room. I'm not talking shit about my Bob, beloved Bob. I love Bob. But Jeran? Yeah, I'm good. No, I'm just playing. I ain't gonna talk shit about him.
I actually meant to just mute.
That
was funny.
So this is what I'm wondering. This is what I'm wondering, Cathexis. The difference in miles between the equator to the Tropic of Cancer and the equator to the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, shit don't make no sense on a flat Earth.
Well, yeah,
on an azimuthal projection or Gleason's or what they are claiming.
Did Bob Snipers last time he was in?
No.
I can't remember.
Bob?
No, but he did invite Adam the very first.
Yeah, Bob High did do that shit. I'm gonna call it. I gotta be honest, man, because because he jumped in when he got invited. Then he invited A4 and Armando and like fucking 3 other people. Sorry, Bob.
Pig.
Oh, and Look a Pig. Yeah, he might have Look a Pig too. Luckily, they didn't show up to fucking ruin the party, but still.
Okay, are you the bouncer, Tim?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But
all right, Bob, coming at you.
So yeah, so your main issue is what I think it is. It doesn't work on an azimuthal projection or a Gleason's. Like the tropic of what is it? Cancer is the one in the south, right? Capricorn's in the north. Anyways, one of those tropics would be much longer than the other. Absolutely, if it were on that projection.
Well, you could actually
sorry.
on any flat projection, really, because unless you're doing the Pac-Man model, because really you can chop it up a little bit.
There's one other way that I found, but go on.
Oh boy.
Well, no, seriously. Okay, so the prime meridian it's now set in Greenwich. Okay, am I right about that? That's why Greenwich Mean Time comes around. The prime meridian is set there. Is that right, Jeremy?
What? Sorry, what was the question?
The prime meridian is in where Greenwich is. It's on that. Okay. Well, the prime meridian was moved there actually several hundred years back, and it was moved from Cairo.
Right. Yeah.
Cairo, where it was the prime meridian for thousands of years, now were considered to be as such. Well, if you take an azimuthal projection in that program that Jeran uses that shows the azimuthal and then the wind patterns in whatever. Well, you can move it around, so you can make it any other projection. It doesn't need to be from the North Pole. And if you put the center on Cairo, it changes the whole way it operates. And it's kind of hard to explain. There's probably still problems with it, but personally, I found it to fix a lot of things. And then, of course, the axis being at a different point, so to speak, visually. Like imagine the North Pole and South Pole, being, where we can see them visually or whatever, but the axis angle is, well, I'd have to show you a picture of it. But the point I'm trying to say is, sorry, real quick, Hank, the bottom 3, Australia, South America, and Africa, are pointing at the crux when you do that. So if you were to be able to see an image of this, you understand what I'm saying, like the southern stars would work in that, because they all can see the crux and a point of rotation. The celestial sphere around us is rotating in that idea. Anyway, sorry, Hank, go on.
That's all right. Well said. I just wanted to point out that, wherever you put the projection, it's basically due to where you're standing. So you could put it anywhere. You could put it South America, Egypt, put it in Beijing, China. I don't know if that's ever going to be an exact replica of the Earth or how it's all set up, but it's about where you're standing as to how you make the map, right?
Yes, to a degree, yes.
And humans, for the most part, hang around near the equator, so it would make sense putting it, in Cairo or Mexico City or wherever you want to put it. I mean, we could make all kinds of these maps.
Yeah, I agree.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that's exactly what's going on with Earth,
Yeah, the territory. Oh, excuse me. The map is not the territory. That's a famous quote from. I forgot his name. Damn it. But yeah, I like to point to that. I mean, the maps really aren't what the world really is, and a lot of people do get those mixed up, or they think they're living in a model like the heliocentric model.
Hey, I found a quote you would have loved today, Kat.
What's that?
It was Buzz Aldrin saying the Earth's flat.
Well, the only time I know he's referenced it was when he said that there would be no flat moon society if people were able to go to the moon, because apparently you could see the curvature from.
Right. Yeah, that's what he was talking about in this.
Was that?
I think he was reading his book actually, and and he talks about how on Earth, it's flat.
Really?
So, like the stuff you say, pretty much.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the full quote?
Well, I actually have you got Google Earth? You've got Google Earth.
Google Earth? Yeah, I do. But what?
Okay, if you go and flip to moon,
Okay.
and then you get like in the tours, sightseeing tours. There's Apollo 11,
Okay. Let me see.
and it's in that.
Let me see.
It's quite a lot. It's about 10 minutes long, though. So
10 minutes long. Was it a video or something?
you watch. Now I've said this on this channel.
So hold on one sec. Cathexis, how far was that line supposedly? The prime meridian change.
How long was it? What do you
How
mean?
different is it?
Oh no, it actually makes them into ellipses. Well, shapedly into ellipses, where the numbers will still work, but it does present it to be longer. That's for sure. But we're talking about the southern seas, and there's a very large potential for deception there, considering that not even skilled mariners want to go through the South Seas so far away. You know.
What's up?
So you're talking about the Erie meridian. It's the zero longitude, right?
Yeah, that's where we start our longitude and latitude from. And
Yeah, so it says in 1884, a delegation of international representatives convened in Washington, D.C. to recommend the Earth's prime meridian should pass through the Erie Transit Circle at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, England.
yes.
But modern navigators, map makers, surveyors, and London tourists now find that zero longitude runs 334 feet east of the telescope, according to GPS receivers.
Well, sure. So it's not exactly dead on as they wanted it, but they did move it from Cairo. Is what my whole point
it is interesting though, because they go on. It says largely because newer technologies, primarily the superb accuracy of the global positioning system, which uses satellites to precisely measure ground coordinates at any point of the Earth's surface. It replaced the traditional telescopic observations used to measure the Earth's rotation.
Yeah. They use astronomy for a lot more than you even imagine they do. But that's a side point. But yeah, they did move it. And when you move it back on that program, I can't remember the website's name. But yeah, I know you know what I'm talking about. The one that Jeran uses that shows the wind live.
Yeah.
If you go to that website, which I can't remember what it is right now off the top of my head, then it will, you put it onto Cairo, it fixes a lot of problems. It really does. But, which makes sense to me. Not saying it proves anything.
I don't understand how that doesn't drastically make the sun still do about twice. It would have to go about twice as fast as it would need to, because it's still...
Well, here's the thing. Okay, you know what they also say, that it corkscrews up and down.
No,
right?
You can't.
No, hold on. This is something Flat Earth's been saying for 2 years now. So what I'm trying to say,
I heard
though,
it's like a record player and it's like a corkscrew, but that doesn't work, dude.
But hold on. So let's say it goes south. If it rose up in the sky higher in the south, which we see it going away from us, lower in the sky from the north. So if it was going up higher, then it would be, lower, as we see it from the north. If it were going lower on the horizon through its apex of the day, the mid-apex, as we go into our winter, it wouldn't need to move any faster than it does. It'd be moving the same speed, it just got closer to the Earth. So then, of course, while it goes north, it goes higher and higher in the sky. And that's how we see it, and they see it in the south. And that's what creates our summer. And then it basically is moving the same speed. So if you think that that's a possibility, then that answers that problem.
This corkscrew thing is literally replacing what literally is there, which is the fucking tilt and the rotation of the Earth. I mean, that's hilarious. Backwards. I've heard it before.
That's to explain a close local sun and moon and how it would behave.
How much of a difference have they? Because they can gather this information. They have people all over the world. How much of an angular size difference is the sun in, say, the northern hemisphere?
Good question. You know what? I'll go to SunCalc. Let me see. I'll go to SunCal to see if they have it, because that's a good question. But then again, I mean, we don't know how far away an object of that size would have to be for us to not see any angular size change. Like I said, the distance to the sun has been variable, ridiculously variable, going from a couple hundred miles, a couple thousand miles, a couple million miles, all the way up to 11, 15, and then 93. So that's another weird issue too that we have to deal with. So it could be moving over a flat plane, so to speak, but be high enough up that we are not going to see that much of a difference in size. And then, you know, what people are asserting right now about 3,000 miles up is wrong. But that's giving way to another possibility. A lot of people don't like to go that far.
Dude, it's just a grasping at straws, because that would change everything.
If you want to say that, that's cool.
No, it would change everything literally if the sun was corkscrewing, dude, downwards.
Yeah. Well, we visually see it, is the thing. We see it raising and lowering in the sky every single winter to summer, winters to summer. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying, is that I think about it a little bit differently, and that's it's just another thing to consider. Is the way I look at it.
So look, what does that call into question though? If the sun has to be explained,
calls everything into question. We're already calling everything into question. What do you mean, dude?
You are.
It's all crazy. Sure.
Welcome.
Well, right now, yeah, sure.
Hey,
look.
Hey,
That's
Larry.
even worse though.
Hey,
That's even worse, man. Because if it's closer to the fucking Earth in the southern hemisphere, it would have to be even going faster.
Yeah, maybe. I suppose I'd have to like kind of mentally think about it for a while. But yeah, dude, I'm not saying that any of this of my suggestions are even real or whatnot. It's just the way my brain looks at these types of subjects. Is really all I'm saying. Is like I try to consider what both options are and think about them differently. It doesn't say that I'm not proving anything. I'm not disproving anything either. I'm just thinking about stuff out loud.
You just apologize. I get it.
For myself. I am the apologist.
Theories.
Who's that?
You're just theorizing. If you're explaining something, then you're theorizing. Right?
Yes. Yeah, colloquially being used. Colloquial theory.
Can we say that on the globe model it works is exactly how it seems?
I never have ever denied that, ever. I always have said that. That's why I said earlier in the call. Look, guys, I believe the Earth is round, most likely, or a sphere, as they tell us. But I know it's flat.
So you're saying at the equinox,
what you can know and what you have to believe. It's a belief system, either way.
You're saying at the equinox, the sun would be at its middle point, as in terms of height, compared to the Capricorn and Cancer. Is that what you're saying, basically?
Well, I'm sorry. Say that again. I didn't understand it.
During the equinox, the sun would have to be at its mid height.
Yes, at its highest height. Yeah, or mid height. You're right. That's correct. Yeah, and everybody would be able to see it because it would be directly in the center of its circle. That's why you see it on the 90. But and just to clarify what I meant by that, Larry, I what I've realized, especially over the past week, is that there is enough reason and information that I can gain, secondary knowledge that I can gain, where I will firmly state that I believe it's telling me that it's a sphere, and I can't deny that. But the first-hand knowledge that I can acquire for myself at this point, and perhaps the limited point in time, I only know that the Earth is flat and motionless, but only in the regard of my primary knowledge. I haven't found another way to best prove it to myself.
Can I ask you a question, Cathexis? Can I ask
buddy.
you a question? I think you might have seen some of my comments to Beyond the Imaginary Curve Clown. I'm wondering. Fuck! What were you just talking about? Sorry.
I'm saying how I believe that the Earth is probably a sphere, but I know that I've only experienced flat motionless my entire
primary
life.
knowledge. This is exactly what I was going to talk about.
I heard you mention secondary knowledge to them, or
no, I'm talking primary knowledge here right now. So, do you think that you can from primary knowledge, either make the assertion that the heavens are spinning or the earth is spinning?
No, you can't. It would be one or the other at that point. But your first initial response is, I don't feel motion. Those are moving. Now, if you think about it further, of course, you can extrapolate this relativity notion.
Well, what is first-hand knowledge, though? You're talking about what you can see and sense. So, look.
Talking about epistemologically.
Look,
like, it's not the first thing you would say. Tim, it's not the first thing you would say.
Hold on.
That's all I'm saying, dude.
So what if you were to see star trails go one way in the northern hemisphere, go to the equator, see them in arcs, and then go to the southern hemisphere, see them and go the other way as opposed to the northern hemisphere? So, I mean, could you not infer at that point from primary knowledge, with the sun going down, from your perspective, every single day, and the sun and the moon going up and down, could you not infer from primary knowledge that it is a sphere, first of all, and either the heavens are moving or the earth is moving, right? So can you infer those things from primary knowledge?
Yeah, well, this is why the word primary knowledge is really important to me, and I always try to clarify it. Primary knowledge is that zetetic principle with just first observations. Anything on top of that would be extrapolated. Now, it's still your information that you're gaining upon, but the reason why I make a distinction is because if you were just dropped here, black bag, never seen a place like this before, you know what I mean, no concept of it whatsoever, the first thing you're going to realize is you're not moving. Physically, just physically. The second thing is that the sun, moon, and stars are moving.
Texas,
and
you could do that. You could say that about anything.
Now, hold on. If you then walk, a couple months and get to the equator and look up and see it, and then go south and check it, and then go north and check it, sure. But by that point,
what if you were black bagged and came and saw a combustion engine, or you saw a fucking Wi-Fi? A router giving
you wouldn't understand it.
You wouldn't understand anything with primary knowledge.
And that's why that's why it's just a simple recognition is the only reason I mention this whole primary knowledge thing. I'm not saying it's proof of anything, Tim, but it is a fact that this is what we would feel as, or see rather, or experience rather, if we were to be placed here without any information about it whatsoever. That's it.
So you cannot say that you could infer either the Earth is a globe, somewhat sort of like what we're told.
I think it would require
model,
compounded,
or a geocentric globe model.
I think the globe decision in that matter would be through more extrapolated thought processes. But sure, I suppose I can give you that.
Just with that alone, you don't need NASA. You don't need any other bullshit. The sun goes up, it comes down. It obviously doesn't go into the middle of the earth. I think you might be
misunderstanding what I mean by primary knowledge, but I'll give it to you because it can be extrapolated upon, I suppose.
Well, you also admit logically primary knowledge can get you nowhere in today's world.
Absolutely. I'm not saying it proves anything. It's just something that I've recognized that we as individuals have to fucking manage. We have to realize this fact about what this whole conversation is doing.
But you put more weight on that than anything else.
No, I don't.
Yes,
I just put equal weight when I stated it.
No, I don't see.
I have every reason to believe. I have never
seen anything equal in your conversation.
Larry.
It's always slanted.
Larry, you don't need to start your little triggered activities.
I can say whatever I want to.
You're an old man who shouldn't be getting so emotional over fucking words from some guy's mouth.
Michael.
What the fuck does that even do, dude? Hi, everybody. My name's Michael.
When I used your name the other day.
No, I asked you. I didn't get upset. I asked you out of respect.
Name is Michael, everybody.
I asked you out of respect not to go around speaking it because I just don't think that that's a healthy thing to do on the internet. But fine, if you want to say it, then by all means.
Freedom of speech, right?
Sure, I'll give it to you, Larry.
Thank you.
Dude, you were one of the most petty, small, old men I've seen in a long time, dude.
And you're an asshole. Thank you.
Derp. Okay, whatever. Anyways, the point I was trying to make, and I do make it equal in this statement here.
That you don't believe the earth is round?
Could you not fucking talk over me when I'm trying to stop?
And saying negative remarks constantly.
No.
And you act like you're an astronomer and you have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
You're projecting a bit, aren't you, Larry?
No, you don't know anything
Just
about
a little.
astronomy. You don't understand anything about physics. You don't know anything about how rockets are launched, how long they take. You don't know any of that shit.
When have I demonstrated that I don't know this stuff?
You said that the rocket takes off and then the cameras go blank and then they're back on again.
I didn't say they go blank. I said they're switched to a different feed, to a different camera, to CGI.
That doesn't
what are
deny
you
the fact that
talking
the
about,
rocket
dude?
was CGI?
Yeah, they show. Do you want me to show the one from earlier today?
I
It
don't want to
cuts
see the
to a
stupid
computer
rocket launch.
Okay.
I want
well, I
truth
actually
from
do
you,
want to
not
see it, and
the
I'll
stupid
spend the time to
lies.
watch this stuff to study it, but you don't want to see it. Go ahead, fuck off.
Fuck off, Kath, Michael.
What is
Michelle,
wrong with
whatever
you,
the
dude?
hell you know. Fat
You're
ass.
you're hilarious, dude.
Yeah, you're
Anyways.
a fat ass.
No, actually, that's the last thing I am at this point. But
Let's try and be a bit more cordial, chaps.
well, yeah, a little bit more
It's
adult,
Sunday
perhaps
night.
too.
Yeah, right, Michael. Yeah, good idea.
Larry, he's asked you not to do that. It'd be
Well,
better.
his name is Michael.
I know, mate, but he's asked you not to, and we should respect that.
It's Michelle.
Trying. But he lies all the time. I can't understand why everybody sits here and listens to him.
What's the last lie I made?
Investigation.
You
What's the
said
last
that
lie?
you said the sun was shrinking and getting larger.
No, I didn't. I said
What'd
it
you-
changes.
what was-
No, I didn't. No, I give it that the disk of the sun does not change that much, but it's about 3 to 5% if you do the measurements. I've seen 2
3
videos
to
that demonstrate
5%
this
in what time period?
towards the end of the day. So it stays pretty much
Ridiculous.
That's right.
okay.
Yeah, I told you it was
Trash.
too much, Kathy.
No, look, I've got Matrix Decode's video up right here where he
I don't
says
want to see
for the
Matrix
entire.
Decode
Okay, I'll
video.
show. Dude, I don't give a shit.
I want
If you
you
want
to
to
know
remain
that it's
ignorant,
not 3
then go
to
ahead and
5.
remain
It's
ignorant.
not 3 to 5%.
Alexis, we talked about this months ago, and you admitted it wasn't that high. So why are you
Yeah, he
bringing
said
up the
10%
numbers
at
again
first.
now? That just makes you look willfully fucking dishonest, Alexis.
No,
We know
I've
what
gone
the
through it and I've looked at
Yes,
this,
it
and
does.
this is
We
this is
discussed
what it seems
we
like.
discussed it months ago, Alexis, and you
Discussed
agreed
what?
it wasn't that
Mark.
much.
What's that, Mark? I don't even know what you're
The
talking about.
size
Right
of
now.
the
But
sun,
Matrix
3 to
Decode-
5%.
You know, I've gave
Look,
more
you're
concessions to you on this topic than anybody, so you
Confexus.
better be grateful for what
So
you
mean
have been
flip-flopped,
gotten
you
from
mean?
me,
You
okay?
flip-flopped, you mean, Confexus?
No, I don't
Okay.
flip flop.
Yeah, you
no,
do.
I
You're a
don't.
flip-flopper.
I learn is
Confexus,
what I
you're
do. When
talking
I make
about- you're
hold on,
talking
when I
about
make a
Ben.
wrong statement and I learn something, then I'll come back and correct my fucking statement.
What are you on about, Confexus? We talked about this months
You should
ago.
just
did-
call
we did have
that.
this
I don't know.
conversation.
It wasn't 3 to 5%, and you admitted you was wrong. And then a couple of months later, what happens? You bring it
No,
up again.
no, not at all. You were
So have you
misrepresenting my
forgotten then?
position tremendously.
So have you forgotten? Then, Confexus?
You were just misrepresenting my position, Mark.
Oh, what? So me and Tim and Jeremy were all in the room together, so we didn't discuss this then.
Oh, so what was the first position that I held?
The sun changes between 3 and 5% in a day.
Yes. Okay. Great.
Yeah. And
What's the
and
next
I think
position?
it was Tim. I think it was Tim who done the googling, and he got the exact, a rough estimate. And I think it's below 1%.
And what was that, Mark?
I think it's below 1%. And you
Okay,
admitted
it varies,
you was wrong.
but go
you
on.
admitted you was wrong,
Correct.
and you admitted that you made a mistake, and you wouldn't say it anymore. And
Well,
that's
I've
the only
also
reason
seen
I've unmuted.
information from that
That's the
point
only
where
reason
I
I've
I
unmuted
can
is to remind you
confirm
of
that
your
it does
position,
change
Confexus.
with the. Listen, what I'm saying is I have seen evidence now that leads me to believe that it is between 3 and 5% at sunrise and hold on, at sunrise and sunset, and that most likely is a form of visual problem that we're having because of the thickness of the atmosphere.
Did
Mirage
you
effects or whatever.
actually do it? Did you actually make the observations and come up with that
Dude, Larry,
conclusion?
Larry, fuck off. I don't
Okay,
care.
Michael,
Like,
please.
seriously,
really.
dude.
Thank you.
No, I don't care about things that you say, so you're wasting your breath.
I don't care what
I
you
mean,
say.
you realize that.
but it's a lot
Obviously,
of
you care
lies.
quite a lot about what I say.
Yeah, you
Seeing
lie a
how
lot.
this is the
You
third
lie
time.
a
Fucking,
lot. You lie
what
a
was
lot.
another lie that I've given? What's another
You
lie?
didn't explain the 3 to 5% yet.
I just fucking did.
How did you
Atmospheric
derive
lensing
that
mirage
figure?
effects that
How
happen on the
did you
horizon.
derive
Are
the
you that
figure?
retarded?
Shut up, Michael. How did you derive it?
How did I derive that? I've seen 2 very well put
Matrix
together videos on this
Decode.
subject.
See, this guy, he lives with his
And
parents,
Red
right?
Rhetoric.
And he sells like flat Earth keychains, right? And one of his buddies, he like screwed him on $20, so he had to make a 10-minute video about how he screwed him over on $20 from flat Earth keychains. So this dude is totally legit, Larry.
No, that's
Come
not the full
on!
story, Tim. That isn't the full story. And
Yeah,
you
I've heard he sells flat Earth.
Yeah, that was some really lame shit that they pulled, to be honest with you.
$20.
Kat, how many times you've been outside to use the telescope to make your own observations to find out if what you are talking about is actually true?
But look, this is part of the problem, Larry.
Zero?
None of them do it. None of them do it.
Yeah, well, I'm not making any claims right now, so it's not like anything that I'm theorizing on needs to be fucking fact checked like that to that degree. I mean, honestly, Larry,
That's
you
lazy.
come on here
That's
and
really
you act,
lazy.
no, you come on here and you
Lazy.
act like I'm some
Checker, guys.
villain. No, you act like I'm some kind of villain. You
are.
constantly say that I lie because
You
I've
lied.
made comments that you disagree with.
I asked you months ago to look at the equatorial mount. Then last
Dude,
month,
I
then
have. I'm
last
telling
month
you, it's a
flippantly-
retroactive.
Last
It's a
month you
retroactive.
flippantly said, "Oh,
All right,
I
fuck
already
all y'all.
disregarded."
I didn't come up in here for this shit tonight.
Good.
Seriously,
Get
it's
off.
Up
annoying.
in here, up in
Yeah.
here. Let's just change the subject. That's too bad. Larry, can I ask you about the rim velocity of the Earth? Here we go. You getting sniped or what?
I think Cat probably sniped him.
Okay. Well, that's no harm, no foul.
No,
What's up, Negatory?
kind of.
Negatory, the paycheck is late this week, so I'm gonna need
I
that
don't know
money
what to tell you.
soon.
I've been not on the ball.
So. What's up?
Yeah, I think he deserves a bonus for getting in on Bob's channel. Like that was pretty cool. I gotta admit, there, Tim. I think he deserves a bonus for that. So
Hank, I was caller number 1 tonight, and I was caller number 3 as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I heard caller number 1. I didn't hear number 3 though.
Yeah. I just told them I wanted to put it out there.
Did you change
I
your
told
voice?
them about I told them about the February
the angular size was number 1, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they fumbled around with that. That was pretty interesting, but yeah, I told them and the viewers at least they heard about the February test. They can fucking tell that guy anything that they want to for him to refine that test. So I mean, really, if it's about where's the curvature, where is it, then this guy is spending his time, his money, doing it all right. So you would think that a free test would be like, yeah, let's get in on this, but I'm kind of figuring out that they don't really want to prove that the Earth is flat. I think they just want to talk about it.
Well, that's interesting.
Well, is it not? I mean, do you remember at the beginning they kind of proposed these ideas of, let's have 2 ships going around Antarctica, and there was different tests that they were going to do, but now it's kind of like, hey, let's shoot a balloon, into the sky to see if the stars don't shine past 40,000 feet. It's like, what the fuck does that prove?
Right. There are the simplest thing would be to get a geodetic surveyor. At the very least, you'd be able to have him explain what he was doing and at least make an assessment as to whether it seemed valid. And then you could see what results he got. I mean, what would that cost you? What's one of those guys cost for a day?
Well, dude, this is why I told them about the test, because this guy's going to have that kind of equipment. So they don't even have to fucking spend a dime. They can go up there. The guy is hospitable. They can go up there and fucking stay with him, basically, he said. So, if you want to go up there and test where's the curvature, I mean, personally, I guess the the water sticking to the ball isn't going to work. You know, I don't know how to explain that to them. So that one's probably still going to live, but maybe the curvature will die. I don't know.
Oh,
Texas, come back in instead of trolling the chat with Negator.
yeah, come back in, Cat. And
Jesus,
Chris.
this guy's got either sand in his vagina or just a vagina in general. I don't know. I guess I've never heard Larry get on to him about anything before.
Oh, I know Larry can be quite.
Who the fuck is Larry, dude? Is that Ahmed Rocket Man or is that
No,
who
no.
is that?
Larry's an astronomer.
Ah, okay. He sounds familiar.
Hey, Tim, I wanted to point out that you said they don't want to prove the Earth is flat; they just want to talk about it. Well, the show's kind of like Gilligan's Island, you know. If Gilligan ever gets fucked off the island, you know, the show's over. So maybe they had the map and they had the proof, and they're just stringing everybody along with a golden carrot.
Balloon launch that little kid and her dad can do. You can go watch them on YouTube if you want to. You know, like people don't. I don't know, man.
It does seem like that though with the carrot thing, because if you think about it, we've just had this, you know, this it's a globe killer, the whole pilot and gyroscope, you know, do planes fly, adjust as they fly around the Earth thing that the big reveal that he paid for the mathematician for and all this. And then, you know, prior to that, we had the great balloon launch, didn't we? And prior to that, we had the big reveal of the map. And, you know, when you think of all the hype that surrounded these things, and what is the result of all those three things collectively? Absolutely fuck all.
So what happened to that one from last week? Has anyone heard any more from? Did I mention it? Because I only watched a little bit tonight, so I didn't get the whole gist. Did I mention it at all again, or was that forgotten again now?
Hey, Big L, why don't you debate Mark without sniping him this time? Mark
don't know shit.
If he doesn't know shit, why do you snipe him?
Because he's a fat fuck.
Hey Bob, Big L, this isn't debate, guys. This isn't debate. We're actually trying to have a civil conversation. Let's not talk about.
Right.
Let's not make our own fucking recap shows here.
Wait, what's the name of the channel?
What are you talking about?
It's called Debate Flat Earth and more. But tonight, we just, you know what I mean? We don't have to be sort of pounding each other constantly.
Yeah, anyway, I don't want to go over boring stuff with Big L because he just bores me, so let's move it on.
Yeah, I would hate to see Mark get upset. You know, we can do that some other night.
Okay, Hank.
Well, Texas is pretty triggered himself.
I see your comment, Hank, the other night. I know you're just trolling me. It's okay.
But you're the only one that I do troll.
They'll let you cook a pizza one day, Hank.
Yeah, maybe one day I'll get to deal them pepperonis like I'm in Vegas, and I'll get to pretend I'm special.
I doubt it, but maybe. We can all have dreams, Hank.
What this hangout needs is more cake. Everyone get cake.
So what was the gist of that show tonight then? Was it just talking loads of shit for 3 hours? Or?
Well, I missed a lot.
Yes.
My fucking mate came round again. Fucking hell, man. Comes around every night, and I'm like, oh god, not again. So yeah, I missed it all, but it started.
So I listened to I listened to some of it sporadically, and I guess about 20 minutes I picked up a pen and just listened and wrote some things down. But some of the interesting things, I guess Jeran is now claiming is the winds aloft thing that can increase flight speed up to 400 miles an hour. So they said that this has been documented, and this is supposed to be a debunk for the plane flights from, you know, Auckland to Santiago or something like that. So it's funny how also how they kind of selectively cherry pick what kind of math they want to use, what
right.
fits their, you know, confirmation bias, their paradigm. So if you just listen to them, you'll pick up that, you know, math is acceptable here and it's not acceptable there, and you don't need explanations for any, you know, details or anything like that. You can just kind of throw it away with things like the opaque moisture deck. They didn't even answer me when I said, how come the sun doesn't, you know, relatively change angular size basically throughout the day? Then it sets, you know, within 10 minutes from the bottom up. It's a big problem for flat Earth because the higher you go, you can see the sun again. So I mean, it's just, you can't be using all these atmospheric conditions and shit. It just doesn't work out. Why is there so many fucking chatters, dude?
Well, if you give me a chance, I'll make up an ad hoc theory real fast. And it doesn't have to be correct or accurate or anything like that, but I can explain it away. I mean, that's what you guys do, right?
No, there's actually empirical evidence that you can test yourself if you want.
To be honest, I'm just playing. I missed most of that, but in a way, I'm serious.
Convexus, can you come back in here and air your grievances with Negator instead of vibrating this shit?
Yeah, no negative juju in here, Cathexis. I forgave Negator a long time ago. He can't help it.
So I just don't understand why you need to theorize, Cathexis. Well, I don't think that people have done like enough diving into the quote-unquote globe model or, you know, globe shit or whatever, because really, no, just come in, dude. I don't need to turn vibrate off. You don't need to turn my phone into a fucking dildo, dude. But, anyway, go on. Hanky poo. Jesus fucking Christ. Cathexis is triggered as fuck, dude.
Yeah. Come back, Cat. Come on. One of the things I heard Bob say was gravity's been pretty much debunked now anyway.
Yeah.
It's like,
I love that.
Does anyone remember that when the day gravity was debunked?
We did it, guys.
That coming on the news anywhere or anything like that?
Gravity is debunked. We did it, guys. Good job. 2,000 people on the internet figured out that gravity does not exist. It's actually density and buoyancy. Did you know?
Yeah.
I can kind of see that argument, and I can see the globe Earth argument as well. And truthfully, I can't exactly, I can't really differentiate between the two, truthfully, too much. I hear things like epistemology say, well, if it's density and buoyancy, why is it harder to run up a mountain than it is to run it down it? It's like, well, right. I think that's self-evident, really. It wouldn't, I mean, you know, it takes more force for your legs to push off the ground to go upwards as opposed to you just basically being able to fall onto each leg going down. It's like...
Right, but what is the connect, you know, you have to come up with a reason for that then, and you know, density and buoyancy doesn't cut it.
Well, we are Earthlings, and we are born here on Earth, and our atmosphere is less dense than us. We can't float in our atmosphere. So, really, how do you prove that? I mean, really, you have to invoke, you know, planetary bodies to really prove that gravity has any weight. Pardon the pun, but or, you know, I mean, for you to conclude that we're being pulled towards the center of the Earth at all points on the ball, I haven't really seen a very good debunk of density and buoyancy, truthfully.
Well, here's what I think. I don't know if you guys can hear me clear. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, you sound like shit. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Basically down, we see things fall and we call it gravity. Yeah, I can agree to that, 100%. Gravity in that sense does exist. Everything that's attributed to the word gravity, is that all true? That's the part where the line starts to blur. Like Venus spinning backwards or one of the planets spinning backwards or some shit. Is that necessarily due to gravity? I can't confirm that. But when shit falls, you want to call it gravity? Does density and buoyancy contribute to things falling or flying up? Sure, it does. Absolutely. Rocks sink because they're dense. They sink in the atmosphere and they sink in whatever kind of medium you want to put them in. A rock will sink. If you want to call that gravity, sure, go ahead.
It's a huge
So I
difference
guess
between gravity
really,
and
what's the force?
gravitation, though.
I guess gravity would be the mechanism in between the definitions of density and buoyancy, because you do have a terminal velocity with our physics of our world. You also have obviously 9.8 meters per second squared. So it's not like it's a static thing. I mean, there's obviously, you'd have to have a mechanism to explain, because density doesn't explain why you get faster or at which speed you fall and shit like that.
It just simply could be the virtue of how those things operate. Like I say sometimes that I think about it, that there is an up and down in nature. I know that's crazy if you live on a globe, but if you think about it from a flat Earth perspective, then an up and down would be a law of nature. And I think that would explain there's this tendency for things to go down. Now, Bob says it's electrostatic effect with this whole electromagnetic idea, which, funny enough, so does theory hypothesis. That he says gravity's nonsense. He's not a flat earther, though. He's not at all. He hates when people use his ideas, but he thinks it's electrostatic effect. This is a toroidal system, but he still thinks it's a globe. And the push that we feel downwards, or at least, and that's what it is in his view, is a push, is essentially electrostatic effect. So there's a lot of other ideas. If people get trapped in the box of just thinking about what the mainstream accepts, we're never going to progress in those sciences. Now, of course, we're laymen, but a lot of people are scheduled, they go up through school and they go up through this process, and they're taught in a way where they don't think outside that box very often, in my view.
That's right.
That's right.
Anyway, so I guess, Jeremy, do you have kind of a debunk for that explanation for density and buoyancy being able to be applied to gravity, as I guess what we see on Earth in terms of that?
Well, I think to go back to that argument about uphill and downhill, I think the reason density and buoyancy doesn't work is because in both situations, uphill and downhill, your density and your buoyancy are the same. So
no, but hold on. Let me stop you there real quick. Just because in either situation it wouldn't matter, because, like I said, it takes more force for you to propel yourself up something,
right? But why?
As opposed to you being able to fall downward, because you're, just like I said before, you are more dense than the atmosphere, and the Earth is much more dense than you. So it basically is gravity, but really there's no mechanism, like I said.
Yeah, is mass attracting mass?
It pretty much is, yeah.
That's what good old Cavendish proved, they claim. But then Einstein kind of threw it out the window and said it's something else.
Do you understand? I mean, in either case, going up a mountain would be harder than going down a mountain, because you can kind of just coast down and just let yourself fall. You still jump and fall down in density and buoyancy. You know what I'm saying? You still have mass. and you're
right,
still.
but I don't see why it would be any different going up or down.
Because you have to literally, your body, it's not the same muscles, first of all, group that you're using. Second of all, you're propelling yourself upwards. No matter what, your body is having to extend upwards and basically defeat its own mass to push it higher. So you would then be able to basically fall downwards in stairs. I used to have like huge staircases. I would literally jump down in like 3 steps. I would just jump as far as I could onto one stair, then the next and the next. Like that's much easier than running up the stairs.
Mm.
And that's I mean, you could say that's because the mass of the earth and, we're being pulled towards the center, but could there not be some kind of electrostatic?
All you're doing is sort of renaming gravity, density, and buoyancy. Do you know what I mean?
I'm saying it's kind of irrelevant because we have the words density and buoyancy already, and they are in the gravitational model. Basically, there isn't something that gravity isn't besides, like a lot of orbital mechanics and things in the sky and 9.8 meters per second, shit like that. But that, I guess what I'm saying is that isn't exactly proof that we're being pulled towards the center of the earth. I don't know. I see their argument when they say that. I remember that from Eric Dubé a long time ago.
Let's pretend, if you will, that the moon landing was real. And there really was 1/6. Let's pretend for us. For you, you don't have to pretend. And let's say that it was all real. It seems like they would have been able to jump higher than what 2 or 3 feet that they got off the ground. I mean, if I had 1/6 higher jump, I can probably jump a foot off the ground. I'm what? But that would mean if I was on the moon, I could jump 6 feet. Now strap a AC and I guess a heater and a spacesuit on my back. Seems like they would be still jumping the same distance, doesn't it? Or I don't know, would their jump be higher?
Well, I think the first thing to remember is that they didn't go to the moon to see how high they could jump. And obviously, when you're moving around on the lunar surface, one of the things you want to avoid doing is falling over in a spacesuit, because you could hit a rock and, smash the glass, or, you know what I mean? You could get yourself in a lot of trouble. So, generally speaking, they avoided anything that was too risky like that. But I mean, they did do some jumping around. In fact, one of the photographs that's often you may have seen, where it's an astronaut doing a salute by the flag, and he has no shadow, and he's actually jumping at that stage. On the video, you see him do the jump, and apparently it's a Navy tradition. You might know this, Cat. The big Navy salute or something. They salute and jump at the same time. But
sounds familiar.
Right. So yeah, I mean, they weren't really trying to jump is one thing, but I mean, they did do. I mean, there is quite a lot of talk about how they move around, and they.
Well, yeah, I mean, they brought some golf clubs up there,
talking about the easiest ways to move about, and you know what I mean. They are sort of trying to discover that and take notes of it.
Didn't they bring some golf clubs up on 17?
Yeah. What is that on 17?
Wonder how much dollar worth of weight that was put on that rocket. Just curious.
Well, I'm sure it was significant.
Well, it's such a technical, scientific experiment. We can't go without.
Well, obviously, NASA has a massive public relations
who love
public relations problem, I could say, couldn't I, where you guys are concerned. So it's not surprising they do the odd thing like that, is it?
I guess not.
I mean, if you think about it, it is valuable because that's a sort of a kind of a sort of a principal idea that is taught in school science, all over the planet. So,
Yeah.
It's something everyone learns, isn't it? So, it does have value, I think.
Yeah, it's impossible for those three to get along, or Big L and Mark Taylor and
it's impossible.
No, it's not impossible. No, it's not impossible. I don't give a fuck. He doesn't bother me at all. But he's got nothing. All he does is snipe me all the time. That's all he's got. I don't give a fuck. I'll just ignore him. He doesn't bother me at all. I'll say it now on air that I've got no problem. I don't mind being in a hangout with him, but he can't handle me. He just can't handle me. That's it. Simple as.
You guys have a deep relationship going back several months now.
Yep. He cleans my shoes and washes my toilet.
Oh my God, Mark.
Well, I like you, Mark.
I have mixed emotions.
Yeah, I've heard that, Cathexis.
Just slightly.
You seem quite a mixed up person anyway, Cathexis, don't you? You can't make
I'm
your
all
mind
scrambled.
up.
I'm all scrambled.
Is it? What is
Cathexis,
it?
Cathexis
about still 80-20.
Again, please, come on.
What's that now?
Had enough.
Oh, they're
Cathexis,
fine.
you've been I guess
Yeah, but
for
people
about
in
2 weeks.
people in greenhouses shouldn't be throwing stones generally, should they?
Well, fair enough. But he's had a kicking, so.
Well, it's just unnecessary. That's it. I mean, if we were in this room, I prefer a conversation. You too, and I know you do as well.
We don't
There's
mind
no reason for that level of. There's no reason for that level of overt disrespect. It's just unnecessary, and I'm not going to subject myself to that. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
Now, outside of that, if you have if you have an issue with what I'm saying, either I'm wrong or it doesn't matter. Like, come towards my issue, not my character. I think I say things a little too articulate for these guys to handle sometimes, is what I think. That's another story.
You mean
anyways?
Incredulity. How about that?
Yes. Yeah.
So, Mark, you're obviously sniped first, right? Just to get this out of the way.
Yeah. He's in text chat, giving it large in the text chat, and because I
saw it, and I saw Bob added a bunch of Mr. Peanut Butters and fucking dildo swagons and shit.
Yeah, Big L sniped me first. He always does. He does. He's got numerous accounts that he does it on debate with, so he doesn't use his own account. He uses an unknown person account.
Jeremy, I just posted that little clip from Interstellar where the teacher got mad at the student for saying that the moon landings were real. And she says, what do you mean? Well, I can't believe your daughter would say that. We know for a fact that they faked it because they were in a war with the Russians. This was in Interstellar just last year, but it's a short clip. You should look at it because you haven't seen it. So
that's a pretty fucking weird movie, man.
Yeah, it was. But see, that's what happens when you. Yeah, that's what happens when you put in all this string theory, mathematical nonsense into the public.
Dude, I literally heard Bob say today. He said that Interstellar looks exactly like what we have for what NASA puts out.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, Interstellar looks like what NASA puts out?
Not Interstellar, but the I think. What's the one with Julia Roberts, or not Julia Roberts, but the Gravity?
Gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
That does not look like any fucking thing that you get from NASA at all.
No, that movie was actually too cartoony. There was too much CGI being used.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you could tell.
Well, dude, that's what it proves that, truthfully, what a lot of people are saying, I've heard so many different things. People will literally say, watch the whole ISS documentary and say that the lady is underwater, dude. And I'll be like, really? She's talking underwater and her hair's not wet. And, it's like,
that's retarded.
dude.
Come on, man. There's retarded people everywhere.
That's a Pete Shea claim, man.
Yeah, that's some Pete Shea ass shit right there.
You know, a lot of people talk about, there's all these crazy flat earthers, but in actuality, there's a lot more crazy globers.
Technically, by virtue of ratios, yeah, absolutely. Because there's certainly more globe earthers, and all of them are crazy. Well, I mean, the crazy ones.
Oh, don't get into variables. That's not science. Can't help but fucking play around. I can't help it.
I invited LSC. He asked for he was in the chat earlier.
Oh, he didn't come in?
Uh-uh.
Have you seen his most recent video, him kind of proving his model through some 3D animation software? Where he actually, he put in, he made the model, like constructed it fully in size and scope, and he was trying to duplicate the horizon that we see. So when he put in the normal figure for the atmosphere, which was rated as 7, I don't know how the system works, but apparently it's accurate to, what the atmosphere would do in, like the software is pretty advanced. Anyways, it didn't work out too well. It didn't look like the normal horizon. But when he cranked it up to 17, he said that the refractive index of the glass sky is about that, he thinks, because of the Libyan desert glass that has the specific
it's such nonsense,
diffraction rate.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so he puts it in this rate, and dude, it fucking works perfectly. It actually does not show any concavity, and it shows a boat going over the fucking horizon.
So you know the refraction rate of Libyan desert glass. How was he able to?
Yes, no. The luster is where you would determine that from.
Okay, so how
Dude,
Libyan.
Oh, he's back.
No, all he did was play with the numbers until one looked right, and he's like,
"That's what I thought." No,
17 is about where it's at. That's it.
I swear to you, that's what I thought he did too. But listen, I just think it's pretty cool that he went to these lengths. At least he's got he made it look like a normal fucking horizon.
Where's Paper? The guy.
So I thought it was interesting.
He's always talking about how his model works beautifully. So let's see him stand next to LSC and his model and tell us how the model works beautifully. It's got to be true.
That's funny.
Come on, Stevie.
But yeah.
Yeah, Jim, I just got to clear something up. Yeah, Bob, I didn't add no one. The only person he added was me. He added me back after Big sniped him.
Has anyone got LSC blocked? There's so many people in there, isn't there? We wouldn't know. Somebody's bound to have.
No, I haven't got anyone blocked. But anyway, I just wanted to. He wants you to add him back. That Bob High. It's up to you.
This is a new account, so Hank or Cathexis. I don't know. Doubt Cathexis. Mark or Hank. Do you have?
No, I haven't got anyone.
It's all right. I can get him through.
No, I do not. I do not have LSC blocked.
Okay, I invited him, so it should be LSC. This is a new account.
Wait,
so
he might have me blocked. I think he has me blocked, actually. When he came into debates one time, I was in there, and he was trolling me really hard. He's like, cam up, cam up, cam up.
Yeah, you that's me too, man.
Dude, he was like, how come you can go on Patricia Steele's show without your camera? You're the first person to ever do that. Cam up. I was like, damn, dude.
Dude, I must have came on right after that because I was like, I had just talked to him and we were cool. And that's why I was so pissed at him last time I talked to him. Because I got on there and he's just like, you're a fucking troll. Your name was Troll. Cam up, cam up. You spinner. Like, just, I don't know what he was on, dude. Get in here,
dude,
LSC.
It's so funny. But,
love to hear from you.
Dude, did you see the one that Martin actually uploaded? He engaged with a call on Hangouts with LSC, and what's funny is like he put it on his channel and everything, but he didn't know that they were being recorded. Like he mirrored it on his channel, like LSC made it though, until halfway through the call. So he like said some pretty extraordinary things. And wait, so it goes up and he doesn't care, you know how Martin is. And so he puts it up, but it's actually a good conversation. And LSC's just sitting there, just calmly listening to all his stories about history and his, life. And I thought it was really nice of LSC. And then it was just kind of weird. But I listened to like 30 minutes of it. It was a very odd little combination, put it that way. I like LSC. I'll talk to LSC any day. I've talked to them a lot. I don't mind him. I think his ideas are interesting.
Little combination.
Cathexis, though, don't you think it's wrong though that he preys on like vulnerable people?
That I do not like, and I make that a point always. But the thing is the way he interacts with me. That's not part of that equation. I don't see him preying on weak-willed individuals. He's not going around demanding that people worship him. He just says he's the God, and he kind of asserts it. But that's besides the point. I don't like what he's done to a couple people. But if you look at it over the past 2 years, he only has like 6 followers. Like dedicated people, you know what I'm saying? So he's not doing a good job at getting the fucking followers.
No, but he's well. I mean, you could argue.
No, I agree with you, Mark.
Trust me, I've
even said it. But I've said it to him like that. I've even said it to him like that, and I've got no problem saying that to him because I don't like what he's doing. But what you gonna do? People gonna pretend they're God, I guess.
Yeah, but if it weren't for the internet, we'd know fuck all about him.
Have you ever? You never pretended that you're God on the side of the road with like a cardboard sign?
Every Sunday in the church.
On the side of
I
the
think
road,
it's church.
cardboard sign. How does that work? Do people?
Well, I've seen it before. I've seen people screaming that they're God with a cardboard sign on the side of the road.
Yeah, well, maybe in America we don't do that.
Yeah, not in the UK. I've never seen that in the UK.
You'd never get planning permission for that.
Go to Denver, down by the stadium.
We don't let people shout here. That's against the law.
Tim, have you ever seen the guy on 16th Street with a cardboard sign screaming that he's God?
Oh, is that
I'm sure you would.
That'd be G-Man.
No, I'm just saying it's a random occurrence down there in Denver. It's fucking crazy out there. There's so many homeless people who've lost their mind.
Do you think the people in America are getting crazier, Kat?
I think that they're becoming more apathetic. I think that they're becoming more disconnected. And I think that the damage is too far gone. So, yeah.
Do you think having a crazy man just about to step in the most important job in the world don't help?
Mm-hmm.
Gives the people a license
it's
to
all
be crazy,
contrived, Mark. Mark, it's all contrived, dude. All the world's a stage. He doesn't make any decisions.
And I think he
well, they're playing a very dangerous game then, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Historically,
they want that.
Politics isn't really that right wing.
It's not. No, but his administration is. His administration is Bush 2.0.
Right.
It's fucking crazy, the people.
Yeah, I've seen some of the agencies that he's been linked to, and some of them are quite nasty.
Yeah.
Like women's rights, back to the fucking 30s and 20s, and
yeah. He's a complete
blacks as well.
Misogynist. Yeah, he's well, personally racist, but. Yeah, I don't give a shit. It doesn't represent me. And I just happen to live here. And if I had some more money, I wouldn't be. So it's whatever. I've disconnected myself from this quote unquote society a long time ago. It's a culture of evasion. And they've manufactured it to this degree. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about, but everybody's got an opinion on it. And I ain't got time for people like that. So I don't really interact with too many of the people in this country.
Ooh, what do you reckon to this? Oldest ice on the planet. Reveals.
Are we talking about
history.
meth?
I know it's on the BBC News at the moment, but I've got the sound.
Oh, so it must be true.
Obviously, it's on the BBC.
Obviously.
Yeah, earlier, it's funny because they were talking about Bob disproved gravity. Well, it hasn't come on the BBC News yet, has it, Jeremy? That's what he said.
If it's not on the BBC, it isn't true. It's as simple as that.
That's fucking... Dude, what a fucking win for them. Can you believe that, Hank? Dude, talk about an outright win for them. I can't believe that you say that with that. I know you're smiling and laughing a little when you say it, but come the fuck on. That's a sentiment out there, isn't it?
Well... You really have to live in the UK to truly understand it.
Sure. No. I understand there might be good reason behind
the
it.
British
but...
public had with the BBC. I mean,
okay, fair enough. But that is a sentiment. Oh God.
And you can't really live in Britain without coming into contact with the BBC during your day. I mean,
so people feel it's a benevolent source.
You can, but you'd have to make an effort to do it.
So they believe it's a benevolent,
part
of their society.
No, not really. But I think to be fair, as a news gathering organizer,
they are more. You're right.
It has fairly high standards. It's required, it's legally required to be objective. Well, of course, it doesn't always manage that because the directors and producers are human beings with political views like everyone else. But
you're right. I will have to give credit.
I
will give credit to them. They do have a more sincere objectivity about them on when they need. Well, most of the time, but they can flex that when they need it. Is really what I want to say. Like, I think that it's really easy, especially if you're that consistent. Let's say you're 95% objective. Well, that makes the big things that you aren't objective about slide through easier. Nobody's going to see it coming. Nobody's going to expect that the BBC would be lying. And I could see it operating like that as an institution. I don't think the media is free anymore. But that's just me being a conspiracy theorist. So. Who's breathing? Jeremy.
You what? Sorry.
Oh, you're.
Sorry, I'm just everyone's hassling me in the chat for things. It's hard work. This is. I'm just waiting for because I sent Stevie the link. But
we're gonna get a course on.
He hasn't noticed, or maybe sometimes I seem to need to send it twice for it to work for some reason.
LSC is not going to grant us with this. His high holiness.
Tektites. Do you guys know what tektites are?
It's an aether push. Yeah, he's got all his clever little euphemisms.
Mega cryometeors. What do you guys know about mega cryometeors?
If big pieces of ice start falling out the sky, I don't know what I'm going to do, Jeremy.
I know that would be the worst. I mean, we should.
I'm telling you
that scenario just for the fun of it.
I do, yeah.
Of waking up on Lord Stephen Christ's Day. That is the day when we find out he was right, and we were.
This is the day. This is the day that Lord Stephen gave, and we would sing hymns about it, and like.
Over to you, Mark. What are your thoughts? Lord Stephen's Day. Lord Stephen's Day.
Yeah, Lord Stephen's Day, the day he was right.
The day they announced on the BBC that Lord Stephen Christ is correct.
And the mega cryometeors are falling right now. You need to get to a bunker, and they'll be doing a FEMA roundup against all who do not take the mark of Lord Stephen. What would you do? Go.
I've got no opinion.
That would be the crazy thing.
You put me on the spot like that, Kath. You just fucked it right up, man.
Well, Jeremy did. I wasn't gonna do it, but he added to it. No, I think that it would be quite an amazing thing. Like, and I've even theorized this far with it. So check it out. So he gets in trouble by really high level stuff. You know what I mean? Like he's with marshals and shit like that, and other high level agencies and such. They're watching him, probably blah blah blah. Let's say they cut him a deal. They say at this time in the next 2 years, we want you to start pushing this model right here. Okay, just push it as hard as you can. Don't ask questions. We'll be checking on you. We'll be watching. Okay. They give him ability to fly internationally. They maybe even pay him a little bit, whatever. He doesn't ask any questions because he's getting out early. So he goes off and he does this thing. And they're like, oh, yeah, tell everybody you're God, too. So he comes out here with the concave model. And, Cyrus Teed's direct model. And right when the flat Earth comes out. Now, here's why. It's not because the Earth is flat and he's trying to defeat it. It's because the Earth is really sincerely fucking concave, and anybody out like in the front of it, like he is, claiming he's God and being as aggressive as he is, nobody's gonna believe him. They're gonna call him a whack job. So here it is, hiding in plain sight the entire time. And nobody's going to go for it because the guy pushing it claims he's God.
And see, that's what
it's brilliant.
But why do things have to be hiding in plain sight?
Well, no, they just do sometimes.
Why, if you're keeping them a secret, do you have to like keep
well, they hide the best in plain sight. That's the greatest thing about it.
Because you
make the lie big and keep repeating it. Go ahead.
Because you think you've already looked in the spot, right? So you don't look.
So do you think LSC would be a plausible candidate to put forward to confuse the masses?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that he would be the best candidate to put in front of information like that if the government, sorry guys, if the government doesn't want people to know that information. It's my point.
So you're saying the government are putting forward LSC to give us information that's false? Or
No, here's the kicker. To give information that might be true. Just saying, think about it. I mean, that would be the most brilliant fucking play.
But what would be the point
That's
of doing that? What would the point of being doing that apart from a comedy show? What would be the end to that?
I like
to
that.
Stop the people. To stop the people from actually taking it seriously while they investigate all these other alternative ideas. You see, if it wasn't there with LSC in front of it, there's a website called Wild Heretic who push forth this same idea, but he uses the Cyrus Teed material. Well, he doesn't say he's God, and they came out the same time essentially. So what I'm saying is, if the LSC wasn't in front of it, people would actually take it somewhat seriously. I'm saying people in the alternative research communities, however you want to put it. But so while everybody's chasing flat Earth, which they erroneously put forth with Mark Sargent and Patricia and all of that, then you got LSC making the real truth look crazy. I mean, what you see, this world operates on Luciferian inversions. They invert the truth in order to hide it right in front of your face. What's the inversion of a concave Earth? A fucking globe.
So they could be doing that with the information they're telling about a globe, then, couldn't they?
But that's what I'm saying. The math would work.
So they could be telling us the truth then about the globe.
Yeah. Well, no, that would be the inversion, is what I'm saying. Like they're telling us it's a globe. The math works. It's been extrapolated from a concave system, and it's really concave. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that'd be the same goal. That'd be the same goal because you're saying that LSC is telling us the truth.
Yeah.
So
asserting
that would make the world a conclave. So if that theory works with LSC, that theory could work with the powers that be as well. Then.
Yeah,
sure.
It's the globe hidden in plain sight.
So the globe is the real truth, and that's why they're telling us to keep
I
us off
see.
the
You're
scent.
flipping it. Sure, I guess keep us off the scent. Yeah, right. We've been fucking force-fed this information since we were 4. Okay, let's be real.
You guys are right about Neil deGrasse Tyson. He is a government agent.
He is, damn it.
He is
pushing the globe truth.
The globe truth, hiding in plain sight with the globe. no, but it's just that I haven't heard that theory about LSC, and I just think it has more credence than the other ones. That's all.
Can anyone add LSC or anything? I keep inviting him, and he says,
"Yeah, I did." I don't know if he's.
Oh, what did he say? Anything in the chat?
I'm sending it to Yahoo LSC. Yeah, he said that Wild Heretic was way after him.
Oh, was he? Okay, I thought it was around the same time.
I'm paraphrasing. He says Wild Heretic was inspired. Wild Heretic was inspired by my work, and then he said, "No, Wild Heretic came way after me."
Fair enough. I think that actually Steve might go back till before he did this. I think he was claiming 2005 or 2003 even, that he's been looking at this model. We're trying to promote it. So I don't know. Just a theory.
I can see it.
That's because we're conspiratards and they aren't.
Yeah, sure.
But really, Cat.
But really.
Hey, Texas, do you know anything about Ares' failure?
A little bit. Not enough to be able.
Can you explain something?
No, I was just about to say not enough to articulate it the way it needs to be. But there are some really actually good videos made by a I believe he holds a PhD, but he's a geocentrist, and he uses the Aries failure, Michelson-Morley, and the Sagnac experiment in order to prove geocentricity. He's not saying the Earth is flat. He's saying the Earth is a globe, but it's not spinning. The sky is spinning, etc.
And that's the real truth.
So why do you think?
Probably.
Why do you think flat earthers use that?
Well, because it could be applied to a flat model. It's just what I'm saying is this geocentric. Well, no, okay, sure, theoretically, but the point I'm trying to make though is it shows that we're not moving. Aries failure, from the way the geocentric guy explains it,
does it show that we're not moving?
Yes, that's what the conclusion is, and that's why they had to do.
I think it was a flawed experiment.
So was it a failure? Was it a failure?
That's the reason. Dude, I gotta look. It wasn't that he was testing that. That was the
was he trying to find the ether? Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Flat earthers always bring this up so erroneously.
That's why I said very clearly that I don't know enough about it to articulate it properly.
Flat Earth.
But when you watch this gentleman, right? When you watch this gentleman, I gotta find the video for you because it's worth learning about. These are 3 experiments that we do not hear about growing up in this model. So I will link you when I get back to my computer. It's worth watching.
Well, how many other failed experiments did we not hear about, Texas?
Well, I'm talking about monumental ones. I mean, the newspapers knew about the Michelson-Morley projects. So, I mean, this is something that was big back then, at least.
Do you think it's because it's got a failure in it? Do you think if they twist it?
No. Airy messed up. No, he didn't mess up. Airy's conclusions weren't what he thought it was. His scientific experiment failed.
I think that's why the flat earthers use it, because it's got a failure in the title. And they twist it. It makes it sound like there's been a failure.
No, it's not. No, it's been called Airy's failure for the past 100 years. And on top of that,
that's what I'm saying, Confection.
And on top of that, it does.
Why haven't we heard about all the other experiments that are so-called?
They infer that. Look, they infer that Airy's failure demonstrates that we're not moving, but it's a lot more complex than that.
But it wasn't set up to tell if it was moving, though, was it?
No, it wasn't set out, but that's one of the conclusions that you kind of have to draw based off of what I'm serious.
Ed upside down head says, "Tell Kathy Malcolm Bowden."
Who said that?
Ed upside down head.
Michael Bowden.
Malcolm.
Oh, that's the gentleman. Yeah. Malcolm that's the guy who. I think that's the guy who's done the geocentric stuff. Let me look it up.
All right.
That's correct.
That's why I think they use it, because the name's got failure in it.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's why I think they use it.
No,
No. The conclusions clearly point to a non-motion.
They think it's a failure to detect the motion of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes. Well, that's what the geocentrists say.
They've seen failure in the title, and then they twist it.
You are.
He was trying to detect ether, and he got a null result. Hence, Airy's failure.
No, you guys are really misrepresenting it.
No, you're not. We're not, dude. That's exactly what it is, man.
May I take a stab at it?
No. Go ahead, please. You probably know it better than I do.
Okay. Geocentrism was kind of my argument there for a while when I was in the debate room. And I still am a geocentrist with a question mark shaped Earth. Not literally like a question mark, but I don't know the shape of the Earth. But anyway, he said that if he put water in a telescope, the denser medium of the water would make the starlight travel slower down the tube. And he would have to tilt it at 10 degrees in order to see the starlight, because it's the stars that are rotating. But because he only had to tilt it 5 degrees to see the starlight, it proved that, sorry, I said it backwards. It proved that the Earth is not spinning, that it's actually the sky that's moving, not the Earth.
Yeah,
now, I can't
that's what it implies.
But that's pretty much the rough pizza guy interpretation.
Well, Bob,
that's the Eric Dubé version.
Bob, actually, if you go and check out that link I sent you, this is the geocentric argument for what Airy's experiment was supposed to do and why the shows of non-motion.
I've seen videos. So I might have seen it, but I'll probably look at it.
But yeah, I mean, this one's short. It's only 6 minutes. But there's definitely a lot of good information out of it. But this Bowman guy, Malcolm Bowman, he made a fucking hit piece on Flat Earth like 3 months ago, like an hour long, him just decimating Flat Earth, using the Southern Star Trails, using basically all the stuff. Yeah, all the stuff Tim likes to bring up basically comes from this guy. But anyways, it's easy stuff, and he brings up decent points, sure, but it's all straw manning based off of a conceptual idea of something that might not be.
It's not.
No, it is though. It really is.
No,
to be honest, I thought you want to be honest with yourself about information.
No, it's called geometry, and you're not going to be able to do it flat or square with what we see in the sky.
Confexes, the people that done that experiment, do you trust them? That area's failure, would you trust them?
Contrary to what you may think about me, I absolutely respect science, love science, and wish we had more real science in this world.
No, I'm just asking, but you're putting it across as an experiment, so you trust what they believe, them scientists.
Yes, I've looked briefly at the papers. So it's very long. It's about 38 pages.
When they believed the Earth's a globe before they even carried out the experiment.
There is no scientific thesis. There is no scientific thesis or experiment that proves it's a globe. It is a preponderance of evidence.
That carried out that experiment believe we lived on a globe before they
yes,
done that
they did.
Experiment.
Absolutely, they did.
So you ignore that bit of evidence, and then you try and put.
That's not relevant to the conclusions because it's not saying it's flat.
To the shape of the Earth.
It has nothing to do about the shape of the Earth. It has to do with movement of the stars versus movement of, and this is why Einstein said
they lived on a globe.
Hold on. It was Michelson, Morley, and Airy that made Einstein say that there is no optical experiment on this Earth that could determine if the Earth is moving.
We all know that he was talking about an experiment in a lab.
Michelson, Morley. He's talking about the lab Michelson, Morley did.
In a laboratory.
An optical experiment.
In a laboratory.
Why do you keep bringing laboratory up? Yes,
because
in
that's
a laboratory.
What he was talking about inside a laboratory.
And that's what I'm saying he's talking about, Mark.
No.
Your little argument's not going to work this time.
Why'd you keep asking why I bring a laboratory up? Because that's specific to the question, isn't it?
Michelson Morley was in the laboratory. Airy was in the laboratory. He was speaking about those two experiments.
So the Airy's experiment was in the laboratory, was it?
Yes, it was two interferometers being spun around on a table.
So
there's no optical experiment that can.
That?
It's not either here nor there, though, is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but what
Einstein
was that the Michael Morley or the Airy's
Michelson Morley.
Yeah, so that was one in the lab then. So Airy's
with two interferometers. Two interferometers.
Triggered Kathy.
So
no, I'm not. I can't stand when a person is refusing to get what I'm saying.
That's what I'm.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You just said Airy's was in the laboratory when it wasn't.
He's just trolling.
It was laboratory experimentation. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, define what you mean
Mark,
by that.
Mark, you're really fucking weird here.
I'm a bit confused.
You're being really fucking weird here.
No, one was done
How do you not understand what the fuck we're saying? There is no optical experiment.
You claimed the one that was carried outside was done inside when it wasn't.
No, I'm saying it was done by a real scientist named Airy, and Michelson Morley were done in a laboratory, which that was the one he was specifically talking about. What are you on about, dude?
What about, you go back and listen to what you just said about the theory's failure being in a laboratory.
Oh my fucking God, are you kidding me?
No, go back and listen
to it. Are you?
To
I know I said that. And then I clarified that it had to be done outside. That's the whole nature of the experiment, but it was a real scientific experiment.
You didn't clarify.
No, I just did. You aren't listening because you're trying to catch me on some gotcha about the word laboratory. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, he was. I think he was trying to say it was done scientifically.
That's the point, and that's what Einstein's point was trying to be made. Anyways, look, there is no optical experiment that exists on this earth that proves that we are spinning. Doesn't exist, guys. Accept that.
Procession.
Don't you think?
Well,
weird.
So would you class the camera taking a picture as optical?
Sure.
So if a camera took a picture of the Earth, then that would be proof, then, wouldn't it?
Of the Earth spinning? What would it be spinning in that picture?
You'd have to have a video for that.
Okay, yeah. So if there was an optical experiment on this Earth,
so there is an optical experiment that can clarify.
No, because that's not on this Earth. You'd have to be far away from the Earth, looking down upon it as it spins. The quote is there is no optical experiment on this Earth.
Okay.
But you got a camcorder in space? that shows it clearly? You think we'd have that at least?
Have what?
A great shot of our Earth actually spinning?
Oh, that old chest.
Deliberately taken? Well, I mean, there's a valid reason for that. Anyways, look, I don't give a shit. I'm just saying that those two experiments, those three experiments are used by heliocentrics. MRI 8 and 9 are fucking Doppler radars strung together by an algorithm. You guys are ridiculous if you think that's a fucking live picture of this Earth from a million miles away in a Lagrange point. It's gotta be real.
I love the way you guys just
you guys? No, I'm the one who articulates it like that.
You just assert how ridiculous it is to believe that these things exist. I mean, it really isn't ridiculous.
Water stick to a ball. Ridiculous.
I'm saying it could be done. You guys don't consider possibilities of deception. That's your problem. This would be a deception.
Of course, it's possible that it could be a deception. There's just absolutely no reason to believe that it is whatsoever.
If you believe BBC 4 is to be trusted, then I guess you're right.
Many.
If you're one of those guys.
Many things are possible. That doesn't mean they're probable, does it?
I understand that for sure. But just the amount of necessary requirements for that to be a thing just seems patently ridiculous to me.
I think
so. Sure, it's an argument from incredulity. I'll accept it when
the requirements for it not to be a thing are equally silly. I mean, listen to this was
Lagrange points. Hold on, Lagrange points. This mathematical constructions that came up in 1892 that they claim are real, that it's this magical in-between point where gravity doesn't pull or doesn't pull from the other side.
Show me any citation from anyone that says it's a magical point.
Well, what I'm saying is we're being thrust through the universe in multiple different directions, and that Lagrange point is coming with us.
Also, why is the year 1892 significant to this?
That's when Lagrange came. That's when Lagrange had come up with the concept and idea because there were gaps in the math.
Why is it important to mention that?
Oh, it's not. I'm probably off by a couple years. Just saying that the scientist Lagrange.
It's an attempt to sort of, characterize it in a certain way. Oh, we believe this.
Well, what if it was 10,000 years ago?
No, it was actually in the 1700s. I was way off.
And it's magical, Well,
no, I didn't say it like that. Come on, Jeremy. I get you.
Well, you got it right, dude. I mean, to get that. Wait, it was in the 1700s, like right after fucking Cavendish, or what?
Let me see. I think it was actually.
How would he even know that? How would he even know how
mathematical? 1700s, yeah. 1736 was when he was born.
Are
it's a mathematical construct. Yeah, it's a mathematical construct because the fucking numbers had a gap in it. So we'll call this the Lagrange point, where things won't fall out. They'll just stay there.
The pole is so equal at that point that it just stays there.
And see, back then they didn't visualize us being thrust through the Milky Way galaxy. See, back then it was a solar system, and that was pretty much it. So we were just going around the sun. So these held in balance, and they were over only at specific places, mainly between the Earth and the sun. Now, the way it is now, though, with all the different motions that they've had to include in order for this to work because of further observations, it's just patently ridiculous. And they're just like, oh, shit, we need to put something in those Lagrange points, guys.
Hold on.
Why is it patently ridiculous? Well, it's just
I just explained it.
That you make.
I just explained it. That's why.
We're able to launch satellites. We're able to keep them in orbit. But from your
there's two assumptions right there.
From your armchair,
one
you're
assumption.
able to assert that this is patently ridiculous.
For me, I did say, Jeremy, it was an argument from incredulity. There's just too much to add up against it, though, in my mind. I'm a critical thinker. I'm sorry.
Making silly arguments from incredulity.
You know why? Because authority is not part of my equation when I think critically about subjects. Yours is.
Well, no, but incredulity isn't part of mine. So You know, I think that authority is perfectly legitimate. There's nothing
No,
wrong.
I do not. I do not.
There's nothing wrong. Well, you know, that's ridiculous. You know, because you would know
exactly. There's the difference between you and me.
Because you don't argue. Hold on, you don't argue just from your primary knowledge. You're constantly quoting people from all over the place. So you know, you rely on other people.
We all rely, but it's not a factor in that equation.
So why
if it's
pretend
real or not?
Why pretend that you don't? I mean, look at the people you're rejecting and the people that you're accepting.
Yes, that.
I mean, you dump Einstein in favor of Eric.
No, I didn't. No, I haven't. You are being absurd when you say things like that.
Well, you know, you're being absurd when you say things like what you just.
No, I'm not. I just characterized it in a way and articulated it in a way that you don't like. It's just that simple. You just don't like how I characterize it. What's up?
Do you question an architect?
I don't like how you mischaracterize it. Sorry, go on.
Do you question an architect when you walk inside a building?
Right.
Well, no, that's physical engineering and physical science that we can absolutely verify the structure works. No.
Okay.
No, I don't. It's visually apparent. It is objective what it is. But we're talking about cosmology. We're talking about things that happen 1 million miles away from Earth that they claim that originally came from a mathematical construct 300 fucking years ago, 250, whatever. That's my point, is that when NASA goes up and they realize, hey, guess what? All of our guys was right over the past 400 years. Copernicus was dead on, and then fucking Newton figured that shit. Oh, Kepler was his math. No, it's not. This is exactly what has happened. They went up there, and it's exactly what we thought it was for 500 fucking years. We didn't have a steam engine until 1900, a plane until 1920.
Because what you're saying is Copernicus, guy in space. That just is not.
No, I'm not. No, you see, that's the best of your argument.
This guy's discovered. Well, wait a minute. This is how you've characterized it. You've gone 1,500 years ago. There was this guy called Copernicus that made this. That said, you know, this
500, but yeah,
the Earth's. That we're, I don't know, we're orbiting
the terrestrial motion of the Earth, and we're also orbiting the sun instead. Yes,
and then and then in the 1960s, NASA discovered that this was correct or not correct or whatever.
There you go.
And in between, nothing happened at all. No,
I didn't say that. I said Kepler. I said
observations. That was just it. It was just this one guy 500 years ago. We all believed.
I did not, Jeremy. You are misrepresenting everything I just said.
What you said.
No, I said multiple people, and for good reason. Hold on, let me speak. You're accusing me of this. It's ridiculous. I said Copernicus started it out. You had Newton and Kepler. Kepler figured out orbits mathematically fucking that many years ago, 250 years ago as well. Lagrange coming up, seeing his math was a little wrong, so they had to have this little space in between that he named after himself. And then all of the other experiments that happened in between them were right without going up. They weren't able to go until like the 1870s up higher than just 3 miles with a hot air balloon. Human beings had never gone higher than that. The highest up was Auguste Piccard in 1919 when he went up in that balloon rig thing that he set up, and he went up to, I believe, 11 miles, which is pretty extraordinary. So they started doing more tests like this, and then they figured out rockets. So when they went up there on the rockets, it was exactly what these great scientists who had never been up there, who were theorizing with math, they figured it out. It's unlikely to me. I think they're misrepresenting space.
Well,
it's just my opinion, Jeremy. I'm not trying to make you believe that.
I know, but I just think you should present it, in a more straightforward manner.
No, you think I should present it in a way that doesn't make your side look so retarded. That's what I think your issue is.
Yes, that's correct. Because
there you go, everyone. There you go.
Exactly, because if your argument had merit on its own, it wouldn't be required to make my
It's not required. That's incidental. That's incidental that you reacted to.
Is that,
no, it's incidental.
Well, we'll go and take the piss out of something, and that will.
I'm not taking the piss out of it. I'm fucking pointing out facts of your system.
You're mischaracterizing.
Okay, hold on. Let's get a third party in here. Tim,
impossible.
Tim, did the way that I explained it over the past 5 minutes, the intention behind that was to make it look ridiculous, or to present the facts of the matter for the past 500 years?
Media manipulation.
Hold on, I asked Tim.
Well, it's kind of like. I would relate it to John LeBon saying, a guy in 1700s without electricity came up with the mass of the earth. You know, I feel what he's saying, but at the same time, you're just an apologist, bitch. So.
Damn it, you got me again.
Tim being diplomatic there.
Yeah, he can do that sometimes. Listen, Jeremy, I understand where you're coming from, but that should be a view for enough to see that you have no good, credible response other than to attack the fucking messenger of the response.
Well, that's the thing that stands out to me, Kat, is this.
Well, then look,
this characterization of events.
Tell me why Lagrange points make sense.
To try and make it sound silly. And I don't want to argue the physics.
It is silly.
I don't know enough about orbital mechanics to be able to really argue about.
Like I said, it's an argument from incredulity. I'll accept that opening.
But
on my side,
I know when I'm hearing bullshit, and if
sure.
Someone's if someone's taking that approach, I smell a rat. When people are doing that,
Yeah, Confections, as much as you're going to hate this, I have to agree with Jim. I mean, all the flat Earth arguments, whenever they're arguing,
it's not a flat Earth argument, by the way. I'm not. Hold on, Mark. I'm sorry, but I'm not arguing for a fucking flat Earth. Not in any way, shape, or form.
All right, then you're arguing against the globe. Whenever
no, I'm not arguing against the globe. I'm arguing cosmology.
Confections is a flat earther.
They have to attach some ridicule to the argument to some way give their argument.
It wasn't ridicule. This is what I don't understand. I was presenting the facts in a timeline. That's it.
Yeah,
this man lived here. This man lived here.
That every one of your arguments so far, and you've admitted this yourself, has been from incredulity.
No, not every one, but most of them are. And listen, Mark. This is why. Listen, this is why I actually am one of the only ones you're going to fucking meet who state this. Listen, the entire no, there's substance there. There's substance there, but I just give the disclaimer because I want to be open and honest with the way I look at things. So you guys can laugh and mock all you want, but at least I'm honest.
Worm on a fucking fisherman's hook.
At least I'm honest about where I'm coming from. I'm theorizing about these things. I'm taking in facts, and I'm telling you how I think about it differently than you do, and that's your problem. You don't like me thinking differently than you.
I'll claim that you're honest.
Mark, don't start down that fucking path.
He likes to put words in people's mouth.
Well, what triggered you again?
No, it's just...
Go ahead, P-Mars.
Come on, P-Mars, get stuck in.
I was just going to say Mark puts words in people's mouth all the time, and it creates really annoying arguments.
Yeah, he does.
That was P-Mars' emotional side coming out.
So you haven't said that all your
He's a poo-poo head.
Welcome, P-Mars.
Definitely welcome. Yeah, it's
So anyway, we're talking shit about Lobebusters.
No, we're not, dude. I actually thought it was a pretty decent show today. Last week, not so much, but this week.
What did you get let's talk about. Hang on. Let's talk shit about mine and Tim's encounter in the week.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Behind the information curve.
And I want to give a disclaimer because I already know that probably half, if not 75%, of the people in these communities have disowned me just by virtue of me talking with Tim. But well, you can't fucking deny this cat is funny. This shit is hilarious.
You weren't to know Tim was going to go on his infiltration rampage this last week, were you?
Dude, and people don't even know. They're probably like, why does Cathexis even talk to? I've actually had plenty of people say that. And yeah, Tim trolled me for fucking month long with my name. in my likeness, going in talking shit to every fucking chat room that was up. Then porn bomb Nathan Oakley's channel. It was fucking like, so for me, listen, I should have every reason to distance myself from you, but the point I'm trying to make is it's just the fucking internet and it's hilarious. So I can look past that kind of stuff.
You can't distance yourself from us. We're your only remaining friends.
Is that the show that you sniped?
No, I have too many friends at this point, but what's that?
Was that the show that Tim sniped?
No, what he did in his own way, what he did was he went on the Tracking the Sun. I think it was their second set of hours. And he went in with my name and likeness, and they were all like, "Cathexis, oh, it's so great to see you." And then he had this like beautiful sunset video that he found, and he cut it with like some girl sucking a dick. So like halfway through, they're all like, "Oh, that's so beautiful," and then all of a sudden a dick. But it was good lighting. It was like some classy porn, so I got to give him some credit there.
It was classy shit, man.
It was some classy shit. It was. He could have gone like full blown triple P and like really crazy shit, but it was classy. So he did that, and I got the whole thing shut down.
Normally, I would disapprove of everything Tim does, but I just can't help but enjoy it all.
This shit's ridiculous. It's so fucking funny, dude. Like I can't get over it, man.
So stylish.
Yeah, and the two hangouts you guys took over. I mean, it's frustrating for people who are unaware. Like, I feel bad for those Scottish dudes because they didn't even know who Tim Osmond was. They were so in their own little planet world.
Like just like Jed said, he said the guy's just naive, and he should have known. He said he's been in flat Earth all this time. He should know who Tim Osmond is.
He should have known. He should have known.
I don't know who he is. I've heard his name.
I know you got Jed's support now, Tim. I see that you guys made up and had a good conversation on his channel. So Jed's got your back now.
Actually, I mean, all I knew of Jed really was, I just thought he's just another flat earther and never really listened to him.
No, he's not a flat earther at all.
I know. And then when I really came into contact with him was when he was calling us all child groomers on debate.
Yeah.
But then he came in and he was a bit apologetic for that. And I thought, oh, well, that's all right. At least he's being reasonable.
Just a bit. He was
and then when I watched his show the other night, I thought, fuck it, he's bang on. He's so right about so many things. Apart from when he called me stupid. But
well, he actually apologized to me. Before he went into that whole video about the child grooming thing, in the beginning of it, he's like, oh, and I found this channel. I thought it was cool. They were debating things. And then Cathexis is there. He was just on Lobebusters. He's legit. I want to see what this channel's about. And then he mentions me. I wasn't even present. Then he goes straight into John Doe, straight into child grooming. Like within a 2-minute separation from my name being said 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? What are you doing, dude? And so I posted on there and I said, because I've made a decision even before Jed came around that I'm not going to talk to John Doe. He's a fucking ridiculous troll and he's not worth my time. Anytime he just ruins the entire argument every single time. I prefer A4 over that guy. So, and I don't like what he's trying to bring up too. So I wrote that down to him essentially. And the next episode, he called me out even worse. He was like, oh, he came and told me that he wasn't going to go on that channel anymore. I saw him on there today. This is definitely a child grooming network and blah, 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 blah. And he wouldn't let me in. I also was in the chat saying, hey, come in. Let me talk about this. Like, man, blah, blah, blah. I don't approve you using my name so much. Da, 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 da. And he didn't. He's like, no, you've been on too many hangouts. You're a hangout slut. Get the fuck out of here. And so, but the next day he apologized to both Tim and I and took those videos down. But that was fucked up, in my opinion. Like, what was he thinking, man? There's no way he thought that was the reality of the situation. Like, that's the most conspiratorial thing I've ever heard in my life.
Right, yeah, that was weird, wasn't it?
So that's a niche on his discernment, in my opinion. Sorry, Jed, if you're listening, but that was weird. You missed a lot of facts when you were trying to paint it a certain way, and we all kind of knew.
And he said I was stupid, which is another thing he got wrong.
Which is the last thing that I would think after hearing you for the first time.
Well,
that British voice.
He said that you came in and said something stupid about
pictures from
photos.
space.
Yeah, so
Well,
I
look,
agree. I agree
look,
that.
Well, no. Look, you see, the strategy was I knew what Dell's position was, and I knew that what he was going to do was avoid taking a position.
Oh, you're talking about Dell now? Yeah, okay.
So my plan was to do the same, to try not to take a position for as long as possible.
He's learned from the flat earthers, everyone.
So what I did was I had this question ready about is exploration and full exploration or full disclosure, he says. This is a phrase he keeps bandying around. So I had this question ready about that, and I sort of ragged him around on that for a little while. And then he said, right, let me ask you some questions. And I knew he wasn't going to let me get away with it forever. So I knew he was going to ask me for some proof. So I said pictures from space, because I knew as soon as I said pictures from space, he'd go, oh, well, they're all fake. And they'd make it, they'd have a good chuckle about it. And then they'd start throwing examples at me. The idea being that they're then claiming things are fake. And I'm still avoiding the burden of proof. And then they're arguing about something they don't really know anything about, and I'm quite knowledgeable on. So that was the idea. I knew they'd leap on it straight away and start making claims, and I could still avoid having to prove anything. You see.
Now, why
how he thinks that
it worked for a while?
But why do you? But why do you think that was a good choice on your behalf to take a stance like that? Was it to troll them in a way, or would you think that was an effective way of making an argument?
Because I can see, I knew what his position was, and he's just created impossible standards of evidence.
Yeah.
There's no way there'll be no way to get him.
I get you.
Concede on anything. So I just thought, well, the best approach is just to try and beat him at his own game and not make any claims for as long as I possibly can, and to just try and expose what he's doing. And that's why I say pictures from space, because it's just an easy, you know what I mean? It's
isn't that funny?
Jump on
Isn't that funny how logic works, man? Logic, you can't exactly go into a debate and not have any assertions. Like him thinking that he has no assertions, saying that I know it's not a spinning ball.
Right.
That is an assertion. That I mean, you don't have any proof for that either way.
But the funny thing is, though, it could, if you want to be honest about it, it could go both ways. You could say it doesn't matter that the globe is already established. You could go and say that. Think about when people did think the Earth was flat, right? At some point, the whole suggestion of a ball Earth with terrestrial motion would be the claim, and it would be very difficult to prove. That's why it took so long for it to get full traction. So he's flipping it on you guys. But to be honest about it, that's not a fallacy. I mean, it could be done both ways if you think about it.
Well, what the problem with it is, though, that if you keep asserting that you just don't know, you haven't got a position on something, if you say this about enough things, then ultimately all you're doing is arguing that you're stupid. You're just arguing.
It's a huge argument from incredulity and ignorance. I will give you that all day long.
You just argue. Well, I'm just too ignorant to argue about this, essentially. Do you know?
I'm going to grill you. I'm going to grill you and get pissed at you if you don't answer it the way that I like it. Like what?
Yeah, and this is the reason why I've come out and spoken about it the way that I have, is because I'm trying to be as honest and knowledgeable about things as I possibly can, and I'm trying to deconstruct any belief systems I might have.
Yeah, I gave that.
So I will come out and I will tell you that. At this point, I realize it's a massive argument from incredulity and from ignorance. That's the fallacies that are in play when it comes to flat Earth. But the problem is there's no way around that. So let's pretend for a moment that it is a deception, and that there is a certain group that has all the right information. Well, we as civilians cannot gain that. So the only argument we could have rationally would be that argument from incredulity or ignorance.
No. You could have a whistleblower.
I'm saying from most people with little access to things is that's going to be the base starting point. So all I'm saying is like just try to look at this as like honest as you can about why the arguments are made. It's a fucking weird thing. It's hard to prove either way.
See, I used to think I could like study things and gain knowledge and be able to prove my points to other people, but I realize it's a waste of fucking time. Like I think everyone's under a magic spell basically, and that's why I got interested in magic.
It seems like it.
So guys, we understand the physics of our world. We understand that it is very large. So the problem there
who's
lies,
we, Tim?
Hold on.
Who's we?
Exactly.
Who's we?
The problem lies in what kind of evidence can we actually bring to the table to prove the globe to a person like that? And I think the answer probably is, at the end of the day, strap them to a rocket or get them up into a jet that goes like 70, 80K or something like that. Like literally, and if we can kind of set that and say, hey, this is where we're at. I don't have the information. You don't believe in pictures. You don't believe in gravity. You don't believe in space, all this kind of stuff. We're at a crossroads where I can't actually tell you anything that you're going to believe anymore. So this is actually not worth anyone's time. Yeah,
I agree. And I think that's this subject. I think the elites know this, that it's this very strange, amorphous issue. And I have to agree with you, Tim, at this point, that I feel like it was put before us in an unorganic way to get the people who are researching things distracted from what they were looking into.
Nice.
I actually agree with you at this point.
Yeah. You can just look.
Yeah. And I think they know that this is one of their big ones. You know what I mean? Like this is something for the ages. They know about this, and I think they pulled out the big guns here at the very end of their process. So big changes are about to happen over the next 3 years. I think by 2020, things are going to be very different.
I've floated it. I've floated it before. This kind of thing kind of sprouted up around election season, and we did have like one of the biggest criminals try to be president in the world. So it's my conspiracy theory on it. We're just one of them. Just saying, who knows? It could be. I mean, you look at stuff like these numbers that they throw out, like 33 million for George Soros to do the Black Lives Matter and all these little things.
Yeah, 33,000.
Well, no, I'm saying somebody could throw 2 million into this project and get people like PR Monkey, Mark Sargent, and some other people to come out and do this stuff, and they get paid, and it all seems like a community and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I wouldn't put it past anybody for this.
No, this could be even as simple as a PR company, like you were saying.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'd say any old shit for $2 million.
That's the thing. Actually, Jeran said that earlier today.
I'd say
said,
really,
yeah, actually, no, Jeran gave a really good point. He said, really think about what you would do for $1 million. Don't say it out loud. Just know what it is that you've thought about, what you would do. Think of all the crazy things you do. So if you were in a situation where you had to lie about the earth itself, they pick these people who are willing to sell out. Like, that's a good point, actually. None of these guys look like exceptional, brilliant engineers and scientists.
And so where's their wealth, though, Alexis? If they're getting all these dollars, millions of dollars, where are they spending it?
Yeah, where are the space scientists with mansions?
They're all six figures. What the fuck are you talking about? That's enough money. Their bank accounts, we don't know what exists in.
Come on.
Trust me, they've got their big ass houses. Here, let me go find Scott Kelly's house real quick.
Who's Scott Kelly?
Scott Kelly's, of course they're not going to live. They're not going to be driving around Lambos and shit. I mean, they're just going to live very comfortably.
Exactly.
Their family's going to be taken care of, healthcare, all this kind of shit, and I mean, it's the old briefcase or the gun kind of deal. In some cases, I wouldn't necessarily put it here, but I have told. That's funny that Jeran started saying that whole thing about astronauts sounding like idiots, because I said that to him in that private conversation we had. Because literally, you listen to some of the, like when they're on the moon jumping around and shit, some of the things they say, they literally sound like some fucking hicks they got off.
Dude, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Which ones? Wait, which ones? What did you
Just
say?
like
Again?
the astronauts, man, jumping around on the moon. They sound like fucking like Hicks.
Retards.
Yeah.
Deep the doop the deep the doop.
Yeah, look at that rock over there. Let's go climb that mountain. I mean, literally.
It's so
I think,
retarded. Trust me.
You know, you may be talking about Jack Schmidt on Apollo 17. He gets like really excited all the time.
So here, check it out. Check it out.
He's a geologist, right? And
wow.
That's why he was on that mission, because it's the last mission. They wanted to get a scientist on the moon. So he's actually a geologist by trade.
Dude, Jim, you know me and you. If that shit was true, like we would shit our pants, dude. I mean, I would literally be screaming like a schoolgirl if I was literally doing that.
If the BBC came out and said that space was fake.
No, if I was if I was on the moon, dude, and this shit is legit, like I think that would be the coolest fucking thing ever.
Can you imagine if your job is geologist and you're
on the moon
and you're on the moon and he's seeing all this stuff?
Well, he
finds the Genesis rock.
Just quickly, let me read this too. Yeah, he finds all that petrified wood too. That's on the moon too.
Do they have to have any experience in certain fields to be qualified to?
Here, let me. It's usually aeronautics. Most of these guys are test pilots who get brought up into
pilots and things like that, right?
Yeah, and all of them are mostly Freemasons too. So, but here, let me read this real quick. Okay, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration has a budget of $18.5 million for astronauts, and astronauts earn between $64,000 and $141,000 annually. But the most famous astronauts achieve international celebrity status that transcends their paycheck. John Glenn is worth $5 million, his net worth. Neil Armstrong was worth $8 million when he passed away. Buzz Aldrin is worth $10 million. Jim Lovell is worth $2 million. Scott Kelly is only worth $500,000. But you see his wife. What's his wife's name? That crisis actor, Tim. What's that woman's name? The one who got shot in the head.
Oh, the one that got shot in the
pretends to be retarded.
Head. That actually be retarded. Yeah. Oh God.
What's her name?
Know.
Oh man, P. Mars, you got to help me out here. I got to find this name real quick because I want to see her network.
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember her name.
Shit, what is her name? Okay,
she's one of the worst actors. I'm sorry, but she's
Kelly's
terrible.
wife shot. Let me see. What was Scott Kelly's brother's name?
Confections, though, even the wages you mentioned was only 10% of $1 million, wasn't it? You said 100,000.
Hold on.
60,000 to 100,000.
Mark Kelly. Yeah, what about it, dude? And that's just their base pay. It's not anything else that they might receive. Mark Kelly's wife.
And I think
here we go.
Armstrong and
Gabrielle Giffords. That's what I'm talking about. Let me see what Gabrielle Giffords' net worth is.
Look, I'm sorry. I got shot. I'm a strong person.
Courageous, but she can't say courage.
Person.
Oh my God.
We sound like such dicks saying this, but really, if you watch it,
I know. But look, man, people need to fucking know what the hell's going on here.
Know this name. I don't know who she is.
Okay, Gabrielle Giffords was somebody who participated in a shooting, quote unquote, that happened in, I think it was Arizona, and this is many, many years ago, like 6 years ago. Well, it was, of course, she got shot in the head with an AR-15, literally, in the front of her fucking skull cap, right above her temple. Okay.
Oh,
of course, get your Metabunk up too. Now, let me just tell you what. Anyways, so she gets shot in the fucking head with an AR-15. They take her to the hospital in no rush very much, actually, and there's no blood anywhere to be seen, not even on the white rag that's over this shot head in her brain. And so they take her to the hospital. 2 weeks later, she's back home talking all funny. She's pretending, and you can tell when you fucking see it, dude. It's not... I can't fucking stress
this. It sounds like it's going to be something that's too nuts for Snopes.
No, type in Gabrielle Gifford shooting hoax. It should be there. Look, man, it's one of the most obvious ones in my opinion. Tim, can you back me up on this one?
Obvious what? Crisis actors?
Yeah, the most obvious I've ever seen, personally. But that's just me.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that that girl named Israel who was supposed.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Face.
Dude, the fucking those
is now.
Those one of my favorites was Sotloff or whatever, where supposedly he got his head cut off, and you can watch the video. It's total nonsense, but
oh, you were talking about one of the Syrian green screen?
Yeah, it was the first one, dude. The first one where his parents came out, and they were just terrible crisis actors. That's actually one of the first videos I made on Tim Osmond a long, long time ago. My first one.
It's really bad. When you have eyes to see, like when you understand.
No. The next day, his brother and sister came on, and they had the worst duping delight I've ever seen in my life, dude.
Bro,
they were
so
laughing.
obvious.
They were laughing throughout the whole thing, and then they were literally in what looked like to be like their house, and they're having an interview or something, and one of the pictures just falls off the wall, dude.
Yeah, I remember that.
Because it's this fake ass fucking thing that they have them come
studio.
in. Yeah. Just ridiculous.
No, Duper's Delight is an actual psychophysiological response. It is something that occurs when somebody knows the truth about something and trying to say the other thing. Some people are just better than others at hiding it, but a lot of people aren't, and that's the problem. So you can see it once you're aware of this, and this is the same with like how to tell a liar. Like there's so many like technical ways that like the CIA and higher up police agencies know what to look for in order to demonstrate if somebody's lying about something. Well, you can see it. Duper's Delight is number one on the list practically, and it's there, man. It's there in most of these shooting hoaxes.
I think the Lisa Nowak story kind of makes me think that there's some MK Ultra shit going down.
Oh, the Cassidy Stay was one of the worst, dude. This girl's family got killed, and she was doing devil horns and smiling and laughing at a press interview.
Yeah, it's over the top, dude. And she supposedly what's up, dude?
I'm sorry. Did you see the last Eric Dubé video? He was quoting you, I think.
What?
The last Eric Dubé video, he starts
what did he say?
The things that you've been saying in your hangouts.
Yeah. Hey, you know what, Hank? You're absolutely right. I was actually going to tell Cathexis about this. I was actually going to talk to Cathexis about this because I hear some of the things that I've said that are unique to what I've thought before and what Cathexis has said. And I think I was like, what the fuck? What if I've heard before that debate is whatever his fucking name is, Dubé, but I don't know. At least these people listen to us. I know Lobebusters and Jeranism does. I've heard Jeran say a ton of the things that you say. Hold on one sec. Yeah, you guys hold on. Listen to this shit. Listen to this shit.
Well, you got it queued up or something? Or you want us to hear you smoke weed or something? What's going on?
Oh, can you not hear that?
No. He's just getting Dubai out of the cupboard.
420 blaze it.
Dude, Grim came on last week with fucking 6 jars of nugs. I was so jealous. What do you got, Tim? Can't hear it, man.
I had actually, it's Jeff C's old video, but it's Gabrielle Gifford fucking talking. It's ridiculous, dude.
What's his name? Who else has got a really good compilation? There's a couple. Just all you got to do is type in Gabby Gifford's compilation. You're going to find us. And to watch it, to see her fucking fake-ass astronaut husband, who is Scott Kelly's twin fucking brother, it's so weirdly interconnected, and it's just so obvious what the fuck's going on. Duper Delight all the time. It's over the top, man. They're selling characters to people. Why wouldn't you? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you get into this position of power of controlling the media in this regard, why not propagandize your own people with false events?
Hey, Cadexis, when you listen to it, like, notice that Eric Dubé, he's having a bad day or something. He's like having trouble speaking, or he's hopped up, or he hasn't slept or something. But when he gets to the part where he's quoting you, he has the most trouble speaking at all. And I think it's because he's not familiar with those lines.
What, are you talking about the quantum? You're talking about the quantum physics materialism argument and the show that we've been doing? I think I might have heard him and thought it sounded eerily familiar. Were you talking about the interview that he just did, the last one on his channel?
Yeah.
Or, okay. Yeah, in the beginning, it was like a 10-minute mark or something, right?
I think it was in the middle of the video too. Like it was more than once where I was like, "That's Cathexis," because I quote you too, dude. So I mean,
Hank, I'm surprised that you said that first of all about the Cathexis and brought that up, but also that he was just kind of having a pretty rough day or something. He was not sounding in his natural self. His natural flow was
Yeah, he went off
for
on a
some
weird
reason.
tangent too, when he was trying to make a joke about that rap music artist. Shit, what is his name? This old rapper. And he was trying to make like a joke about Flip Mode, and was what the Busta Rhymes.
Oh yeah, Flip Mode Squad or whatever.
Yeah, he's like, I'm starting to think that Flip Mode, they're actually Masons, and Flip Mode is to flip it on people, and they're just laughing in our faces. And it was just a weird little. Wasn't that funny?
Zsa Zsa
listens to Busta. Nope, she didn't. She was probably, check the dates. She's probably off on some island past the Antarctic rim.
Okay.
So that's what they do.
Yeah. It does seem unlikely that at 99 years old she would die.
Exactly.
That does seem unusual.
Exactly. Don't
Hold on.
think like
See if you can hear this real quick. Cathexis, don't talk real quick.
Thank you for inviting me here today. The last few years have been hard. I feature every day full of fault, and you can too. Stopping gun violence takes courage. The courage to do what's right, the courage of new ideas. I've seen great courage when my life was on the line. Now is the time to come together. Be responsible. Democrats, Republicans, we must never stop fighting. Fight, fight, fight. Be bold, be courageous. The nation is counting on you. Thank you.
God, of course, it immediately brings up gun violence and shit.
Yeah, and then courageous at the end.
You gotta see her face too, because she's just trying too hard.
It's awkward, bro. Do you feel? I know you feel that like empathetic, like, oh, you're doing it wrong. You're not doing a good job. I see what you're doing. Like, I don't know. It's such a weird feeling. Like, it's cringe. That's what cringe is, essentially.
Let me
cringe
say,
every time I see her.
Who takes a AR round to the dome and is still able to speak. But
hats off.
Fight.
Yeah, it's something else, man. Like apparently it was shot from only about 30 feet away, if I remember correctly. An AR-15 round to the forehead, essentially, on the right side of the brain. Huh?
Yeah, that's even worse.
Yeah, that to me, you're getting the temporal lobe, you're getting your your right hemisphere, and you're getting, the back. I mean, it's just doesn't.
It's going in and popping out, like popping.
Yeah, and it'll blow that back right open.
Blowing through.
For her to 2 weeks later. Like, how stupid do they think? Well, they know.
Negator says it was a 9mm.
Even fucking still.
Fuck.
Oh, he called me a stupid fuck. Negator, you gotta relax, dude. I have never shown you any explicit disrespect.
This is real.
Dude,
they said it on the news. This is real.
He's so negative.
That's what's going on here. Seriously, Negator, you're getting way too jaded. You're stop being a human.
Fight, Negator.
Fucking pathetic, dude.
Negator is a defender of the second.
He's a purveyor of truth.
Well, we'll say that. But we've talked before about defending your family, and we agree on the right to defend your family. And as a proud owner of an AR-15, 900 feet per second, I doubt that it's just gonna make you a little retarded if you get hit with one of those. It's gonna do a little more than that.
Yeah, I would.
He's saying 9mm though.
So what? I don't care if it's a 22. 22 might be reasonable to come out talking that way. But
it was a Glock Glock 19.9mm semi-automatic handgun.
Wait, and actually, Hank, can you help me? Is it true? Wait, do AR-15s? What round do they shoot?
Most of them shoot 5.56. There are some that do 2.23 and 5.56, both.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the size difference from?
Well, it's not. Really
actually, it says the NATO, 5.56 and then 2.23 Remington. I don't know what that means.
5.56
the
and
difference.
2.23, they're about the same size projectile. It's like a 22, but a little bit longer, and it's got a high velocity round, so it's going really fast through the air. Not a whole lot of mass. So, and you compare them to the AK round, which is 7.62 by 3.9. It's got about the same amount of velocity, but the AK round is
okay, I'm looking at. I see right now. It's a little bit more slender, but it's definitely a long shell. The 5.56 versus the 9mm. Yeah.
But if you get hit
well,
one of those,
but still, there's. I think so, and it would still pop out the back of the head in a violent way.
Well, she was shot in the back of the head, and the bullet left through her forehead.
Excuse me.
Nasty. That's nasty, dude.
And it went right through her brain.
Oh man, it's so. I'm sorry, Jeremy.
Well, hold on. This is from Scientific American, and what they're saying is people rarely survive gunshot wounds to the head. In the wake of this brutal tragedy, it is worth recognizing the series of highly fortunate events that led to Gifford's continued survival. I can go through this if you want. It'll take a couple of minutes if you want to hear it.
Fight. Sure.
Yep. Okay. The bullet reportedly fired from a Glock 19.9mm semi-automatic handgun entered the left side of the back of her head and traveled through her brain, exiting through her forehead. This through and through path indicates the bullet was probably designed to expand or break into smaller fragments once inside the body, which would have caused much more severe injury.
So it was a clean shot through and through.
Further, the wound would have been much more damaging had the bullet ricocheted off the inside of her skull, or if it had remained lodged in her brain matter, where it could migrate around and cause additional harm. As the projectile traveled forward, it remained in her brain's left hemisphere, avoiding crossing through the middle to the other side, which, according to Black, I'll tell you who he is at the end, which, according to Black, could have caused catastrophic injury. The bullet's trajectory was also high enough to apparently avoid certain crucial left hemisphere structures, including areas responsible for language processing, a notion reinforced by reports that Giffords has been responsive to commands. Immediately following the injury, it was not only the quality but also the speed of the care Giffords received that probably saved her life. As we say in neurosurgery, he's a neurosurgeon, this Black guy. As we say in neurosurgery, time is brain. Crucially, one of Gifford's aides positioned her so that blood did not impede her breathing. Subsequent transport to the Level 1 Trauma Center at the University of Arizona University Medical Center in Tucson, and the care given once she arrived was very rapid. Reportedly, only 38 minutes transpired between the time she was injured and when she entered surgery. That the facility was fully equipped to handle such a traumatic injury was the key. It was very important that there was no delay. Once she arrived at the hospital, Black says, adding, if she would have had to be transferred to another facility, her prognosis probably would have not been as good. A fact he notes that speaks to the need for more Level 1 centers across the country. Once in surgery, neurosurgeons removed bone fragments, worked to stop the bleeding, and then performed an operation called a decompressive hemicraniotomy. The procedure, which has become popular in the past decade or so, especially in the context of battlefield brain injuries, entails the removal of a portion of the skull to allow room for the brain to swell. Brain swelling creates increased pressure inside the cranium, and if part of the bone is not removed, the pressure disrupts a vital differential between blood pressure and the pressure in the brain. When it comes to swelling, Black explains minutes count, and the fact that the pressure in her brain was relieved so quickly is essential to a relatively positive prognosis. Brain injuries are complex, and it's too early to know definitely the extent to which Giffords will ultimately be set back, or if she can make a full recovery. But the next few days will be very critical, Black says, as potentially dangerous brain swelling tends to maximize on the third day of injury, which would be Tuesday.
This was written on the third day of injury?
Yeah,
not even. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey,
dude.
hey, Jeremy, can you go to the Hangouts chat and share this video that they just put in the chat?
Sure.
I wanted to show you. I kind of want to put a compilation of some of these.
Dude.
Negator.
Yeah, dude. Negator is so
Okay.
triggered.
I wanted to start putting some of the things like I might make a little collage of like Boston bombing, the hoaxathon bombing, but yeah,
they'll love that.
I wanted to see what you thought about this Charlie Hebdo thing where these guys got
Dude,
out of
the AK, what is it, like 12 inches from his head? He just pretends to move his arm back, and the guy pretends to put his head down, and he keeps running.
Look what Negator's watching. This is
Dude,
great.
he's so triggered by this being a
getting
possibility.
shot in the head by an AK-47.
Well, I mean, let's be honest, okay? The man is in the military. He cannot possibly question these things openly. I know, I'm serious. My pops was in the military. He would never go around, questioning the authority complex at the moment. He's fucking getting money from them. Why would he bite the hands that he feeds?
He's a shield.
Well, I'm not saying that explicitly, but I am saying that by virtue of his by virtue of his authority structure, he would not be able to say anything other than defend them. Just saying.
Like at 40 seconds there, Jeremy. And if you can present to everyone, maybe.
Negator, have you seen somebody shot before in real life? Like through your course of work?
AK?
He called me a little bitch. Oh, fuck off, Negator. You're gonna be like that. I'm not lying. He says he has seen somebody get shot. What part of the world were you in? Just, you don't need to be too specific. Just curious.
So they fucked up on this one pretty in several areas, mostly because they had Israeli press up there already there. That's who's filming this right now.
So he said he saw someone get shot in Iraq. I guess when you're installing servers, there might be a possibility of being shot. And he says that, quote, people that disagree with me are all brainwashed. I think he's trying to mock me. But, yeah, I know
Jeremy,
there's no blood splatter a lot of times. Sorry,
Jeremy, did you say that was a handgun from 30 feet away?
Look at that watermelon.
Oh, wait, what do you got there?
This is what we're watching right here, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like some blank fired off on the ground or something.
It was a blank. If you listen to the fucking the sound of it, they're shooting blanks, dude.
Yeah, and it pushed the air. Look, it pushes the air right where he shot it at. No blood spray, no blood splatter.
He just kind of lays. There's no recoil on the gun. There's no recoil on the guy's
Look, he lifts his head right there. Did you see him? He lifted his head again.
He just lays down.
He just lifted his head.
We should get Negator in here, actually, because he knows about guns.
Oh, he's going to just derail and go into a negative way like he usually does.
Hold on, he's...
So, hey, they conveniently left their passports behind, too.
Oh.
You know that? And then, do you remember that whole story, dude? Didn't they go to, like, some news station, hold it up, and then call the police or something stupid, dude? It was so ridiculous. These guys get out of a car screaming Allahu Akbar, shooting blanks,
Yeah.
And shoot, they run over, shoot some dude in the head.
Did you see the new one in Syria where the car explodes? No. Dude, you have to check this out. So the car explodes, and this is like CCTV from a place in Syria. So someone goes up to the car, puts a bomb into it. You see this recorded. Then it blows up, and it's not a very big explosion, but it gets the car on fire and puts a little debris around. Then 20 people, within 30 seconds of it going off, 20 people run up into the shot and fall over and pretend to be dead and injured. Then 4 people come around and try to put them into vehicles. And you can see that it's not even a fucking guess that it's fake. It is absolutely 100% fake. And this was published it was released to Live Leak talking about this whole Syria thing. So this is actual proof that for propaganda reasons, they're faking events in order to have a desired effect. So I'll find that for you real quick. What's that?
It's Hegelian science. They're playing this part.
Absolutely.
And they're doing it on purpose. And I got to say, I've had watermelons stand up next to my AK. I got a Mac 90 here in the States. And this Mac 90, it's basically a modified AK, hence Mac and AK. And when you shoot a watermelon, dude, watermelon guts go everywhere. Everywhere. And there would be no problem for that round to go inside of the skull and outside the other end. And it makes a mess. It's a messy gun. What I just saw, like in this video right here, where this dude walks up and allegedly shoots, in my opinion, he missed. Like, no bullet hit that guy whatsoever. Probably because there was not a bullet. And the gun didn't even look like it recoiled that much.
Yeah, there's no recoil. I mean, it's pathetic, dude.
It's pretty bad, dude. It's pretty bad. But PK Truth has been looking into the whole Syria thing, and he's counted at least 5 to 10 staged events that have come out in the media where he's looked into it and realized it's a staged event. And that's reasonable. In my opinion, I mean, that's what war is. War has more to do with information and PSYOP material than actual, like, it's about the hearts and minds, and that includes your own country. If they removed the Smith-Mundt Act in 2012, which states that our government can propagandize us. So I'm pretty sure they're doing it.
What are we looking at here on this video?
That's the Charlie Hebdo.
I'm a 280-pound dude, right?
Are we saying that he didn't get shot? Is that what that's saying?
Well, it's up to what do you think?
Well, I did see. If you go back, I saw like a dust cloud.
Yeah, that's what a blank does. It would fire off kind of a burst of air, and that the ground would. Yeah, there's a filter on it. You can see it's not blood.
Kathy, you are. Maybe it's me. Actually.
No, it's Bob. We're all echoing Bob.
Yeah, so when I shoot that gun, it has a massive recoil. It has bruised me when it slips off of my shoulder and it falls down below the arm into that little gap. It will bruise you. So that gun, has a pretty good kick. It's not like a 30-06 or nothing, but that gun will kick the shit out of you. And if you're a little Muslim, more.
Yeah, it's just it's so unlikely. Here's the fake car bomb attack that is 100% proven to be faked. There's not any.
Hold on a minute. What
nonsense.
does something have to be 100% proven that it's fake?
Visually, you'll see.
Did you do it primary evidence or secondary evidence?
This is primary knowledge. The car bomb goes off, then they rush the actors in, so to speak, and you can't deny it. Like, it's pretty obvious what they're doing. So let me get it up.
Oh, I bet you I can deny it.
Here we go. No. Listen. It's short. You'll appreciate it. Hey, Negator, here's some propaganda that you guys like to fucking do all the time in your military. You probably work for the PSYOPs. But yeah, this This is propaganda. That's what it is. It's trying to demonstrate how ravagely terrible our enemy is so that they continue to gain support from the people who are supporting them in our own country. They've done this in every, they did this in Vietnam. They absolutely did this in World War II.
I can agree
They're
with you.
doing it now. Yeah, they're just doing it. It's just propaganda, man. They have whole fucking divisions for this shit. Full-blown media psyop groups.
Now, even though I agree that it is propaganda, that I can't sit there and say with 100% truth that what I'm looking at in those videos is propaganda.
Well, you haven't seen this video. The Texas is gonna pull it up, and even Jeremy's gonna say, "You know what? That's fake fuck."
Bet you I don't.
Do you guys know that, like,
sorry.
Do you
guys know our military reviews, like, all the Hollywood scripts? Because, like, our military loans Hollywood old military equipment to film for their films, and that saves them a shitload of money. And then part of the deal is the military gets to, like, review their scripts and approve the shit and change shit they want.
So Jeremy, did you see any evidence of a man being shot in the head and dying? I mean, did you see any evidence of that?
Well, I mean, do we know that he's dead? For one.
Yeah, that's the story, the official story at least. Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think I don't think it's impossible that he could have survived that. The guy may have missed.
No, I'm saying that the official story is saying that he was shot in the head and died.
Right, but
so we have to go.
I think in that situation, that is something they might lie about. That's a possibility anyway. But also, I'm not convinced he wasn't just shot. I mean, I don't know loads about gunshot wounds, but I'm sure it isn't like it is in the movies all the time. So that's
getting shot with an AK that close.
And hang on. And the other thing I would say, this is the Charlie Hebdo shooting. A lot of people lost their lives, and it just, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's very likely that.
Well, that's what they said. A lot of people lost their lives.
Hold on. Well, where are those people now? You think they were spirited
I didn't know
away?
any of them. Did you?
Well, no, but I don't. It's reasonable to assume that they existed.
Why? Because the news told you?
No, some of them people that died on that Charlie Hebdo were well-known journalists.
Right.
So how many journalists?
So although you
how many
can
were
argue
there?
that we didn't know them personally,
the 12 or something.
The well-known journalists, they would have been missed in them circles.
I can't remember how many. I don't know how many it was, but
I told you that there's an island on the other side of Antarctica in the extended plane, and that they're all staying on.
Seriously, what do you think? I mean, were they assassinated anyway, or
who knows?
Paid off, or
what? Yeah, I mean, at least you're thinking about it. But I mean, how is anybody going to know those answers? All I'm saying is what we're given is utter bullshit.
Well,
to believe it.
So
would be
all about all the
ridiculous.
families, that went to their funerals. So they'd have to get them to be active
money
as well, wouldn't they?
Matters. Money matters
so
a lot,
saying
dude.
all the families that went to the funerals, they've all been paid off, have they?
Hey, there's a bunch of families that went to the funerals that were not open caskets for Sandy Hook that get millions of dollars each year from donations and shit.
You can't have another. You can't do another one already.
No, I'm just saying that some of these hoaxes, sometimes they get free houses, sometimes they get fucking money for it.
I've only just done Gabby Gifford, and we've done Charlie Hebdo, and now we're on Sandy Hook.
Oh, let's bring up Boston Hoaxathon firecracker bombing.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, there are some that are, if you are honest with what you're seeing, you're honest in your desire to understand these events, and you do a good amount of research into them, I haven't found too many people who walk away and say, no, those are totally legit.
Well,
I'm serious.
With respect, I think that this Charlie Hebdo thing is probably, the good amount of research is probably based on those 2 seconds of video and what people think should be happening, which most people, not everyone, but most people are basically.
No, there's tons more. No,
Jeremy, let me come in here and talk about that. I came in here specifically to talk about that.
Sure, go ahead.
Bullshit by supposedly people here that shoot guns, which now makes me wonder if they actually do. Okay. I don't know if you guys know, I'm kind of a gunny myself. Watermelon is a
damn
horrible...
epistemology.
Oh, sorry, my daughter.
You running the daycare or some shit?
A watermelon is a absolutely horrible human analog.
That's fair, and that's why we didn't jump on the point. Hank was just making an anecdotal position.
Let me show you guys a video here. A pig head is a much better human analog. And you can see
you sound
people
like
here.
you've been looking for human analogs for a while.
Right.
You can see people here shooting pig heads with various caliber guns. I was looking for one with a 223, but you know, 9mm is pretty good because it's a very high velocity round. It'll go right through, just in the same way as a 223 would from an AK-47. Yeah, heads don't act like watermelons. Heads don't act like watermelons,
really, let's not come in and bring up that straw man. Okay,
Yeah,
let's actually analyze the video that we were given. Okay, so what we see and hear, if you actually listen to it, it definitely sounds like those are blanks. First of all, second of all, we don't see any kind of recoil from the weapon. Third of all, we see some kind of plume of dust. Fourth of all, we do not see any kind of blood, explosion of head. There's video afterwards with the guy laying there. There's no blood. So let's analyze that.
The amount of blood that would have occurred in these events.
If he's shooting a blank, if you've already said that he's shooting a blank, why are you saying that there's no recoil? It doesn't matter if you're shooting a blank. The weapon will still cycle.
Well, depends on the strength of them.
Bullet projectile out compared to pushing air out is 2 totally different things.
Yeah, but it will still cycle the weapon, so there's definitely still plenty of back pressure coming.
Okay, is it the same amount of recoil? It's not. Okay, but
it will still cycle the weapon. There's still plenty, right? And you can shoot an AK-47 one-handed. You know.
Yeah,
I have
there's
two
still
of them.
some recoil, especially in motion. You gotta also look. The man is in motion, leaning over a specific way, off balance. That would allow recoil to occur. It's not. It's not there.
There's definitely not enough evidence there to say.
Well, sure there isn't, but it's going to put you on a rabbit. It's going to put you on a rabbit.
Is there any evidence to know that that man died besides what was told to us in the media?
So let me say this: when boxers hit each other, you can see their head recoil. Their head bounces a little bit when they get hit. It's pretty famous high-speed footage of people's faces just jiggling.
Right, because the head is absorbing all the energy of the punch, whereas the bullet is going right through the skull, and so very little of the kinetic energy of the bullet is actually being traded into the head.
Oh, give me a break.
Okay, so let me ask you this: did the bullet? Hold on. Did the bullet? Hold on. Just quickly, Tim. Did the bullet reportedly go through his head, or was it lodged in the brain? Have you found that information yet?
There's no way a 223 would get lodged in the brain. I mean, it's possible, but very likely. It's
okay,
go
so
right
that's
through.
supposed to be completely through, right? Don't you
really
think there would be a good amount of blood coming out the other side?
Something like a 22 rimfire is pretty notorious for entering the skull but not having the energy to exit, so it kind of goes in there and rattles your shit, which can be more dangerous than a high power, high speed projectile like a 223, right? So.
That's correct.
Something like a 223, you would, except for unless it happens to take some very weird path. Generally speaking, at that velocity, it's going to go right through. It's going to come in and it's going to come out, which means very little of the energy of that bullet will get traded to the head, which is unlike a boxer punch in which you have a huge amount of energy all going to the head, and none of it, it trades completely. The inertia of the fist trades completely with the head.
All right, well, here's the thing about your exit wound. Exit wounds from a 223, especially up close, are massive.
Yeah,
because of velocity makes a massive exit wound.
Let me see if I can find some 223 hitting a because people hunt with 223. Let's see some exit wounds.
I mean, we're talking about this.
We're talking about headshots
hit
too.
someone in the stomach and make someone's heart stop because the velocity is so wow. That's a lot of kinetic energy.
So, like I said, I guess there's really not enough evidence to say that that man was killed that day, unless you're going by the news. Is my point, right?
Cathexis, pull up that video where people went and like got in position after the bomb exploded.
I got it. Yeah, I just linked it. It's in the chat, but Negator's been crying for so long, it's probably way up higher. But yeah, if you just scroll up past Negator's crying, then you'll find it. It says staged car bombing. But yeah, this was supposedly in Iraq. And if you watch, it's short, it's only about 2 minutes. The bomb explodes in the vehicle. 20 people get right in the camera shot. They all
Can you share this, Negator, or can you share this, Jeremy?
Yeah, sure.
You got it? Or are you doing something different, Tim?
Nah, Jeremy's got it.
Okay, cool. Man, I gotta turn off my damn vibrate.
I know, dude. There's so much chatting going on.
And fucking, I got the ED crew telling me to go over there and talk to George, but I'm not going to be able to go for the experiment.
Crew?
Huh?
The erectile dysfunction?
Right? That's what ED is. Trust me. It's a circle jerk with erectile dysfunction. So they're not very good at it.
I always get yelled at when I go over there.
Yeah, they're ridiculous. They're not there to possibly exchange ideas. They're there to recommend you if you don't believe like them. And they're there to pat each other on the back like a globalist group therapy session. It's okay. They're
But
stupid.
isn't it funny that they're so boring?
It's so
boring, dude.
But think about it. Think of the links they went to congratulate themselves. They made a dumb fuck of the year award. Right? So they're just sitting there just like, oh, he's dumber than I am. Oh, he's dumber than he is. And that's what they do. Like, that is the most insecure fucking nonsense I've ever seen from a group that claims to be esteemed in knowledge. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why I'm not an atheist. I just look at atheists. I'm like,
It's
no.
so ridiculous, dude. They're clowns.
Jeremy,
There's
I'm
no other way
curious.
for it. They're not even... But listen, these atheist cats, they aren't even clowns. They're the whole fucking circus, tense and all. Like, they're ridiculous. I can't take them seriously when I find out that they're an atheist, but like a declared atheist. I have like Jeremy's even admitted that he's open to the possibility, and at some point he's gone into this argument to hopefully find some valid information that would make him believe that way. So in Jeremy's case, I have no disrespect. He's seeking. These guys have found already. They claim they know.
They know.
Who the fuck is a 23-year-old gonna know? Anyways, Negator's a fag.
Well, you know what they say, employ a teenager while they still know everything. Now, what I see here is, I mean, they're obviously staging this thing, but what is the source of this? Hold on,
can you replay that? I didn't see it.
It's propaganda. It's propaganda, Jeremy.
Of course it is, but, you know, what is the source of it? I mean,
the source was from Iraq, from a CCTV.
Because you've got all these factions. Yeah, but when is it from then?
It's recent. It's within the past 2 weeks.
So Iraq or Syria?
I think it was on the border.
Because you've got all these factions there that have all, that are all trying to manipulate the media and, get whoever on their side. So it doesn't surprise me that this sort of thing is going on. Like,
have you done any research on the white helmets, Jeremy?
But like earlier on, there was this whole, the mustard gas attack that
that's what kicked all this off.
That Assad was blamed for, but there, nobody.
No, it was
really.
us.
Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows who did it. You know what I mean?
Okay, let me ask you this: Do you believe ISIL or ISIS is an organic operation that is there to fight for the freedom fighters and attack Assad, and now have gotten caught up in bad things, and now they're America's enemy? Do you think that's true? Or do you think it's more likely that they've been admittedly propped up and manufactured in order to be a proxy operation arm for us? That's usually how these things are done, and they've admitted it through the mainstream media over the past 3 years.
Yeah,
I have clips of Obama. Listen, I've had clips of Obama that I can point you to where he said, well, we've been supporting ISIL for the past 3 months. It's going to be great when we, like, he just says this on numerous occasions. Then when they started doing atrocious thing, they had to disconnect from them. Like, dude, this is the path that it went.
When was that?
So fucking obvious. Saying, man.
Hey guys, I just posted a video here in the group chat. That's a hunter that's reviewing using an AR-15 chambered in 223 to do hunting pigs, and he recommends using headshots for that because of the high velocity, small caliber nature of 223. And he actually shows the pig, and you can see the size of the exit wound.
Dude, you got a really strange fetish epistemology.
Well, I'm just trying to debunk stuff. So you can see the exit wound on that pig. It's very small. If the pig was turned over on the other side, you would not be able to see anything.
So what do you think? I know that's a very thin round that you're speaking of. What would a 9mm do? I know they're a bit fatter.
9mm would be very simple. You can find shots of 9mm where they're shooting through hog heads.
Well, hold on, can it go clean?
They go clean through.
Wait, so they'll go clean.
9mm will go
so
through.
From the back of the brain, the back of the head, out the front of the forehead on the left side. That would just be a very small hole exit.
Yeah, it would go clean through. Like 9mm, it's pretty fast. It's going pretty fast, and 9mm is pretty small. I mean, it's bigger than 223. I guess it's like 0.35.
Yeah.
It's not as fast as 223, but it's still, it's still pretty fast, and it's still pretty heavy, so it's got a lot of energy. Yeah, but you can see when they shoot the pig heads with the 9mm, it goes right through them, and it makes a tiny hole. And if you don't hit any large blood vessels or anything, you're not going to see very much.
It takes a moment for the blood to start flowing.
Yeah, it takes a while, but if you don't hit any major arteries, there could be very little blood actually.
Yeah.
So hold on. You're taking an animal that doesn't even have blood vessels, right?
What are you talking about? Doesn't have blood vessels?
Or they don't have what don't they have compared to us when it comes
pigs
to blood?
Are very good human analogs. I mean, we even
well, first of all, do they still have blood in their heads when he's shooting them?
Why
do they have blood in? Listen, we're comparing apples and oranges here. I'm talking about a dude's head, and you're talking about a dried fucking pig head.
Yeah, dried out pig. Yeah.
No.
What are we comparing, man?
In this particular
non sequitur.
In this, I'm not talking about the blood thing, because it's obvious that you can shoot somebody through the head with very little blood if you don't happen to rupture a major artery.
No.
What do you mean?
Not with an AK-47.
What about
from
brain matter?
Point blank
Would
range,
brain matter?
Give me a break. You're just reaching at straws like a fucking flat earther right now.
Look at this hunter who just shot a hog. Okay, with a 223, with an AR-15 chambered in 223. Essentially the same round that's in that AK-47, right?
Where? What video are you talking about? What?
It's posted in the group chat, and you can see the size of the exit wound on that pig and how little blood there is.
I'm presenting.
It was a live pig. What direction did he get?
Okay, so again, we're talking about a pig that has no blood in his fucking head, right?
No, this is a live pig. Of course it has blood in its head. It's got a brain.
Okay, he's showing pig heads literally on the fucking...
No. The second link I posted, you can see the live pig being shot.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Wrong link. Hang on.
Okay, epistemology, your point is taken. That's fine. And, of course, that is the... Look, and I understand this.
He gets shot through the head.
I understand that,
but
this issue is not... It's not just that is strange about it. There's also
I'm just trying to show
about the
how
people...
much misconception there is about, like weapons, and ballistics and making assumptions like, oh, well, you shoot it with a 223, it's going to cause it to explode, its head to explode like a watermelon. I mean, maybe if you're shooting it with a shotgun... Well,
look, Hank may have been... He was talking anecdotally.
No, we're talking about the video evidence. We're trying to determine if there's any fucking evidence that person was shot in the head, and obviously there isn't.
Okay, the
aside
pig's
from
going
the
to get
video
it
of
soon.
it happening.
Oh, hi, Nick. Welcome.
Hey, Brian. What's up, dude?
Hey, so I linked the same video here that I linked earlier. If you watch that one, it's a slowed down version of the first video, and the guy gets hit with a what's likely a 7.62, or maybe a 5.56, but it's more than likely a 7.62, and the rounds
point blank, right?
At a range of about 50 feet, right? So point blank at 50 feet isn't going to have any impact on the muzzle velocity of a light machine gun.
No difference.
Okay. I mean, yes, there's going to be a difference, but not very much to matter. The point is that when you see the gunshot wounds come from the front, you just sort of notice just a spot, right, on no blood, just a hole, like somebody poked him in the chest real quick, right? Nothing. And when you watch the exit wound, the exact same thing happens. The bullet exits out the guy's shoulder in the back, and the only reason you can see or he was shot at all is because his clothes sort of pop up a little bit, and there's a hole in his jacket. So no blood whatsoever.
Yeah, the thing you have to think about is these military, these military rounds, which are designed to be very small and very high speed. The idea behind it is you want as much metal flying around the battlefield as possible to ideally go through one target and then go through another target. And if you happen to line up any targets, to go through as many targets as possible, right?
Well,
and so that's why they like to use these. Plus, you have the accuracy of
Yeah, it's just a question of range and accuracy, right? The higher the muzzle velocity, the higher the range, the higher the accuracy, right? So
more importantly, the more metal is flying around the battlefield too, which increases your effectiveness, right? If you have a round that's stopping in a body, that means it's not going to damage anybody else around it. Whereas you have a round that can go through bodies and keep going. Some of these, 223 could probably go through 3 people and kill 3 people if you lined them up. If you lined up the shot, right? So that's kind of the whole idea. And because the bullet is going so freaking fast, it's not imparting very much inertia. It's only slowing down a certain amount. So there's not a lot of its inertia being traded into the target, which is why you don't see much movement there, if any. Compared to, if you shoot somebody with something that's going to impart a lot of its energy, like if you shoot someone with a shotgun slug or something, or with a full spread, with double shot or something like that, where a lot of that energy is gonna stop in the body. It's gonna fill the body with that energy, and it's gonna stop in there. You're gonna have much more. You're gonna see much more of a dramatic effect on the target getting hit. So it's just the way that ballistics is. Yeah, it's weird. Like people can get shot with this high velocity round and not even realize it right away. But then pretty soon, blood could start pouring out of it if it hits an artery, and you'll be dead in minutes.
Yeah. I mean, I understand completely what you're saying, and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's very variable from what I've seen, like on LiveLeak or the other sites that show people getting shot, wartime actions and whatnot that have leaked over the years. Like I've seen it. It's very variable. It really just depends on what it's hitting, what it's going through. And I get that. But it's not, you're trying to paint it as if it's always that, unless this or unless that. And I think it's a good point.
I think what I was trying
I think it adds some clarity,
that
but
in that video,
I don't think it's the major point here.
There's not enough evidence in that video to say, oh, there's no way that dude got shot in the head.
But here's the point I'm trying to make. There is a bunch of other evidence. If you investigate this without going in with the assumption that it's real, if you investigate it from a completely neutral standpoint and try to investigate it as best as you can, you'll find that there are other things that don't add up going on in this entire event.
Right, but you have to talk about the specific video, though.
Same with the Gabby Giffords, same with...
You're using that specific video as evidence, and I'm trying to say that evidence is not video of anything.
No. Tim finds it to be a dramatic piece of evidence.
Okay.
No, all I was trying to make the point is there is no proof that there was a man shot in the head there. I mean, really, there isn't.
But why is it bad, though? Why is it not proof? Is it? I mean, do you want to have been there to confirm it? Is that the standard of evidence?
I didn't say it was, did I?
Well, any type of video you could say could be manipulated or faked, right? At the end of the day, we could all say that, which means that at the end of the day, you could claim that every piece of evidence was fake unless you.
And then we'll be piece.
That's besides the point. I'm talking about official video that they gave us that you can look through, and it doesn't appear that that man was shot in the head.
But why? Why do you say that?
For several issues, and I've already named 4 of them before, and when you were typing in the chat.
Right, but they were all poor though, right? Like recoil. You guys
Okay, well, to you.
One hand?
So I guess the better question is, what tells you that a man was shot in the head?
Yeah, that's actually a good way of putting it.
Well, because he pointed the weapon at him and then pulled the trigger. And all the normal things happen when somebody points a weapon and pulls a trigger.
An air
okay, well, that's where we're at, and that's where we'll stay. We're going to agree to disagree. So very good.
Yeah, it's an opinion, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's what you believe is true in that matter.
Well, I mean, if you want to look at something and make something up about it, then sure.
It's not making it up. It's a matter of perception.
I could say the same about you, Negator. You're making up that you're inferring that he was shot. It could be that he wasn't, but you're inferring that it was because you're an official mainstream punch bowl eater.
Let's go over what was wrong with it, right?
Back and to the left.
Yeah, let's go over what was wrong. So, was it the recoil pattern of the weapon that was wrong?
No, I just asked you why you believe that a man was shot that day, and you just said, well, some guy ran up there and he pulled the trigger. I saw him pull the trigger, and so I mean that's your evidence that he was shot. So where are we going to go from there?
No. What I'm saying is that the video doesn't show anything out of the norm for what we're told was happened that day, or what happened that day, right?
Well, through your narrow worldview, then correct.
No. We're talking strictly observed facts, observed reality.
Your worldview will alter that.
So your worldview changes.
You don't give way to the possibility that might be a situation that we're having to deal with in this world. You think it's patently ridiculous. No. That worldview is going to filter the way you interpret this information. Just that simple.
No, it's not. Listen, this could look. All of these videos could be fake. The ones that I linked, the ones that you linked, the ones that Dagon, epistemology just linked. Those could have been fake. The guy firing rounds at those pigs, that could have been a blank and somebody shot it with a taser. All of those videos could be fake, right?
Sure.
That's fine. What I'm saying is what the video is showing is not what you're purporting it to be based on what you think is happening in the video.
What have I purported it to be, though? Honestly.
Right? Well, you're purporting it to be fake, not because of other evidence.
No. And see, this is more misrepresenting. I have not asserted.
Okay.
But no, this is not correct. I have not asserted that that's the truth of the matter ultimately. My entire point is to consider that it being a possibility.
Okay, well, we can all do that. We can all sit back and say, yeah.
Then you should. It's a good thought experiment so that you can learn that your authority structure is not as squeaky clean as you think he is.
Yeah, that's nice though, Texas. But the point was in presenting the video, because you can make that argument without the video. By providing the video, you're trying to provide evidence, right? What I'm saying is that you failed to do that.
No, I actually asked what evidence there was for the official story with that video attached to a man being shot in the head. You still have failed to do that.
So what should this video depict if he were really shot?
No. You're doing this rhetorical question asking
he doesn't understand when he does
this. You're just
this.
like Dawkins right now. Just answer the question.
So he pointed the weapon at him and pulled the trigger, right? Are we agreed that that's what happened?
Yeah, well, I watched this movie called The Predator one time, and there was a lot of people that shot people.
Well, again, if you want to argue that things can be faked, then please do, but don't provide something that you're saying is fake without backing up that it is fake.
No,
so
you're backing it up with nothing and saying that it's real. So let me turn that logic right back on you.
Let's back up a second. All right, I'll go with you that it could be faked. Are we on the same page?
Very good. Now we agree.
Okay. Now, where I won't go with you.
That's the entire point, Ned.
No. The entire point was you brought this video because there are things in it you didn't think were real, right? But at the end of the day, you're wrong because you don't understand things like basic ballistics and weapons and gunshot wounds, right? So we can both agree. We can both agree that things can be faked, right? And this, this could be just because I didn't personally witness this event. You're right. This could be fake because of that.
Does the military do things like that?
Cathexis. What I'm saying, it is not fake based solely on what we see in the video, right? So,
but there are peripheral facts that you are unaware of due to your resistance to think about it differently.
Y'all presented the video as evidence by itself.
Fine. I will accept that.
So are we taking the video off the table or not?
I don't think it was on a table. Like, what do you mean? We're having a conversation about these events.
Well, you linked it. You put it on the table and said this is evidence that things can be faked
No. I made the explosion video.
Nobody said this is evidence. Nobody.
No. The explosion video that I put up is evidence that
I kind of came on
fakery is going on.
I kind of came on here because I was listening to the channel on my phone, and then I saw you guys presenting that video, and we're like, "Look how fake that is." You can just see the puff, and then I wanted to come in and say, "Hey, wait a minute! I shoot guns."
Okay, you've made that clear 3 times.
I have experience with this stuff.
In great verbose.
And you can't compare shooting a freaking human being with shooting a watermelon.
Right.
And
I never compared that myself. So
Hank Hill made a ridiculous anecdotal suggestion. Sorry,
just bring up as many red herrings and shit you can.
Yeah, seriously, guys.
I don't know much about Charlie Hebdo as far as I haven't researched the conspiracy aspects of it, but basically, I get what Negator is saying is if you're going to come in here and say, well, this is one of the reasons to believe that Charlie Hebdo is fake, is this video here. I'm coming in here saying,
no, there's more.
There's nothing in that video that's inconsistent with what we know about gunshot wounds, ballistics. And,
I bet the Israelis on the Israelis that actually filmed that.
I haven't researched Charlie Hebdo. I'm not into that, that type of conspiracy. So I don't know anything about it other than, whatever I read in the paper or whatever. So I'm not here to argue whether it's real or fake. I'm just saying if you're going to present some evidence that I happen to know something about, I'm going to come in here.
Has been well taken numerous occasions already.
That's all that Negator is trying to say. I think. I don't think Negator has come in here and saying that he's saying, okay, it could be fake, but that video that you presented should be taken off the table because it's not evidence in your favor.
Or either way, there's no favor here. We're not trying to favor the conspiracy side, dude.
Well, no, I mean, come on. Okay, so Cathexis is not claiming this video. That's fine, right? But y'all did throw it up. You did state.
Okay, great. We've established our viewpoints on this. It's fantastic, Neg. Let's move on to that video that I linked, though, where the explosion in the car goes off.
Sure, that's fake.
Okay, this is what they're doing in order to garner support.
Right, well, hold on a minute. I mean, the first thing I'm reading, although it may or may not be some debate about it, is that this was
on Snopes.
That this was part of a movie that was being shot. So
where are you getting that information?
So
yeah, you're not just making claims without zero backup because of the first thing you saw on the internet, Jeremy. Come on, I need you to do that.
Seriously, come on now.
Well, I'm not going to say where I got it from.
Metabunk.
Yeah, I'm on Metabunk. But then other people are saying that the area where this happened, there are too many schools apparently. So they wouldn't have used that as a film.
Well, if I remember correctly, it was reported actually, but I could be wrong on that. But let me go check.
But I think I mean, there's some of that as well. But I think what you were starting to say was they are doing this to us, and I think that's the key here: is who is they?
Oh, guys, that is the most.
Hang on,
that is the oldest. Come on, I could say
let me finish. Nearly there.
Come on.
So, like I said before, there are plenty of factions in these areas, all trying to outdo each other. This isn't necessarily evidence of any kind of government conspiracy.
Jeremy, when I say they, and hold on, Jeremy, when I say they in this particular moment, I am talking about the people who are committing this act.
Okay.
Right.
I'm not talking about that amorphous they, the Illuminati and all that shit. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about real military PSYOP procedures.
Okay.
Right. Well, I'm only really concerned about the ones that my government perpetrate, and maybe other
hey, MI5 and MI6. Go look at the history of them. What we know. Think about what we don't know.
I don't worry.
7/7's a hoax.
Corrupt governments because they exist.
It's beyond that. It's a corrupt shadow government. Government's just a facade. Seriously, the intelligence agencies, along with the Vatican, run this shit. The CIA is literally the Vatican's department.
Why would the CIA do stuff in other countries and not do it here?
Oh, they do it here constantly. They said
that's what I'm arguing. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they said in, I believe, 1973 that they will know that their job is complete when the American people believe absolute nonsense. Or I can't remember how I'm paraphrasing, but that was William Casey, I think, who was the director of the CIA. Well, I'm not talking about that. You see, that's what Flat Earth fucking did.
Yeah, perfect.
Tim, you were right about that. As soon as I talk about some real shit, anybody, you sound like a flat earther.
Well, that's the point, though, right?
Yeah,
they're lying to us about everything.
No, it's you see, and that mentality
even the hoax was a hoax.
That mentality is in error.
Well, you would say,
and I know you have a stake.
Just what we'd expect you to say.
I know, right?
I know you have a stake.
For the man, therefore, I'm incapable of presenting anything honest. Even though every guy says
you love to misrepresent my position.
No, I know exactly what your position is.
No, you don't, dude. You clearly don't. What I'm saying is you have a vested interest in defending the authority structure.
So I couldn't possibly make a legitimate argument, right? I've never been right before, and I'll never be right again.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is your perspective will be radically different when looking at these subjects than someone like Tim or myself.
So I'm not capable of honest, introspective.
No, you're not. You're not capable of. Look, people accept the reality that they're given, and if you are looking at it through a certain lens, a certain perspective, you're not going to be able to see what other people see.
This is just
maybe your world. Yeah, this is really weak.
It's just awful.
What? You know what? This is just ridiculous. Anytime that I articulate a good point about something, and I'm talking about a very terrible. I'm talking. No. I'm talking about a very human element here.
What you're saying is you've got to believe it first, and then you'll start.
Essentially, but that's how paradigms are. That's what paradigms are. People don't understand that your axioms will
confirmation
dictate.
Bias is.
Yeah,
that's a
well, yeah, absolutely. There's most people operate with confirmation bias.
Everybody has a bias, man.
Everybody.
Yeah, everyone does.
But let's
mostly negatory.
You're literally saying that I am
most bias.
Incapable. Right?
Not incapable. You see, there's more misrepresentation.
So kind of incapable?
No,
I mean, is it either I am or I'm not?
Fine, whatever pleases you.
Sure, so we don't have to go all the way.
That's the important thing.
Yeah, so am I capable of rational thought?
It's not that you aren't. Look, there's a way to have rational thought authority every single time. And then I can have rational thought and looking at the same event and think the authority structure did this. Do you understand? That's what paradigm filters do.
Okay.
There you go. Are you incapable of irrational thought?
You have to think rationally all the time. You can't open up to being irrationally.
Yeah, I just want to make things up and believe. That's a good idea, Mars.
It's not no. See, it's about thinking outside the box. I know what he's saying here. He's saying, are you able to think about things differently than what you consider to be rational? Because the problem is, Nag, your perception will dictate what you see.
All right, so why don't you just argue the points I present rather than telling me I'm incapable of presenting good points?
I'm just mentioning it right now. That's not what I'm going after solely.
Well, that's what we've been going on and on for. You do mention it.
No, I wanted to make that. Look, I wanted to make that point because you obviously don't understand it.
Texas, you bring this up every opportunity you can with everybody when they think differently than you. You will always tell them that they're not. Their bias is too great for them to understand what you're saying. You always do that. So do me a favor, right? Don't do that.
Sure.
Argue their points. Don't tell them they're
okay. Well, but you're accusing me of not arguing a point when you are like the fucking master at that. Anytime that it happened just 5 minutes ago when Tim was trying to make a point, you just go and ask him some rhetorical counter question.
No.
Come on, dude. I will answer points all day long.
It was a dumb question, right? And I gave.
I even conceded earlier, didn't I?
Right.
I said epistemology. You have a good point. It's variable, and that probably isn't the best way to determine that. I even said that.
Okay. So at that point, we should have said, looking at these videos and saying, well, there's not X, Y, and Z is not a good way to judge whether the video is fake or not.
Okay. Well, here's something I want to just start.
Write off those videos.
I want to insert
something else.
Okay, sure. So Jeremy, you had said that bombing, was through Metabunk. They said that it was a movie set, right?
Right, so there's some debate over this. So
debate. Okay, well, here's Reuters on Sunday, October 30th, 2016. Reuters. Car bomb kills at least 8 in Baghdad market, police and medics.
Right,
and it is about this particular. And there's also tweets from other international agencies.
What I read on here was there were 4 car bombs went off that day. So.
Oh well, here's Here's the New York Times. Here's another one concerning this one.
Okay, look, we got it. I mean, those people. There's lots of folks over there.
That's called propagandizing your own people.
Okay,
that's called propagandizing your own people.
Okay,
are you sure?
It happens. We know it happens.
Okay, so you think it's acceptable for our military to be propagandizing their own fucking public?
First of all, that's not our military doing that.
God.
No, I didn't say that at all. You said it was CCTV, right? Tell me where our military has CCTV in Iraq.
This is a psychological operation. They've been committing them left and right in Syria.
Come on.
I have a UN spokeswoman who actually did an 8-minute interview last week stating how much propaganda is being created by the military and the white hats. This is a real issue.
It's probably a good idea.
Did you say the white hats?
White helmets, whatever.
Yeah.
One of the best examples is the baby incubator hoax to get us in Iraq war.
Yeah, that was a fucking hoax, Negator. You got hoax, bro.
Yeah, you got hoaxed into Iraq, dog.
And the babies, he took them out the incubator and they all died.
I mean, look, that's cool. Okay.
But this is okay. Say it's cool and it's okay, but is it?
What do you want me to do about it?
Well, can you accept it? Can you realize that this is the way the world works? There are these events.
The way I accept these things happen. However, I don't accept your idea that there is this.
Negator 9/11 was an inside job, bro. Did you know that yet?
Have you heard that yet? Actually,
every day.
I don't know if you've heard this already, but did you know that 9/11 was an inside job?
Can you explain the symmetrical collapse of World Trade Center 7 so I can go back?
It's the Jews.
Just wait till someone stops talking before I start talking again.
Go ahead, Negator.
Because I talk so much. I've talked so much this whole time.
Shut up, P. Mars. God, you talk so much.
I've never talked to everyone this whole time. I'm sorry.
P. Mars,
do you have something to add, P. Mars?
Oh, don't be a dick. Go ahead.
Well, I asked you to explain the symmetrical collapse of World Trade Center 7 so I can go back to believing everything. And
I don't know.
Okay.
Pardon me.
Because it was a hoax. No one died. No one got hurt.
It was a 102-minute long movie.
I mean, I'm still waiting for someone to explain that, and no one can, and no one.
No, they can't.
Of it. So if,
as
soon as someone can explain that, I'll go back to believing that everything the media says, and
yeah, they
can go.
That's not what's being presented to you. No one's saying believe everything you see.
Pretty much. That's the sentiment on these things.
No one can explain that.
Negator, what are the implications of Building 7 falling down on that day as it did?
That's the one thing that the debunkers won't touch is the fact that Trade Center 7 fell symmetrically. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, it's been touched before. I couldn't tell you.
No, it's never been debunked.
Oh, yeah, it has.
They won't talk about it. No, they don't.
You also think
that
they don't.
Their best argument is that it didn't fall symmetrically, but that's bullshit because it hardly damaged anything around it, and it's like a 47 fucking story building.
So what if it fell symmetrically?
So what?
Oh so what?
Dude?
Of course, Ad says that.
Yeah.
Come on, don't.
Waiting for an answer.
It means they're lying to you, Ad, about everything.
It means they're lying to you.
Answer
very
that?
simply.
Do you know what a demolition company is? Like, it's hard to make a building fall symmetrically. Like when they
very hard
to be
very hard.
They fuck it up sometimes and it falls over sideways. Like they don't even get it right when they're trying to do it right.
So, Ad, what you have to do is you have to take out all of the steel columns at the same fucking time, dude.
Yeah, no question.
Okay, in a certain way. It's not easy.
Are you a demolitionist?
Yeah, he is actually.
You don't have to be to know the simplest thing about it. Okay.
It's called Osman Demolitions, and he wrecks shit all the time.
This is why you don't have to be a physicist or anything, or this is pretty obvious.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, these are obvious things. This isn't hard stuff.
He's obviously a demolitionist.
Just like the Earth is flat, right?
I have never declared that.
So I just posted a link in the group chat for you guys that
I do declare.
I used Jim Carrey to prove
I just posted a PDF in there that was the analysis that was done. That was
pancakes
on Structure Mag, which is related to the Council of Structural Engineering Association.
Beautiful.
And they actually they looked at the failure of Building 7 and they modeled it and
yes, I heard that
what was the critical column to fail to cause this
because office fires can take down a column even.
And anyway, and then they were saying how in the simulation they were able to replicate the kink that you see, the penthouse kink before the collapse of the structure.
Yeah, did they plant the bombs at bomb site B?
Well, I mean, you said that no one can explain it, no one wants to touch it, and then I'm.
Oh, dude, bro, come on! They simulated it, dude. Give me a break, man. Stick that in a garbage can.
No, that's the same.
Oh yeah, models are reality,
totally
guys.
fake, man. Come on.
Hey, what's your independent variable? Okay.
That's what you wanted, though, right? That was the question. Has anybody touched it? Well, the question's been answered. It has been touched.
No, it's been lightly touched. Okay, if you look at the full reporting of this event, when Building 7 was rarely spoken about, and I believe it was even left out of the first edition.
Cathexis was the plane that crashed supposedly in the field. Was that bound for Building 7, bro?
Probably, actually. And I think maybe a Go Happy NORAD fighter pilot got a little bit didn't follow protocol and just shot the bitch down. Well, he was told to.
Yeah, could you imagine that though?
Because I mean, saying stand down. Dick Cheney was in NORAD fucking headquarters telling fucking people to stand down that day.
Mm-hmm. Just like the moon shrinks 35% every day.
Who the fuck are you on it? You are the most dishonest person to interact with because you misrepresent everybody's position. You bring up shit that's not even relevant.
No,
I never said that. Listen, I went and even looked at it from an astronomy website, and it does fucking change 3.87% over the course of the year. Okay,
yeah, you said day though.
Yes, because it's distorted on the horizon due to mirage effects.
Where did you look that one up?
No, it's not.
Where did you look that one up?
How come no one ever quoted this article about trade?
That's the reason I bring it up, right? Like
I'm saying, okay, where have I seen it? I've seen it in multiple videos where the atmospheric effects were as such that it distorts the image of the sun disk.
Okay, what I'm saying is that just like you want to bring up an off-the-wall video about how governments lie, I'm bringing up an off-the-wall topic about how you confuse things and why we maybe shouldn't trust you.
Sounds like a deliberate intention.
Right. I mean, it was delivered on your part to confuse people by saying things that aren't true.
Addresses the symmetrical collapse.
Character assassination.
It just talks about like why it collapsed. It doesn't try to like explain how it could collapse symmetrically.
Look, the thing is you don't have a very good response to a lot of the things that I talk about, and I articulate it in a way that probably makes you feel uncomfortable for holding ridiculous positions. And you're the only thing you tend to do is just attack my character, just like Larry, just like yourself. You always go to dishonest. If somebody,
how many times has he fucking attacked your character so far, Negator? Like, you're totally misrepresenting me, man.
Yeah,
like every single time.
Apparently. I mean, I'm playing the same card that is being played regarding the government. Well, at this one time, this thing happened, so that means everything they tell us is wrong.
No, see, that's more misrepresentation. You go from one end of the spectrum to another in order to attack my character.
No,
ridiculous, Negator.
I'm saying that the validity of your claims.
Oh, why should we ever believe anything he says? He's done that, and dude, fuck off with that nonsense. You are really ridiculous. People can tell that I am an honest person when I speak about these issues. I make enough disclaimers so that people can understand what it is that I'm trying to convey.
Enough disclaimers. So what you're saying is it may not actually be real. So when I say something that isn't real, it's okay that I said it. That's how a disclaimer is.
No, you can see there's more misrepresentation of my.
Well, that's what a disclaimer is, guy.
No, listen, I like to theorize in the colloquial term. I like to theorize about things differently and alternatively than what's been given to you or what Metabunk says about it. Yeah, because a lot of these issues we need to get to the bottom of what these things are, how they operate. Like there is such a thing as hoaxery.
Yeah, but alternative
doesn't mean making it up. Yeah. Because I don't make any fucking claims. You know that.
Right, 3 to 5%, right? That's a
claim. It does. It's 3.87 over the course of the year.
But on a day, which was the claim.
No, what it does is distort on the horizon, on occasion, depending on the atmospheric conditions.
So it shrinks then over the course of the day due to distortion.
Well, no, it fattens out. You know this, Negator. It fattens out while it's setting, and that's the 5% that it does. And I've seen it on several videos, and on some videos I haven't seen it.
Oh my goodness.
It's a variable thing. So, anyways, dude, I don't give a shit anymore about that.
Okay.
I'm trying to talk about another issue, and you're conflating the two.
Oh, no, I'm conflating your willingness to repeat data that's not necessarily legitimate with, you repeating data that may not be legitimate.
Right.
Right.
All right.
I'll tell you what I think is a more likely situation regarding car bombs in Iraq and Syria. I would think it's more likely there are car bombs going off there that don't make it to the news rather than ones that are being artificially added to the news.
I agree 100%, Jeremy. There is real action going on out there. I would never deny that.
It's not something you need to make up exactly.
But no, it is depending if you have. What I'm saying is they are very willing and capable of doing that in order to propagandize the countries that they're in and propagandize their own people or the media, international media in general. In order to, this is Hegelian science, as mentioned by P. Mars earlier. This is a very understood principle of the way that powers that be tend to behave.
That would be true.
Okay. Especially CIA. That would be true
if you had evidence that this was actually some sort of psyop.
Oh, I actually just did. What are you talking about, dude? Did you not watch the video?
Right, a video.
Yeah, that's evidence of them faking.
Okay,
it was
but so
reported
what?
as real.
Yeah, but in the big
so
picture,
what? Are you guys defending this?
I don't understand in the big picture, even if that video was fake for God knows what reason or by what organization.
God knows what reason. What are you talking about?
I don't understand what the actual impact was, though, as far as, on the PSYOP. I don't think
it is a continual thing. They're trying to.
So they didn't have enough car
They're
bombs?
trying to validate They're trying to validate our interaction geopolitically in that region. So what they have to do is
going off all the time.
There is, but it's not all the time. No, they've gone months without some. No, it's not. It's not an everyday fucking.
Look at what's
it was in Fallujah in 2006, maybe, but it's not like that anymore.
Look at what's going on in Turkey right now. Look at what's going on in Turkey right now.
Yeah, there was a coup, and then fucking they rounded up 40,000 people. And
Did you read your link you sent about Trade Center 7? This isn't saying anything.
Isn't it more likely that the local government or a faction in the local government was trying to sway the citizens of their area? Isn't that more likely?
Are you saying that the U.S. military does not behave in those type of interactions?
I'm not. Look, first of all, it wasn't the U.S. military did not have a hand in that car bombing.
How do you know? Seriously, how the fuck do you know?
Where did the footage come from?
No. I'm saying CIA. I'm saying that other operatives in that area who work. Dude, you know just as good as I do. No, I'm saying you know just as well as I do that these intelligence agencies are the ground control for these situations.
Okay. But isn't it more likely, right, that some local political faction just wanted to gain sway over the locals?
But that's an opinion of yours. What I'm pointing out,
right, guys? Look, I'm trying to show you what is more likely.
That's your opinion. What I'm trying to point out, and that's fine that you accept. I'll even accept that. Negator, I'll concede. I'll accept that. But that wasn't what I'm trying to achieve by putting this out there.
Okay.
I'm trying to let people understand that there is another process and operation that is used with fakery in order to sway a point, an issue.
Okay, I'm agreeing.
Okay, great. So there is military psyop operation, CIA psyops, all of these things, and they can do it against the own public.
Nobody said there could be. Nobody said that there is.
Well, no, there definitely is. I could show you documents demonstrating what they do just with the internet alone.
Well, I know they do.
Look, you're in the military. Do you not know any psyop guys? Have you not hung out with some psyop dudes?
Look, nobody has disagreed.
Negator is Jeff Goldblum. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Nobody's disagreeing.
Right. Okay, so that is something that exists in this world, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Do you know anyone? Are you part of a psyop unit?
If I
are you? Have you been in the past?
Right? Here's
well, answer the question.
Do you think I would if I had?
Are you a traveling man?
Am I?
I was about to say the same thing.
I love you, Negator. I don't give a shit.
But the point. Okay, yeah, sure. We see it. We know, right? So what?
Okay. So what? This is not something that is readily spoken of in our society. And I think that more people should be aware of this and not take things at face value. What is wrong with that?
Okay. Well, let me put it like this. I think you might get a better reception if you would present stuff that directly supports your point. Right? Rather than stuff that just
first of all, I did. No. First of all, I fucking did. The video of the explosion directly proves my point that fakery exists among military operatives. Maybe in other countries, but we think a bunch of guys were like, "Hey, let's sit around, let's fake this bomb," and then we can.
Sure.
But they're usually in contact with CIA and shit like that.
Usually, how much work have you done?
Oh my God, Negator!
How much work have you done with?
If you get the point, then what's the point of you going
show
on
me
like
this? Show me this video.
It's in the it's probably buried at this point.
That is the point. It's not. It's not. It doesn't mean much of anything.
Here,
Right,
first of all, I want you to take a look.
At the end of the day, if this gets on your TV, no one in America cares about a car bomb in Iraq, do they? I mean,
You guys are fucking apologists in the worst way. I'm not even kidding.
It's all about the narrative, man, and backing it up daily. You know.
Seriously, guys, stop drinking the Kool-Aid.
If somebody says like this something in a video is faked, I'm gonna look at the video and see what I want to see what they're talking about.
Watch the video I just linked.
It was a video from like a street corner in war-torn Iraq or maybe Syria.
Yes.
And there's a burning car, and then like a dozen people run up.
Well, no. This isn't great footage because there's more footage of them putting the bomb in the car, driving away.
Right.
5 minutes later, it shows it going off. 20 people run up to it. Nobody's injured, and they all lay down and pretend to be injured while a van comes up and they scoop them all up.
Yeah,
okay? People are being dragged across the ground.
Yeah, it's clearly staged.
Yes.
The question for me is who's staging it? Where is it from?
I agree.
You don't need to prove that people fake things. We know that.
Okay, well, obviously to ad blocker, I do.
Well, yes. Okay. If you're saying, yeah, but I think ad blocker probably trusts the whole of us on our accounts. No, when you explained it, I think you explained it pretty well, and there's really no way you can say, well, it's not fake. Of course it's fake.
And my whole point is to show that these things do happen.
Yeah,
everybody wants to say that, why would they do something like that? People have this.
Osama played the part of Obama.
Right.
Oh, God, don't do that. You see, that's more fucking...
Okay, but Cathexis, you don't need to argue that point. That's my point.
Okay, great.
What you need to argue is specifics, right? Like, come up with a specific situation. Let's talk about that.
Okay. How about the Gulf of Tonkin?
Well, you
How
can't
about
just say
Project for a New American Century asking for a new catalyzing event to the size of Pearl Harbor?
How about the Odin
non
plan in the 80s?
Okay. What do you want me to say?
Dude, what about
Project
the
Paperclip.
bullshit in the Reagan administration?
Operation Mockingbird.
Absolutely.
Okay.
These are things that they have used in the past to trick the entire populace and the rest of the world we've been able to discover. What do we know? What do we not know?
Okay,
but Charles Manson was George Bush.
It's fine. It's fine to use that as ammunition to say you should be skeptical, right? It's not fine to use that as ammunition to say that everything is fake, even though
I'm not saying that. I'm not Pete Shea, dude.
So what are
I've
you
never
saying?
said that. You're misrepresenting my position again.
Every time there's an assassination, they say there was a lone gunman.
I mean, what are you saying though? What is your position?
That these things occur.
And
the way that this, hold on, and the way that it is presented, this country, this world is presented to its masses is not the way it really works.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's a lot more dirt in our U.S. military than what anybody would want to expect. They learned real quick in Vietnam to keep the media out of their fucking business. Because when those men came back and got spit on back in '78, when they finally pulled all the way back, the public was so against the movement, or I mean the war, that they were attacking the individual soldiers when they came back.
Okay, I got you, buddy.
No, this is what happens when they understand what's truly going on when it comes to war. So what they've done is polished it, and they fucking make the media present it a specific way. They're well in. Dude, it's so frustrating that people don't see it.
But I've said we see it. We all see it.
You won't accept it.
Of course we accept
it. You won't accept. So you accept that the military and military-industrial complex is behaving the way that they do, that they hoax events and that they propagandize their own people, and they use false flags in order to get into places geopolitically. They back like the Mujahideen or they back ISIS in order to be proxy warriors. Come on, dude. This is all we're talking about.
Okay.
This video actually took place in Iraq, not in.
Yes, it's Iraq. Yeah, but look at the link I just posted up about that, which is the. It's a guy who went through all of the media recognition this event garnered, and it's just a list. There were several tweets. There were Reuters picked it up. The New York Times picked it up, and they were all treating it as if it was real. There's even an Associated Press. They did a video on it, which is absolute nonsense.
Yeah,
and
they
when you
do that all the time.
But here's the thing. Yeah, of course they
that's
do.
Why nobody, that's why nobody
what I'm saying is what they've showed to the public after seeing footage this fucking fake, and the way they presented it to the public, that should be evidence enough for everybody to question fucking everything that comes out of CNN's mouth or Fox News or any one of these owned fucking companies.
Look, that's fine, and I agree with you, right? I do think there are agendas out there, right? I for the record, I do think that the government wants the citizenship to be less armed. I do think the government's done strange and said strange things and taken positions that are untenable because they don't want the populace armed, right? But when you're going to make that statement and that stand and produce some evidence that is not evidence, you're not going to get any friends. And you're going to get
Wait,
people like
what
me
evidence have I produced that is not evidence, Negator?
Right. Well, for one, you're showing me a video.
I've made a strong case.
Right. You showed a video out of Iraq and claiming that this happens. Therefore, our government does it to us all the time. Right.
No. I just also listed off 8 very important historical facts to go along with it.
Okay. And I don't disagree.
Okay, so then what the fuck are we on about?
I don't know. You tell me. Don't trust the government. Gotcha.
You're trying to discredit my
psychological
argument.
tactics from a psyop
Absolutely. You're trying to discredit my argument. Like, it's ridiculous.
What's that?
Anyways.
Jeremy?
So you would say that.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we'd expect an agent to say.
And we were saying the other day that because all of us like Jeremy, that he's the most successful agent because he comes off as the least fun probably, but he's really the super agent.
It's a good
So I'm doing some research on that video for you, Cathexis.
For me? Thanks.
For you, buddy, just for you.
Oh, good, because I need so much help epistemology.
3 to 5%.
It's interesting. No, it's interesting to me, because it's. I don't think anyone is arguing that it's not fake, right? It's clearly fake.
Reuters and AP were certainly arguing that it was fucking real.
Well, no, that was before they actually had seen the CCTV.
No, it wasn't. They even cut up the fucking original video and presented it as if it's real. Look at the link I sent you. It's all right there.
But look, you don't need to convince us that CNN and AP have agendas.
Okay, good. Excellent. That's a huge step forward for you Kool-Aid drinkers. Next.
The
Well,
BBC
if they say it on the
didn't
BBC, though, you know it's real.
The BBC didn't show this video, you see.
See, exactly. So it must be real. I mean, must be fake if BBC didn't air it. Anyways, look, that's my whole point, is that this is stuff that happens. We live in a bubble, a different understanding of this world that has been conscripted to us. The mainstream reinforces it. And when we see anomalies, people like Tim, people like myself, people like P. Mars, when we see anomalies, there's a group of people ready to try to dissuade us from looking into it in that way. There's a group of people who think we're retarded. They call us conspiratard. It's absolute nonsense. You should take us on the merits of our arguments.
But that's how can you dare to say that after you've just said what you've said today?
Yeah, that's
what are you talking about? How dare I? What?
But Texas, that's the point. Is the merits you're presenting aren't good. Right?
No, this I just presented is a good merit, and my way of articulating this issue is very clear and cogent. So what are you doing then?
To it, you dismiss by saying we've drunk the Kool-Aid and.
No, I didn't use that to dismiss your argument. But his argument,
Negator's
argument.
You did exactly.
No, Negator's agree. Negator just said, "Okay, I agree. These things happen." So what is the fucking issue?
I guess it's the extent to which they happen.
Yeah, the extent. There you go.
Okay, but you see, you guys don't research it like as if that were the case, though. You guys don't even bother looking at this stuff. You think it's all conspiratarded. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I think if a news event is of a certain magnitude and is reported, then I think that it is, I mean, there have to be certain aspects to it, but I think that makes it likely to be true. I think something like Charlie Hebdo, where people who were fairly well known, certainly very well known within their industry, a significant number of them that work in one place in a shared office building in the middle of Paris,
Yeah, I personally have not looked into the Hebdo situation as much as Tim has.
To me, that this is something that was staged.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Because if you wanted to stage something that was horrendous and would incite the public into something, there are much, much easier things to stage than something like that in the center of Paris. Much easier. And that could cause far more.
No, they had the streets all shut down, dude. You got to do the research on it.
Yeah,
there's fucking Israelis with bulletproof vests on the top,
like
ready with cameras.
Operation.
It's a joke.
Yeah, it was like a Mossad operation.
Well, there's only a few scraps of video, so what were the?
Well, here's a good overview. I just did a basic.
There's a couple of bits of
search.
video. So where's all this video footage from these Israelis with cameras?
They took a lot of us down, actually. Some of these hoaxes we got into some trouble for, so copyright strikes and shit.
So I'm going to hate asking this, I'm sure, but I presume that if you think it's a hoax, it's because somebody wants the world to hate Muslims. Is that right?
Well, if you look at it, the whole agenda was something about Charlie Hebdo making something, against Allah or whatever the fuck. I don't even know, but
so to support Muslims, then, to keep people from criticizing them.
Yeah, we got to stay at perpetual war with that region of the world. The people of that region are the Muslim people. Why would a populace support a military action in that region if there wasn't a good reason to? That these people were violent. They were all going to come and kill us.
I mean,
this is a Mossad
it's called
operation.
divide and conquer. They'll divide us on anything possible.
Hegelian dialect.
Some people are like, "Oh yeah, free rights for them," and some are, against it, and so it's all about divide.
If anything, the Charlie Hebdo, if anything, the very least, was a false flag.
So do you not give way to the possibility that it was just plain legit and there are crazy people across the world who are Muslims who do this all the time?
I recognize there are crazy people across the world. I don't take that such rigid stances like Pete does. Like, of course horrible fucking things happen. But the motivations of these things, who were behind these things, this is an important thing to think about.
But aren't all
into.
of those things congruous with each other?
No.
Muslims getting angry about Muhammad being depicted.
No.
It's happened elsewhere.
It's overhyped. It's overhyped.
But it's happened, right?
Oh, you want to talk about maybe the Nice attack? You think that was a good example? Or maybe
I specifically mentioned the why. And the why was somebody depicted Muhammad, which you're not supposed to do.
Yeah, it's been happening. You know how many times that has happened over the past 10 years and nobody gave a fuck and did anything about it? Even larger influential places?
How many times?
It was done once in the cartoon. That guy got drug around, head cut off, whatever. And then this occurred.
What about the Pakistani doctor who wrote Muhammad's name on a card and he was killed for it?
Listen, of course these things happen.
What about Salman Rushdie?
Salman Rushdie was put on exile, essentially. He didn't get hit violently, but I know what you're talking about.
There's been loads of things like this. There was a company here released a pair of shoes with a Islamic verse embroidered onto them.
Okay,
and a load of shoe shops got burnt down.
Nobody here is saying that there are not crazy people who are of the Muslim religion or region who are not attacking us. Nobody's saying that here, okay?
Well, what you're saying, though, is that it's not possible.
No, what I'm saying is that it's possible that these... No. What I'm saying is these institutions play into that. Mossad plays into that.
Okay,
CIA works hand in hand with Mossad.
Okay, which attack was real?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
No, but
even the hoax was a hoax.
You're writing off the fact that it's entirely plausible to just be a natural occurrence.
I'm not writing it off. What I'm doing is giving way to the possibility. So every event should be reviewed as if in a neutral position, as if this was a possibility of a deception. What is wrong with that?
Right. So if you're in a neutral position and one position is there's a possibility it was a deception and the other position is there's a possibility it was real.
It was legit.
Have you opted for the deception? I don't see that.
The video I linked earlier is clearly a fucking deception.
But wait a minute, that video, I'm doing more research on it here.
Yeah, Metabunk says it was from a movie. I know what Metabunk says.
No, I don't know if that's true. No. Who are you saying used it legitimately as a news story?
Reuters. I gave you a list. It's all right there. There were several international.
Can you link it again to me because I couldn't find it. I looked in the group chat too, and I couldn't find it.
Yeah. Here we go.
By the way, what you need to do, the way these news agencies work, it'll come from one source and then they'll all mirror it.
I understand that, but the AP put out video. AP put out video. They would not have made a mistake to this magnitude. This footage was available practically immediately. It would trust me. They had guys on the ground.
Didn't come out until like 2 days afterward. Whereas a lot of the stuff that people
just read the article, please. I sent you, dude. I'm not going to sit here and
just link it for me, Kat.
I just did.
I don't see how this video would have been available straight away anyway, because it's from CCTV. So that would have had to have been rounded up, wouldn't it? Surely.
You guys can really try your hardest to work around something being something because you disagree with the notion all day long. Okay. You seriously reach so hard. You are such an apologist.
I'm just exploring the possibility. I'm just asking questions.
Of course.
I'm just asking.
Go ahead and read this article. It'll help explain it better.
I'm just asking questions, Kat, and you like people to ask questions.
I do. But you see how biased your questions are? Instead of asking how it could be fake.
My first question is, do you think they would have had CCTV footage from the site of an explosion instantly after the event?
Maybe not. Okay, so let me see here. In the evening of October 31st, footage emerged which showed a fundamentally different picture from the car bomb incident. This happened on the 30th. This was presented on the 31st. No dead and horror, but people running towards the car after it just exploded, then laying on the ground, pretending to be dead or wounded. The video appears to be a handheld recording of a different recording of, it was a handheld, recording of the actual recording. So the guy, it wasn't the original material. It was done through another camera. So it says the surveillance video first appeared in the short version on October 31st, 2049, local time on Twitter. A longer version of the video was published by INP on Twitter. I think that's a Muslim. Anyways, on November 1st at 14:05, that was done by that Muslim agency. Then the clip is timestamped October 30th, 3:39. Given that appears to be daylight and most likely refers to PM, the same video appeared later on YouTube, but were uploaded at some point later. So
right. Actually,
it was reported. Okay, it's a possibility. It was reported that day through Muslim news agencies, INP. Okay.
So here's the problem, though, Cathexis. Here's the problem. We're talking about events going on in a war zone in a third world country.
They had people on the ground
but they don't have a huge amount of journalists there. Western journalists there doing honest reporting, right?
Okay. The first mention
when
here.
it first happens there, it gets reported, and then the other news agencies pick up the story and then parrot it, right?
Okay, here it is.
They haven't vetted it themselves because they don't have any boots on the ground to vet it.
Okay. Well, let me just give you the timeline real quick. Okay.
No, I read the article.
mention.
I know that.
Okay, but I would like to for posterity.
They even list some of the theories as to why it was faked, which includes that it was.
Yes, Reuters put it up within the first day with 5 hours later. Okay. So you're right. It is possible for them not to have been able to see that footage because it didn't come out until the next day, right?
Right, to vet
so
it.
I will. That's.
Huh? It's basically like news agencies. They'll post stuff as soon as it comes on a police scanner.
God, dude, yeah, I get it.
Even here in a well-established
but
Western country,
Reuters and AP vet this stuff. AP did a full expose on this with people there with video cameras showing the destruction. Where, dude. There is corruption in this reporting. I'm telling you, dude. So
imagine if you were.
Imagine
if it was you'd come across this footage, and you work for the government. And it's now your job to explain away this footage with a naturalistic explanation.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you say?
Well, you see, it depends. You mean the footage where it shows it being faked?
Yeah. You've got to
I would ignore it.
An excuse for this
footage. I would ignore it 100% and focus on the dead and the injured and the catastrophe. And that appears to be what has happened. No mainstream outlet has gone back and said, "Oh wait, guys, this really didn't happen the way we thought." Nobody has retracted anything, and that's just as complicit.
About the Reuters or the Russian TV where they did the video follow-up?
RT, AP, Reuters. They have not gone back and
Reuters is
said.
Different than RT.
I know
the only video that I see that's from the following day is from RT.
It's from RT.
Where they show the area.
I'm saying no one has retracted when the full footage has come out, and they are still reporting as if this was a real event. You're trying really hard, dude. Like seriously, this is quite clear. Now, Negator's right.
Here's the problem: it's such not a blip on anybody's radar. It's like pointless, and there's real car bombings going up all the time. So I don't understand what the point of it is.
Look, I don't care if you don't understand. I don't care. Look, I'm sorry, epistemology. I don't care if you don't understand. That's your problem, not mine.
No.
Okay, this is something.
I don't get that. You've said yourself. I think most likely there are car bombs that you know,
sure.
they don't even make it to the US.
But this was one that made the news. Think about that. This is the one that made the news.
Why would they do that? You know?
Exactly.
Well, it's not even by any major US news agency.
They fucked up and they got caught.
Shit, come on, let's be honest.
Listen, they fucked up and they got caught. The internet is allowing us to catch these types of fuck ups.
Look, this was clearly some kind of a plan to, raise some kind of support for some cause, right? Within the nation, this broken nation. And then some news agencies got kind of dragged into it and picked it up as a legitimate story.
No, I don't. See, that's a huge assumption. I'm sorry. That's a huge assumption.
Here's the thing. It's not reported by any major U.S. Like, show me one major U.S.
AP and Reuters is where the only
AP
source.
is Associated Press.
Yes,
right?
That's that's the news feed that CNN and Fox News they
but they're
they
news
run off of.
agencies. You know that. You know they market news, if you like, but it's up to
stories, right? But what I mean is, this thing is like so not even on the radar of having any kind of effectiveness. Which
why would they push something this fake?
Well, the stuff that you see being pushed was before the CCTV footage was.
That's
even
before they probably realized that it was one of these fake events.
Right.
So what they're going to do is cut off their inner. Dude, how do you not? What is so hard about this? I really don't get it.
No, that's what I don't get. It's not hard. That's the whole part that has me confused. Is this is so?
Oh no, this is definitely a natural event, and it's fine that this got reported this way. And what are you talking about, dude?
It makes perfect sense why it was reported this way. No one had seen the CCTV footage before that.
They didn't retract anything, and it was still reported after the CCTV on INL this way.
Well, the articles are still up.
It is corruption.
No one has brought in an article to bring it back. I don't know. There might be some degree of embarrassment by an agency too.
Yeah. A professional, objective news agency would do a correction on this immediately. Listen, I'm just saying that these events occur. That's it. And here's good evidence of that. There's no reason to quibble about all of this to try to make it so it's a legit thing or make it so it's not corruption. Am I breaking your faith in the institutions or some shit?
No, are we breaking your faith in conspiracy theories to suggest there might be
here we go, the conspiracy theories.
Couldn't it be that it happens so often that that something this fake just flies straight under the radar?
No, it got caught unintentionally. I guarantee it. The internet's allowed for that type of things, and there's people looking for this kind of stuff. There are psychological operations that are done all the time.
Bombings like this, not the fake ones, the bombings, the real bombings, happen so often that a fake one, it just flies right on the radar.
Why aren't other car bombs shown? The reason why this was shown was because it was a fucking production. Those are the ones that get to the news. I'm telling you, there's enough car bombs.
There was just a few obscure news reports on this. It's not like this thing was all over the news.
RT and AP is enough. That's where every news agency gets their news. By the time CNN picked up on it, they probably realized it wasn't
from Russian TV. That is not accurate. Russian TV is not considered to be an unbiased.
I said AP and Reuters. I didn't say RT.
You did say RT, actually. But...
No, I didn't. I said AP and Reuters. I didn't say RT.
You did.
Anyways, the point... No, I fucking didn't. Yeah. Just now, I did not. What are you talking about?
Now,
maybe 5 minutes ago.
Several times, actually. But
no, I
know you said it originally. You
AP and Reuters just 30 seconds ago. Reuters.
No,
and also aluminium. For something like this to get retracted, you actually have to send them the information about it being fake.
Well, anyways, look, honestly, guys, you guys keep thinking and scrambling for what it has to be in your paradigm. Go ahead, continue. But I ain't got no time for this shit. You guys are nonsense.
But Reuters and Associated Press, they aren't media outlets. They're news.
You guys are the biggest apologists for the fucking mainstream that I've ever heard.
Your claim is that this is done to manipulate the public.
Yes.
And yet where was it reported?
It was reported through AP and Reuters, is where all of these
them, but they are not media outlets. Where was it reported?
RT is considered the media outlet, and so is INF. Okay, so look, the point I'm trying to make is CNN. Hold on, the Western media probably didn't pick up on it because they realized how fake it was, and it wasn't a good one to point out to the public. But they still kept it up through Reuters and AP.
The fakery wasn't good enough to, wow.
Right.
Basically. No, it was too obvious because the other film came out. So we saw them faking it. They wouldn't want us to see that. So there we go.
Because car bombs don't actually happen in Iraq, right?
What? You see, you constantly misrepresent my fucking position. It is so dishonest of you, dude. I'm serious, Negatory. You project all over me. I'm getting sick of that shit.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Right? I don't think the world forgot that there's been car bombings in Iraq.
I don't think that was my position.
It's time to remind them. Oh, wait. This one's not real enough, even though there are thousands of real ones.
I don't think that's my position at all, actually. And I think I've been quite clear for anybody who's listening what my position is. These things happen, and it's just something I point out. That's it.
All right, just something you point out, and you don't take a position so that you can't be wrong. And you make
No, I did take a position that it's fake and that they do this.
Okay. They do this. They.
I told you who is they. The ones committing these particular acts. That's they.
The controlling oligarchy.
Right.
Whatever.
Mars is some people that make
Okay,
sure
let's
that
pick up
the world's around.
Yeah, Aldous Huxley talked about it in his speech at Berkeley. It's titled
Must be
The
right.
Ultimate Revolution.
Must be right.
Actually,
Mars.
read that quote, dude. It's awesome. You have it ready?
Well, Aldous Huxley is smarter than me or you. I just believe what he was saying.
Oh,
What do you say in the...
Is that because he plays more video games than you do?
See, what I've learned, Negator, and this is something I came to today, actually. Look, I believe that there is enough information that the Earth is a sphere.
It's because the authority recognizes him as more intelligent.
Heard it here first, Nick.
No kidding.
Now hold on. Allow me to finish my statement. So I believe there's enough information. It leads me to believe that we do live on a sphere. I can't deny that. Okay,
That's awesome.
But what I do know is that I've only experienced flat, level, and motionless, so I know that the Earth is flat and immovable. So we're talking about the difference between belief and know here. I cannot prove it to myself unless I have more extrapolated means, which require a bunch of money and some technical stuff. So in the meantime, I say that this whole flat Earth thing is an argument from incredulity. I can't deny that.
Okay.
And so the only reason I put it this way is because I have realized that for the common person, the layman, it is a belief system.
What's a belief system?
At the end of the day.
So you're
my belief in the globe.
Right.
No. I'm being very literal and I'm being very philosophical here. Okay.
Right. But no, you're not.
You should understand what I'm saying.
There's no need to be.
No, there is. This is because that's my point. There's a difference between belief and knowing. There's a complete difference.
Okay.
So I've seen enough secondary knowledge to convince me that the Earth is a sphere.
You're stating it like it's some big thing, like it means something.
No, I'm just stating it as my current viewpoint. But I know that the Earth is flat and immovable from my perspective. That's all you and I can garner from our zetetic process.
Yeah, except that's
false.
it. That's entirely false.
That's why I'm pointing out the contradiction.
There's no contradiction. There's contradiction in your reasoning here.
No, it's a belief system, Negator. You believe the Earth is round because you trust the information that you've been given, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's not true at all, though. You're saying I can't get my own data. That's what you're stating.
Well, no, I'm saying that there's no way, but as large as this place is, there is no way for a human to experience curvature. There is no way there isn't. There just simply isn't.
But that's
you
false.
Can't visually see curvature. That's cannot.
False, that's false.
Wait, you can visually see curvature?
Well, sure. You just got to know how to do it.
Okay, how you do it?
Well, I linked you a whole bunch of pictures by somebody who knows how to do it.
Yeah, Jesse Kozlowski. He's the one who's convinced me of this current position I'm taking, actually. And I give credit to you, too.
So what's the problem? Why do you keep saying it's a
You're the
belief
one with
system?
the problem.
You're the one that is equating with knowing.
Okay, you are misunderstanding the difference between belief and knowledge.
Well, no, what you're trying to do is you're trying to say the people are still sheep, right? The world's round, but everybody's still a sheep, right?
No, what I'm saying is even the flat earthers who say that it's flat is a fucking belief system.
Well, that's
even the concavers. Hold on, even the concavers. They have very good reason to believe that the Earth is concave.
No, they don't.
No, listen, they do. These people. No. You're missing the words I'm using. Believe. You have very good reason to believe the Earth is a sphere, but your knowledge is limited because of how big this place is and what we experience on this Earth. That's all I'm pointing out here. And
But
I think that more people need to recognize that it's a belief
that
system.
they can make for themselves
Sure.
without even spending any
And guess what?
real money on equipment.
I'm talking about square one.
Okay.
But I mean,
I'm talking
they can
about
make their own
square one.
observations about reality and see that
I'm
everything.
talking about
that's-
square one.
But it sounds like you're coming up with you're attempting to save face from the last year of stating that I don't know
Not
it
really.
could be. Right?
Yeah,
By
I
stating that-
still don't know it could be. What are you talking about? I'm not saving face for shit. I'm saying I'm being honest about the way I look at the subject now.
It's a belief system.
It is. It is a belief system at the end of the day.
Right,
And that's
but when you
something that
say
blew me
that-
away to realize in the past 24 hours.
When you say that, you invalidate any actual data people can give you.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
So why are you
You're
stating
misunderstanding because you believe that you not know the difference between knowledge and belief.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so what knowledge have you gained personally, and I mean through your personal experience,
right? But
that tells you that you know that this is around Earth?
Stating it like this is so you can continue to hold it over people's heads. That you have some sort of advantage by understanding, right? That
Well, you
it's a
see how
belief
you
system.
perceive your interaction with me. You see that you do this every single time, Negatory.
how
You
you
can't
operate.
attack.
That's how you operate.
Negatory, you
That's-
can't. No, you can't go after the things I say. So you go after the way I say it or who I am. It's
So
quite clear to everyone.
I've measured the angular diameter of the moon, right? Do
Okay,
I believe
great.
now, or do I know now?
Well, no, you know that it doesn't change.
Right, and
Great.
I also know that it can't over flat Earth.
It
and
shouldn't.
works- right, and it works
Yeah,
exactly.
it shouldn't change. It shouldn't change in a spherical model. It shouldn't.
Right. So is that enough to say that I know?
Mm-mm. It's all about the lay of the land. Talking about the curvature.
All right,
You
but that-
believe
that
the
relates
curvature is there.
directly. That relates directly to the curvature.
Well, what I'm saying is you can't experience the curvature through your primary knowledge, so therefore you believe it's
that's
there.
not true.
Knowledge
You're
justified
obscuring
true
it.
belief, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or something along those lines.
Right.
What's
So it'd be
that?
the difference of this. This is how I would describe it, right? Like we could all sit around my living room, and I could bring in a UFO abductee, or a whole bunch of a group of UFO abductees to come in and talk to us. They can sit down in front of us, and they can each tell us their UFO abductee story, and we can listen to it. Maybe they all corroborate. Maybe they all have things in common, and they come from reputable positions, and they're reputable people, and you get a good vibe from them. And at the end of the day, when we walk out, we can say, "Do you believe them?" I think I believe them. And maybe say, I don't know. I don't really believe in this thing. I'm not convinced, right? We'll all have reasons to believe, and we can't prove it one way or the other, because all we have to go off of is their word and their experience, and I guess, our whatever our instincts are, and how well we think we can read into people, right? So we don't know what to think there. That is very, very different than the flat Earth versus round Earth.
Yeah,
where
it's
you can go
apples and
out,
oranges.
you can
You just
make
said it. It's very
observations.
different. Yeah, it's very different. What you just said doesn't comport. Look,
But that's
the
what I
word
mean. That's what I'm
believe.
saying.
Hold
The
on,
flat
hold
Earth
on.
position is very different than.
I'm not defending the flat Earth position. I'm talking about a personal situation that we all kind of have to come to terms with. Look, the word believe means to accept something as true or feel sure of the truth of. You
but
believe that the
why
Earth
do you
is a
feel the need
sphere.
to say that? Right? It sounds
Because
like
it's
you're
a
trying to
belief
maintain.
system, Ned.
You're trying to come up with some commonality with flat earthers or people that question
No,
things.
I'm not. I'm saying that it is a belief system for all sides. The
No,
flat
no,
earthers
a
believe
belief-
it's flat. You believe.
No,
The
it's
difference,
not
though,
a belief system.
Yeah, the difference though is like I would never go in and try to convince someone that someone who believes that UFO abductees are for real, and I'm going to say, dude, don't believe in UFO abductees. Those people, they're all delusional or whatever.
So why are you here attacking flat Earth?
Because I can tell people how they can debunk flat Earth for themselves.
Okay, so what's the best way? How can a man know? How can a man know epistemology?
Simple. They can watch measure the angular size of the moon and the sun. Watch how the moon and the star move across the
Straw
sky,
man.
across the different
Straw man.
seasons.
How can a
That's not
person know?
even what straw man means.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
straw
saying
man-
that I'm
straw
being
man-
short with it. I'm saying that you're preparing a model in your mind that doesn't necessarily mean what
No,
the
no,
flat Earth
straw
is
man
being.
means that
You're
I'm-
straw manning it. That's what I meant by that.
No,
The flat
that's
Earth
Look, doesn't matter. Look,
that's not at all true. That's not what I'm saying.
okay,
you asked
okay.
me how
How
to prove the Earth is
you're
round.
looking
and
at
I'm
the angular diameter of the sun sun and moon and realizing it doesn't change. So in your mind, oh, it's supposed to be 3,000 miles up and 35 miles wide. It would definitely change.
No.
That's, you see what I'm saying? That you're putting up a false
moving
idea.
across a flat plane. Doesn't matter what the size or distance is.
No. This is an assumption on your behalf. Okay, this is the point I'm trying to make.
No, it's not
Show
an
me
assumption.
how
It's a
I
truth
can
about reality.
show me. Absolutely, it doesn't change. Show me how I can know that of the curvature and sphericity of the Earth objectively.
Watch items go over the horizon. Watch the north and south
things
poles
go
show
over the
color.
horizon.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one. Aristotle taught us that, back in 200 AD.
Sure. Watch
Okay.
how the positioning of everything above you changes as you move across your latitude, right?
Okay.
As you move from latitude, you see all the stars and planets above you correspond to that movement of latitude, right?
Okay. So we got to have a couple $1,000 to. So we got to have a couple $1,000 to travel across the latitude.
We're talking about with your naked eyes.
No, I'm saying, but okay, so we could go on a long walk, I suppose, and watch this.
You can hitchhike from San Diego to Washington, right?
Okay.
It might take you a couple of weeks, but you could do it even if you're freaking a bum.
For sure.
Even if you're literally a bum.
Yeah, I actually wanted to do the Pacific Coast Trail. I was thinking about doing
there's
it. Okay, look.
and if you have a little bit of money in your pocket and you can afford to buy a passport, you can actually travel the world and see this for yourself.
But how is watching the difference in the latitude tell you that what you're standing on is a sphere? How can I know that? Because of what I'm witnessing in the sky at my latitude.
Because it perfectly correlates with the observation.
Yeah. You can build
what observation?
You can build an object.
What observation?
You can assume any size object and make it, test it until it works. And the only type of object you get that'll work on is a sphere. It'll work on a triangle.
You're talking about what, though? The movement of the stars in our sky.
Right.
Is that right?
Well, the stars.
And what about them will determine that it's a sphere that we're on?
Oh my god! Its location in the sky at certain times.
Yeah, and how the location changes.
What does that mean? How do you measure this for oneself?
Well, you go there.
Can I open up Stellarium and point myself to a star, move it over a couple hours, and realize with that length, based off of how many miles away from it, I can determine how spherical the Earth is?
I was talking about moving your actual location and watching how the position changes, how the elevation changes of these objects, right?
The elevation of these objects? What do you mean?
That's the term used for how high an object is above the horizon.
Right, for example,
okay. So you're talking about
if you're on the equator, the North Star is almost at the it's at the horizon.
Yes,
as you get closer and closer, it gets closer above you. If you're in Alaska, it's directly overhead.
Now, is that angle though, the way we can see it, does it represent curvature that I'm going over?
Yes, 100%. Or you know what?
How? Okay. How? Tell me how, please.
If you took a measurement at every line of latitude, you can make the argument that the Earth is not a sphere, but rather a spherical object with flat planes across it, where each edge of each two planes is a line of latitude. You could make that argument if you wanted.
Okay.
I mean,
what do you mean? How?
So there's just a whole bunch of observations you can make to debunk it. Like, for example, the gravity density argument, right? You can easily debunk that one, right? Easily debunk it, because they say, oh no, what causes objects to sink or rise is gravity and buoyancy and density, right? That one's easily debunked, because in reality, when we have things of similar densities, they'll move at they'll slowly rise or fall, and if there's a big difference, they'll rise or fall quickly. But in a vacuum, objects, regardless of density, all fall at the same exact speed. So clearly, there's something else going on.
So the atmosphere has a lot to do with how fast they fall. You have air resistance, density of atmosphere. That always determines the buoyancy of an object, or how fast it sinks.
All right.
Absolutely.
Everything falls in a vacuum. Everything falls at the same speed, regardless of density. So that
there's no friction. There's nothing for it to go up against.
But people tell you that there's no such thing as gravity. I hear flat earthers.
There might be just gravity. I don't know. I know it's a crazy idea, but there might just be an up and down in nature.
Well, you can call the force whatever you want to call it. You can call it an up and down in nature, but it's still a force of nature that you have to contend with, right?
Yeah, it's a law. It would be a law. What goes up must go down.
Yeah,
everybody walking around saying, "What's up?" Nobody knows.
Well, I mean, it can't be just an up and down, right? Since we know that mass that is not relative to your down pulls other objects to it.
So you're saying mass attracts mass objectively.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't think that there is an up and down in nature?
It's not a matter of what I think or not. It's a matter of what we observe.
Well, that's what I mean. Do you think that, and I hate to go to this classic one, but do you think the people are standing upright opposite of me in Australia right now?
Uh-huh.
They are.
Uh-huh. Up and down's all relative.
So, okay, there is no up and down. It's relative. Okay.
Yeah, it's all relative.
And it's all relative, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's a good,
There's
that's
no
a good
up and down in
Band-Aid.
space either. Yeah, there's no up and down in space either.
Yeah, let's divorce ourselves from very evident concepts in order to make us think about nonsense all day long.
Oh no, there is a down in space.
There's down in space now.
Oh yeah.
Actually, the cosmic microwave background kind of shows that a little bit.
So what did you mean by divorce ourselves from certain concepts? What did that statement snarkily mean?
Well, the idea that there might just be an up and down in reality, and
Well, we're not
to say that
divorcing ourselves
up
from anything because
and
that's
down
just
is
wrong.
relative.
Huh?
What you've done is divorced yourself from a very simple observational fact that what goes up must come down.
No, we haven't. You're just bullshitting again. You're in bullshit mode, Alexis.
Dude, I'm just pointing it out.
So hold on.
I'm just pointing it out, dude.
The Earth is probably round, which also means people in Australia are
No,
relative to
I
you
said I
upside down.
believe. I said I believe that there's enough information to lead me to believe that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, and make sure you got all your disclaimers correct.
But everything that I've experienced and everything that I know directly tells me that it's flat and motionless.
So you agree or disagree that people in Australia are upside down relative to you?
Well, based off of your model, there absolutely are.
Oh, so what does Cathexis think?
I told you already. I'm directly in the middle of this.
So you're not actually
I've deprogrammed myself from both of those paradigms, and I am trying to understand it on a different philosophical level than what most people are used to.
Right.
That's what I'm doing.
So what concept did we divorce ourselves from when we say
look, that is just a personal comment from, just thinking about the nature of up and down and thinking about how that's all we only experience. And if you say, no, there is no up and down, it's all relative, and there is no up and down in space, what you've done is divorced yourself from a very primary experience that we have.
No,
and I think that's just factual.
That go away from the Earth are up, and things that go towards the upper or the Earth are down. It's very much in line with that reasoning.
Yes, but at what point?
For a human being,
outside the atmosphere,
for a human being, there is an up and down is towards the direction of gravity, and up is the direction away from gravity. Right.
Okay. So at what point does a rocket begin to not experience up or down? At what height?
What height does it become floaty?
Yeah, essentially. In orbits, what?
The distance at which Earth's gravity is no longer pulling on.
Exactly, right. Once it's in
so how far is that?
Once it's in free fall, it's not how far, it's how fast, actually.
Well, okay, what I'm saying is how far away from the Earth do you have to be where up now becomes something else?
I don't know.
No, well, it's not, the Earth doesn't matter. It's just a matter of being within a gravitational field.
Well, sure. At what point does that go away? Do you move from Earth's gravity to Moon's gravity, but there's still a slight pull?
If they ever end up building, the giant spinning centrifuge to simulate gravity in space, you'll have an up and down, which will be based on the towards the center or towards the outside of that centrifuge. Will be your new up and down.
What's the point of this line of reasoning here?
Yeah, I'm kind of lost at that too, Cathexis. I don't
Yeah,
really
I can tell. I can tell you guys are feeling a little weird about this. Yeah, it's just an idea, man. It's just something I think about on occasion.
Presented an
idea. We evolved on a planet with gravity, right? So everything about our vestibular system and everything else is designed around that. It's kind of grown around that. So.
If you go
there is a local up and down for us as human beings because like our vestibular system is will tell us that, right?
So what will it tell you when you get to that height above the Earth? where it is no longer up and down.
You get sick as fuck. Astronauts.
So you're always falling around an object concerning orbits.
Yes.
Is that right?
Right. You're constantly falling. There's no up and down. There's no gravity, which is why human
Well,
beings
wait,
need an
if you're
adaptation
falling,
period.
aren't you falling down?
That's why he said there's a down in space.
Yeah, there's no down.
Okay, wait. So that
down.
down in space is to the center point of the largest object around you. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so orbits are nothing more than perpetually falling around the larger objects until you break away from that, let's say going to the moon. So then you begin to fall around the moon. So there is absolutely a down
that's what
in space.
transplanetary ejection is.
Well, if you were in the middle of, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you want to define down as towards the direction of the gravitational field, you can do that.
Well, wouldn't it be that?
You can do well. The thing is, like in translunar injection, you get transferred from the gravity well of the Earth to the gravity well of the Moon, but you're weightless the whole time. So it's kind of weird. There's still no up or down really, which is why astronauts will sleep in any position, right? Like they'll strap their back, their whatever their sleeping bag or whatever to whatever.
Yeah,
spot they want
microgravity gives that effect, from what we understand it as. But that microgravity is gained by perpetually.
Gravity,
yeah, but that microgravity. But that microgravity gravity is achieved by perpetually falling around an object. So it's technically being floaty in space is kind of an illusion.
Also, if you get sufficiently away from a mass.
So you're saying if I was sufficiently, let's say I'm from here to Jupiter, okay, and I'm nowhere near Mars. We just got it on a clear shot of its apogee near.
Well, you'll still be. The problem is you're still strongly attracted by the gravitational forces within our region.
Okay, I understand that. So Earth is
falling towards
so
something.
You're still falling towards Earth, okay? As you go thousands of miles up.
Or you could be falling towards the sun, right? If you're between Jupiter or whatever.
Oh, wouldn't it be both?
Well, it could be both. Yeah, you could be getting pulled by multiple gravitational wells.
Okay, so we have two downs now.
Well, it doesn't make sense.
If I'm going to Jupiter, right? At what point do you think, just ballpark, would you get away from the down of Earth and begin to go down on Jupiter?
What's the point of this?
Kind of a ridiculous question.
It's not really. It's a thought experiment to understand what orbits are.
It's not a thought experiment. Orbits are simply.
Why can't you answer a simple question about it?
Orbits are simply being in equilibrium between the gravity well and the centripetal force of your acceleration, right?
Okay, but that gravity well is the down to the center of that object, correct?
Oh. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But when you're in orbit, or if you're falling towards a capture, either way, you're in free fall, which means there is no down because you yourself.
If it's free fall, then what are you going towards? The down.
You're going towards the source of the gravity well,
which is down.
If you want to call it down, you can call it down. But for a human being, it doesn't make sense to call it down because as long as you're in free fall, you have no up or down.
Yeah, there's a microgravity effect, but that microgravity effect is sort of an illusion.
They call it microgravity because there's other masses around you that still produce gravity.
Okay.
There's never a situation where there's no gravity because you're always surrounded by mass because you yourself are made of mass.
Okay, so you're perpetually falling around objects. So if I'm falling around Earth, I get shot out towards Jupiter, then I will eventually be falling around Jupiter. Is that right?
Right.
And that microgravity effect that we see is really just kind of an illusion, and it happens because we're perpetually falling around an object. There is no place where you go up into space and you become floaty.
Well, yeah, there is. If you can get if you could get sufficiently, well, I guess.
Oh, wait, maybe a Lagrange point. How about if you get? What if you set?
Hey, hang on.
Wait, what if you sit in a Lagrange point? Do you think you'd be totally floaty at that point?
Cathexis, hang on. Look, your line of reasoning is nothing. It sounds like semantics. Okay.
It's not, dude. It's really not. And if you think that, then you obviously don't understand this issue.
You're not asking questions that lead anywhere, right?
No, they're not leading anywhere with your worldview. Listen to me for a moment. Seriously.
You're going down one. You're just question. You're doing the John Stunge thing,
No, I'm
Right,
not,
where
dude.
you
You know, I'm
don't have a
not.
point.
Listen, what I'm asking
So
is
what
if
are you
you
trying to
understand this
understand?
stuff or not.
What are you trying to
At
understand?
what point do you begin falling towards Jupiter's center of mass, away from Earth's center of mass?
Okay, so look, we can find out for you, I'm sure. But
Okay. Well,
once
what
you
I'm
get
saying
that-
is,
hang on. No. Wait, Texas. Once you get that answer, what will you do with it?
I don't know. It might lead me to another question. It might resolve it. I don't know. But
So
the thing
wait.
is
Why do you
for
want to
me.
know? Why do you want to know?
What kind of fucking question is that? Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't
What are you talking about?
No, I mean, what is the point of where you're going with all this? Because your line of questioning, like I said, you don't stick to
I'm
one
trying to
specific
understand the
context.
model and
You're
the
not-
way it supposedly works
You
accurately.
don't stick to one topic. You ask a question, what leads to one.
It's all related, Negator. Are you going to talk
don't
about what
ask
I'm
enough.
talking about, or are you
don't
going to
ask.
constantly point to something
Texas,
about what I'm doing?
Can you please stop interrupting? All right. Now, you don't stay on one specific topic long enough.
I do.
to
They're
gain
all related.
Can you please stop interrupting?
Well, if you keep misrepresenting my
Texas.
position, I'm not going to deal with that nonsense. I'm not
Look,
going to deal with it. I'm
can you
talking about
please
orbital mechanics here.
Interrupting me.
If
All right.
only you could stop misrepresenting my position. Go.
Thank you. You don't stay on one specific topic long enough to gain any kind of specific understanding, right?
No,
So
I get a specific understanding. No, I understand it just fine. I'm asking you guys questions about how it works.
Right, but your tone of voice and the way you're posing your questions implies you're stupid. I'm just gonna ask a bunch of questions until I get you.
No. That's not what I intend at all. At all. I
So
am serious.
you actually want to learn something here. So tell me, why does the specific answer? At what point does Jupiter start pulling on me more than the Earth? Why does that matter to this understanding?
Well, here's what I'm trying to understand is at what point, like, okay, is there such a thing as a point in space? Like maybe a Lagrange point would be this, where you could be at, where you would just be floating, not because you're falling around an object, but because that's the nature of our universe, as is kind of told to us through sci-fi and all this nonsense. But for the most part, this is what most people think about how orbits work. And I'm learning that it doesn't. Orbits have everything to do with falling around an object a specific way. So at what point do you become floaty, Negator? I think it's a reasonable question.
Okay, so the answer to your question is actually at no point do you become floaty.
What happens at a Lagrange point, you think?
There's gravity everywhere. Well, Lagrange point is just where the two gravitational forces
cancel each other out.
The combined gravitational forces are equal to the centrifugal force felt.
Okay, so what do you think would happen? Do you think that they would be feeling completely weightless, not just microgravity, because they're away or in balance?
No, you're missing.
Well, because wait, aren't the Lagrange points falling around everything too? That's how they're made.
See, you don't want to understand. That's
no, I do. I want you to understand because this starts to get really nonsensical at some point.
Gotcha. Exactly. That's why you're not asking.
It's not a gotcha, dude. It's a question. How fucking intellectually incapable do you have to be to not answer a fucking question?
That's why you just said, well, why does this happen then? Why does Lagrange points?
Why does it happen? What's wrong with asking those questions? You support this model. Because if you are smart, you should know what happens with orbits.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I said because if you genuinely wanted the answer, you wouldn't be asking it here. You would go. You would go and do the research and find
I have. This is the point I'm trying to make, Jeremy. I have been looking into it for the past month, and I find the answers to be strange.
So you're pretending.
So I want to ask you guys what you
want
think
us to
of
give
it.
you the same answers until you get us in a gotcha
No.
question.
No, you see, Negator misrepresenting my position once again. You can't talk about what I'm talking about. You have to go after either how I presented it or my character.
See, you're doing it again.
Yes, pointing your fucking bullshit out, and I'm not going to stop anymore.
Okay, so what is wrong with anything that epistemology just explained?
Nothing. It fits exactly into what I was saying. He understands it very well.
So you were testing him. You didn't actually want to know.
Well, no, I do know to a certain degree, and I wanted to see if there's more information I could gain from the inquiry. We're having a conversation. Seriously, I do not know why you behave this way every single time.
That's just you, Texas.
I think that was an excellent demonstration of just how useless philosophy is.
Yeah.
I wasn't philosophizing about orbits. You are so absurd sometimes, dude. I seriously just want to know how this stuff works. And I talk to you guys because you claim to know this model. I want to hear what you guys say about it.
Okay. So what was let's go back to the Lagrange point. You said is the Lagrange points constantly falling around things? Is that what you stated? And why do you continue to ask before you become floaty? Like, what does that mean?
It's kind of a joke with Jeremy. But no, what I'm asking is, no, it's not a problem. Okay.
Yeah.
So you gain microgravity. Well, Negator asked, let me clear it up. You gain microgravity by perpetually falling around an object. Okay, this is what gives that impression.
Gain microgravity. No, you're not gaining anything.
Well, you know what I mean. You're losing gravity to a certain extent because you're falling. I get it.
You're canceling out the forces.
There you go. Excellent. So
That's the whole thing. You're canceling out the forces.
Okay, excellent. So you can move around like they show in the ISS because it's perpetually falling around at 17.5. Now, if they were going to go to the moon, if you take a look at the moon's orbit, what they do, they go around the Earth twice, and then they, at a low Earth orbit, and they shot up towards the moon's orbit.
Yeah,
right?
translunar injection, sure.
Okay, so when they're going there, as they're flying towards the moon, the down is behind them to the center of the Earth, right?
Yeah, they're actually slowing down. It's like they're going up a hill.
Yeah, exactly. And then so when they get to the moon itself, it begins to pull them, right?
Right. They get to a point where then they can insert into the orbit with the moon.
Okay, great.
But they've slowed down enough to not sling past the moon because they've been falling towards the Earth the whole time.
Yeah, they use less energy.
They're not falling towards the Earth, but I mean, they're going up a gravity hill. They're slowing down because the Earth is constantly pulling on them.
I gotcha. Okay, so let's say you slingshot from the moon to go to Jupiter. Is there a point where down is not the moon and you begin going towards Jupiter again?
It's kind of a silly. So the Lagrange point is nothing more than saying that here's two ways you can maintain a set distance from a gravitational well. There's two different methods to do it. One method is if you can build up enough speed that your centripetal force allows you to have enough centripetal force to match the gravity well's force, then you can maintain your distance with that gravity well and not be captured by it and fall into it, right? That's one way to do it. That's how we do it when we orbit stuff around the Earth. However, there's also a point between the Earth and the Sun where you can place a satellite without having to have centripetal force be the mechanism by which to prevent yourself from falling in, but getting in perfect equilibrium between the two forces, right? Which is exactly the same equilibrium that you get from the centripetal force when you're getting pulled towards a gravity well, right, in orbit. So they're just two different methods that you could use, and we have done that for like solar probes, where you could put a solar probe, right at the Lagrange point, and then that will then maintain, not be captured by either object.
Okay.
And Nagatua, I spoke to you earlier about Lagrange points. How do Lagrange points work when it's an elliptical orbit and the sun is closer to the Earth at a specific point in time? What's the exponential difference of gravity when the Earth is closest to the sun if it is such an elliptical orbit?
Mm-hmm. And the
How does
answer
the
was
Lagrange
that
point work?
they move, don't they?
The Lagrange points do, yeah.
How do you, hold on. How is there a static Lagrange point if the Earth is in elliptical orbit around the sun where it becomes closer to the sun at a specific point in time?
Do you think all Lagrange points are static, or that they are literally static?
They have to be.
Well, yeah, they do claim it's 1 million miles away for the one where Himawari Eta is.
Hold on. If it is 1 million miles away, hold on. How about this? The moon is 250,000 miles away, roughly. Right. Rounded off, 250,000 miles away. The moon is strong enough to control the fucking the tides on Earth, right? That's 1/6 of Earth gravity. How come on the other side of the moon, a Lagrange point can be 1,000,000 miles away, yet it's, I mean, like, shouldn't it exhibit some type of fucking pull? Like, what is the exponential drop off of gravity? And what's the difference when the moon's in front of it as opposed to when the moon's behind it?
Oh, I don't know. Good questions.
That is a good question. And there's another question is, if the moon's gravity does pull the tides on the other side of the Earth, shouldn't there be, I don't know, shouldn't there be more gravity on the other side of the moon?
More
As
gravity.
opposed to on the as opposed to the side of the moon that's facing the Earth.
You mean if there were lakes on the moon, would the moon have tides too caused by the Earth's gravity on the opposite side? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm talking about is you're talking about gravity wells. You're talking about gravity wells. And if the Earth is 6 times the gravity of the moon, yet the moon is still able to pull the tides of the Earth, then how come 1,000,000 miles is only 1/4 and not 1/6 or 1/7 or whatever, further enough away to where the Earth's gravity plus the moon isn't going to pull that in? Why does 1,000,000 miles work? How does the math even, how does that even add up? Is there an exponential drop off? Does math exist to even explain that? And then you need to couple that with an elliptical orbit that becomes closer to the sun.
So
how does that work?
Number one, right? All of your
magic.
questions have answers, right?
And
Yeah,
that
the,
is
the
what?
Lagrange point shouldn't be looked at as a point. It should be looked at as like a sphere.
Yeah, they all move, guys.
It radiates in all locations, right? And because the it's kind of a range actually, and because it's an elliptical orbit, not a perfectly circular orbit, the Lagrange point, the perfect Lagrange point, that sphere is expanding and contracting.
So it's not static.
No, it's not static. It's not static. And objects in the Lagrange, basically what the Lagrange point allows you to do with a satellite is, for example, if you have a satellite that's positioned between the Earth and the Sun, by definition, if you're not in the Lagrange point, that satellite has to move faster. It has to have a higher, a shorter year than the Earth. It has to move faster than the Earth, or it's going to be captured by the Sun, because it's got to have, because it's subject to more gravitational force. It has to have a higher speed in order to get the centripetal force to not be captured by the Sun. But there's a loophole, which is the Lagrange point, which is where the forces cancel out, and therefore you can have a satellite that stays exactly where one year on the one Earth year is also one Earth year for the satellite, even though the satellite is much closer to the Sun than the Earth.
So you don't adhere to special relativity and atomic clocks when it comes to speed travel and time dilation.
I don't know what that. I don't know where that just came from.
That has everything to do with physics and the standard model. Anything that's moving faster than the Earth is going to have a different atomic clock. Anything that's moving slower than the Earth is going to have a different atomic clock.
That has nothing to do with
Yes, but that has nothing to do with this orbital mechanics that we're talking about.
It has everything to do with it.
What does it have to do with it?
It has everything to do with atomic clocks and how things operate. How do you send a signal to something that's moving faster than you, and how does it work in the exact same time? There must be a type of mathematics where it would project a handicap of speed.
So Ed, let's slow down. Let's slow down. You've asked a bunch of questions, right? Which is totally cool, right? Now I want to point out that the questions you've asked, they're not you're not presenting us with a problem, right? So these questions all have answers, right? So because we may not have an answer for you right this second doesn't mean something is fake. And I also want to point out that your understanding of Lagrange points from the get-go was poor, false, not correct.
Okay.
Right? So maybe there's something else you may not also be understanding. So I think at a minimum, right, we don't need this to be like a confrontation. You can ask a question, we can see if we can answer it. But I want you to keep in mind that, again, because of
so you just want to condescend him and hope he's not going to react.
You get triggered easily is really what I gather from that. You trigger easily.
No. Well, I think he deserves a little bit of it because he came in here guns blazing, but he was just straight up wrong to start with.
No, I didn't.
Right. So
he really didn't. He came in. That's Ed. He's from Boston.
Really did.
Like,
yeah,
seriously.
yeah. The first thing it says, negator. Remember those things we were talking on chat earlier, right?
Yeah, because we were talking about it's the same topic. What's the problem with that? Why are you triggered over that? Come on now.
All right. So
Does he even sound remotely triggered?
Yeah,
like,
I don't know.
You sound perfectly calm.
No, that's how Negator. That's his whole like mo. He stays like nice, calm, and condescending.
So what's the
That's
problem?
like the complete opposite of triggered.
Yeah. What's the problem with these atomic clocks again? And what's
Condescension is the
Have you
trigger.
looked up the actual answer?
Yes, I've looked at the actual answer. If something doesn't adhere to the speed, all right. Say Voyager goes out. The further out Voyager goes, the more it fucking adheres to centrifugal force, right? The faster it goes, the more time dilation exists, right?
Okay.
So,
sure.
Okay, so how come there hasn't ever been a reset of an atomic clock with the ISS that's traveling around the Earth?
Why do you need
It's
to
moving
reset?
faster than the clocks on the Earth.
Why do you need to reset the clock?
Yeah, you're talking about like nanoseconds here, like literally
Okay.
where
And
if the
after 20
ISS was in
years-
orbit for 1,000,000 years, you wouldn't be even a 1 second discrepancy in time, right?
That's such a straw man. That's such a straw man. That's just a made up argument right there. The point of what I'm saying is that the computers don't work if they're not synced. How do you send a signal to something that's out in space that's moving so much faster than Earth around an orbit around the sun, and we don't even know what that orbit is?
Wait a minute. There's some fundamental misunderstandings here. There's some fundamental misunderstandings here about data communication systems using electromagnetic forces, right? There's a fundamental misunderstanding here. The clocks on the computers do not have to be synchronized, right?
Yes.
Only your packet structure has to have a way of being, like for example, you use radio waves to send like a TCP/IP packet, right? It's going to have a header. It's going to have a whole bunch of details on how to put that data together when it arrives at its at its destination. They don't even have to arrive in the same. They don't even have to arrive in the same order, and they can still be reassembled to get the data together. Okay, so even the fact that the ISS is orbiting in a slightly different time frame, in its own time frame than objects on the Earth. And by the way, it's the same thing for a jet plane, right? Or even you talking on your cell phone in your car. You're in a different time frame than someone, that's at their house. And in fact, actually, gravity itself is not around the whole Earth. There's differences in gravity, and even gravity itself will change your local time frame, right? So, the fact that exists does not mean that you can't send electromagnetic communication from one object to the other, right?
Okay,
You'd
Marty.
have to demonstrate why that would be a problem, because you have to realize that for like an electromagnetic signal, it's essentially time doesn't run for it when it's moving at the speed of light. Once it leaves and goes towards its recipient and it's traveling at the speed of light, it's essentially frozen in time, right? The time is meaningless for that item. So it doesn't, just like when we send stuff from deep space and it takes 9 hours to get here, that's irrelevant to the fact that once it arrives here, we can receive that electromagnetic information.
What about free space loss and the inverse square law concerning something, let's say, even out to Pluto, like 3.5 billion miles?
Hang on. Is Ed happy with his response, though?
Absolutely not, because what you're talking about is relativity, and what you're negating is special relativity. So if something's moving faster at a further orbit, right, it is going to experience time differently. So if you send,
you experience time differently when you're in your car.
Why do you have to interrupt me? Okay, hold on.
I will let you finish, Ed. I will let you finish.
Thank you very much. Anywho, so if Voyager's out there, it's past Pluto, right, and we send a signal out to it, right, and it reaches it, it's still moving faster. So from the perception of Earth, per special relativity, it's going to move either slower or faster, because I'm not saying I know 100% what the fucking math is, but special relativity says that time dilation occurs and things happen differently from the perception or the frame of reference, right? The frame of reference is Earth being the static fucking frame of reference, right? So if you send something there, and let's say an action on Earth that you send to the Voyager spacecraft before it fucking takes off Earth takes 1 second, what's the difference when it's past Pluto? How do you know? Like, how does that work? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, take your phone, change the date by a day, and try to update your Google shit. It's not going to fucking match up per the computers.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
not the same,
understand how
though.
that works.
Well, he just explained part of why that works. And yes, why couldn't you calculate it, right? You just need to know the speed of the object, the speed of
The
how fast
math
you're going.
doesn't exist, is what I'm saying. It's theoretical. That's fucking.
Why doesn't it
It's
exist?
magic.
Hold on a second. How big of a time dilation do you think there is on the ISS?
Even if it's 1 nanosecond a day, that means that it's been up there for 20 years. The atomic clock is not going to match the Earth's. So what's the difference?
So what?
How is that going to be?
So what? How is that?
It doesn't matter, Ed. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, so we don't talk about it, and it has nothing to do with anything we're talking about when it comes to space, time, relativity, special relativity.
Epistemology just went into a lengthy explanation about why that doesn't matter for the type of communication it's using, and you didn't listen to any of it.
I listened to all of it. I've been sitting here for 20 minutes before I chimed in.
Right. Well, he just again explained it.
Well, I think that the issue he jumped in on was the Lagrange points, right?
I jumped in on Lagrange points, and Lagrange points they don't work. They don't work if they're in a different
Mathematically,
time.
they do.
I guess not if they work in an elliptical orbit and gravity is ever present, and if the sun is closer to the Earth, then what is the deviation? How do the satellites change?
Yeah,
It doesn't make like a sense.
Yeah, and Lagrange put out his theory in about 1782. Mathematically, he found some gaps in between some of the distances. And he was a mathematician, so he came up with this notion of this neutral point between objects, mainly the sun and the Earth.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And
that was back when the Earth's orbit was a sphere. Oh, not a sphere. It was a circle and not a fucking ellipse.
You're actually right. If you look at You're right. Actually, if you look at his original drawing and math, it's a circle, and the center of it is it's called the Bain point. I can't remember the exact terminology, but
right. And if Lagrange points are a thing, then how come there's so much like hype when it comes to astronomy? When it comes to all these planets are aligning, and there's going to be a high tide, a super high tide, because all the planets are aligning. Well, how does that not change a Lagrange point? How does the orbit of the moon?
It's this beautiful dance of mass falling around each other perpetually, even though I don't know how one thing falls around another and that falls around another, and where are we falling to? What the fuck is going on?
It's fucking Hogwarts magic.
Because
it is, dude.
When you drop it, that's why.
That's the point, Cathexis, about what I was saying earlier. You think it's magic.
Yeah.
You didn't want to know any.
No,
of
I
it.
don't think it's magic. I think that I think that they're not representing it correctly. I think they're using ideas from the 1700s and projecting them as real up there.
So
what
data should they be using, Cathexis or Ed?
Perhaps the secondary real data that they do use when they explore it secretly, most likely.
Secretly, wow.
Yeah.
So Ed, have you worked with? I mean, do you do astronomy? Do you do physics? What do you do?
A man is able to fucking think about things outside of.
No,
you guys are getting into topics that actually require a lifetime of study.
Well, you guys seem to have a good answer for it.
I have a rudimentary generalized understanding of stuff. But if someone asked me, "Hey, I need you to compute,"
time dilation for the Voyager.
All the data that you need to compute in order to achieve a stable orbit around, whatever. I'm not going to be able to do that. I don't.
Sure.
I would have to spend years of my life learning that and how to use the software to model it and do all this stuff. And that's why people are rocket scientists, and that's why they have PhDs, and that's why they're paid as much as they are to do that.
It's not rocket science, man. It's just thinking about stuff.
Listen, I'm an astronomer. I have scopes. I stare at the stars. I stare at the moon.
I am an amateur astronomer too, but that doesn't mean that I'm qualified to present.
So,
but you are qualified as a human being. Hold on, real quick.
So why are you qualified to tell me that I'm wrong?
But that's a good point there.
I'm
why are you qualified to tell me that I'm wrong with my question?
Essentially, your argument, there are arguments of incredulity. Like, I don't understand this or not, so it can't be true. I don't
Yeah,
understand
so
how
how
it
are
can be
you
true.
qualified to make that
How are you
determination,
qualified?
epistemology?
To anybody listening to this.
Because I probably maybe have a better understanding of some of these concepts.
So
and
it's
an
incredulity
alternative,
on your behalf
alternative
then.
explanation.
So it's incredulity on your behalf. Okay.
What does he mean? What do you mean? How's it incredulity on my behalf?
Yeah,
all right.
there you go.
So
No, he clearly doesn't understand what the
There's
fuck he's doing.
evidence that there's evidence that these satellites, are in the Lagrange, in the Lagrange points.
Excellent, excellent. That's right where I want to go. That's right where I want to go. The Epic satellite took a video July 15th of 2015, I believe, of the Earth essentially transiting the moon transiting the Earth, right? Or it passed the Earth, right? So, but if you go to the Epic satellite website, there are no pictures of the moon for an entire year, except for that one day. Can you please explain to me why the moon is not even present in any of those pictures except for one stop frame video that existed a year ago?
Yeah, and it was clearly garbage.
Oh, that's absolutely serious. How do you not take pictures of the moon when
Because
it's in the frame?
Ed.
Yeah, if there's a video called
Texas.
1 Year on Earth, as seen from 1 million miles away.
You can go to the
video?
Epic website. You can go to the Epic satellite website. You can go day by day and go back in time. They take pictures. It's the same bullshit of the picture of the Earth, and there is no moon ever.
Ed, how far away was that that satellite?
1 million miles, supposedly.
1 million. So you have a point in space 1 million miles away, right? And what you're wanting to capture is an object 2,000 miles across, transiting an object that's 8,000 miles across.
And it takes pictures every day, and it only took one set of pictures of the moon because that would benefit science if it took more, but it doesn't.
And the moon, right, is 240,000 miles away from this object that's only 8,000 miles in diameter. How often do you think the moon should transit across between those 2 points in space?
I don't know. It only orbits the Earth 2,000 miles an hour, so it probably should be in frame a whole lot. And
So
not only in frame, not only in frame in front, not only in frame in front. It should show the orbit around the back.
28 days.
At some point in time.
Ed, what you're saying
He's
is
got
that
a
the
good
Epic
point.
Texas, can you please stop interrupting?
He's got a good point, dude. You're going to try to dismiss what he's saying here, and that's ridiculous.
Ed,
He's about to drop the elbow.
All right.
You're a jabroni.
All right, check it out.
Never
Right?
Do you smell what the rock is cooking?
Moon, all right, the moon's got a very specific orbit around the Earth, right?
28 days.
Now, is the Epic satellite aligned perfectly with the moon's orbit of Earth? Yes or no?
Well, during the time, hold on, during the time in which it moves in front of its camera, then yes, it should. But if you watch that year's worth of footage, it's only that one time.
Texas, I heard that the first 3 times.
Okay.
All right. So again,
dismiss it and condescend. Go ahead.
Is the Epic satellite aligned perfectly with the moon's orbit of Earth? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter. It's a million miles away.
Yeah, it's aligned with Earth. It should actually be catching both in the shot.
It
should catch the Earth. It should catch the moon in front, and at some point in time, it should catch the moon behind.
Swing it around the back
to occult it, and
So
it doesn't.
How big would the moon look like on the other side?
It doesn't matter how big it would look. It should be seen, but it is not. And you
So
can go to
is
the
the
NASA
Epic satellite focused on the Earth or not? Or is it focused on something else?
Focus. It's a million miles away. It should be at infinity. It should be at an infinity focus, which means that everything should be in focus. You should at least get the light from the moon. If it is 1/6 the size.
A trillion miles away or some shit.
Yeah, a million exactly, they say. In that really fancy Lagrange point.
So again, I just fail to see the problem.
Okay, never mind.
Cool. I guess there's no arguing.
We'll just move on. Yeah.
No,
move on.
No, tell me why.
No, there's no point. You don't.
We've said it 4 times.
Yes, Cathexis, you don't need to say it again. All right. You said that it should see the moon more often, right?
It should see the moon probably about, I don't know, every fucking month within that fucking whole year cycle, at least once, either in front of it or behind it.
Unless the sun is at the north looking south.
No, hey, you don't add to bullshit, okay?
I'm not adding bullshit. I'm saying
there to be like that.
On an equator, like ellipse, orbit, right? It's not going to be north to south. Nothing orbits north to south, right? Everything orbits the Earth east to
I mean,
west.
we have satellites that do, but yeah, the moon's orbit of Earth is what, like 20 degrees off of the equator. I think.
Well, it just
depends on what it is. The moon
Let me
has its own
clarify
MLM.
something real quick. Let me clarify something. Once a day, NASA will post at least a dozen new color images of Earth acquired from 12 to 36 hours earlier by NASA's Earth polychromatic imaging camera. So what they're doing is just showing basically 12 pictures a day. And
okay,
the
look,
moon
still
is a
doesn't-
20. Hold on, the moon
my
has
goodness.
a 28-day orbit.
So you're saying this object, the thing taking the pictures, is directly on the same line of, or same axis as the moon and the Earth.
It's a million miles away.
Doesn't matter. You
So
can see
what?
the entirety of the Earth in the shot.
Yeah.
You should be able to see the moon at any point in time as it transits it.
Oh
Yeah.
Actually, you guys have kind of a miss. I'm going to post.
Well, okay, it
for
might
you
go
guys.
wide. Hold on, it might go wide on the sides, but you would catch it in front and peering behind it.
I just posted a two scale picture showing, in fact, how far the moon actually is from the Earth and their relative
Yeah.
sizes. People assume the moon is much closer to the Earth than it actually is when it's in orbit. And if you look
Sure.
at that satellite stuff, it's zoomed in way into the Earth, right?
Well,
so for it to capture the moon going across, going across the Earth, going in front of the satellite and crossing across the path of the Earth where you would actually see it, that requires a fairly specific alignment.
But
Yeah.
it would still go across the Earth every 28 days.
No.
Okay?
No. Wrong.
No. It's on the ecliptic. Negative.
Only if it was
It's on the ecliptic.
If it was only if it was in line.
But it's on the ecliptic. There is a line in which it's catching.
The ecliptic is there's a bunch of objects that all have slightly different inclinations that are all on the ecliptic.
Sure,
The moon
but if
included.
it's showing it once, then it should show it every 28 days.
So what you guys are saying is that on July 15th, 2015, the moon actually has eight or nine solid shots that the camera on the Epic satellite can see it transit in front of the Earth, right? But at no point in time in an entire year, even though it has a 28-day fucking rotation, right, that you're only going to see it once because of what? I don't know. The focal length doesn't change. And you guys are making excuses now. You guys are being apologists.
Excuses for what?
You
Excuses
are.
for your lack of
Excuses
understanding.
for apologists, not excuses.
You're making excuses for why the Epic satellite and the pictures that it takes are real. That's what you're doing.
No.
Yeah. How would you not?
What you're assuming is that the motion of the moon around the Earth is 100% static in relation to the Epic satellite, and that the Epic satellite is 100% static in relation to both. Right?
Dude, the North Pole and the South Pole of the Earth are not 100% like to the tip and to the bottom of the frame. There is space in between them. So what you're saying is that the moon essentially goes north of the North Pole, and it's never seen for an entire year. Well, it's been over a year, and there hasn't been another picture. Hold on. It's been over a year. It's been over a year since that shit was taken, and there hasn't been a second one. You can go to the Epic website and look for yourself.
And why should there be?
Let me read this real quick.
Why should there
Discover moves at 275,000 kilometers projected in plane in its position in Lagrange point. It is moving technically at that fast in order to keep its direct view of Earth. That's amazing.
That doesn't make any sense. It's on the inside of the Earth. It should move slower than the Earth. And if the Earth is moving 66,000 miles an hour around the sun, it should move slower because it's inside the elliptical. Well, inside the disk.
There's so many motions, and everything's falling around each other. It's crazy.
How does the Epic satellite move faster inside, closer to the sun than the Earth is, but yet stay static?
Has it moved faster than what now?
If the Earth moves 66,000 miles an hour, Texas, how fast did you say that? Epic
I'm double checking that, but there were two people saying it's moving at 275,000, which might be a misprint. It might have been 27.5, but let me go check on that.
Yeah, check that out because there's no way if it's moving inside the elliptical of the Earth, it has to move slower. It has to.
Which
Because
Lagrange
those
point?
Lagrange points are moving.
What was the question? I'm sorry, I stepped away here for a minute.
It's okay. We weren't talking to you then, epistemology.
Yeah. By the way, I looked it up, and it's actually twice a year that the orbits sync to where you can watch the transit.
That's it, really?
That's it. There's only one shot of the moon.
I'm not sure why there's only one shot, but it says it right here on the NASA site that they can capture that twice a year. Twice a year, the orbits intersect to where you can see it.
I know why. Because the first did it, it looked fake as fuck, and everybody kind of caught on to it, so they're not going to do it.
Yeah, exactly, dude. You can see a green glow around the moon as it passes in front of the.
If there was a much wider shot, you would be able to see the moon every time. But you have to remember that it's not perfectly in plane with the orbit of the moon.
Dude, you're talking about the moon going around orbit of the Earth and then being millions of miles out of place from where it was the previous orbit.
Let me give you this. So in 1782, Lagrange said, if the distance is just right, about 4 times the distance to the moon or 1/100th of its speed. Shit, hold on a second. The spacecraft 2 will need just 1 year to go around the sun and will keep its position between the sun and the Earth. That position is the Lagrangian point L1, so-called after.
The problem is if you're not in the Lagrange point, and you're orbiting closer to the sun than the Earth, you're going to have to go faster. Your year is not going to be the time it takes you to orbit around the sun is not going to be equivalent to an Earth year. It's going to have to be faster, or you're going to fall into the sun.
You would have to be slower.
That's what he was saying with the atomic clocks earlier.
You would have to. What do you mean you have to be slower? You would have to be orbiting faster. Your days, in other words, your year wouldn't be 365 days. It might be 300 days.
Yeah, Matt. If
so
you
what you're saying?
match it up,
No. Hold on. Check this out. So what you're saying is that for me to maintain the same weight at the North Pole, I would have to move faster as opposed to when I'm at the equator because I'm closer to the center of mass? Well, I'm closer to the center of rotation? No. It would have to move slower because the further you move, all right, say you got a rock tied to a string and you're spinning it around in a circle. The further that string moves out, it moves faster, right? And the further you pull it towards you, it moves slower. But it's because you have specific amount of centripetal force. It's different, right?
Yeah, the further out it would be technically moving faster. Geosynchronous orbit is usually about 27,500 miles an hour.
We can't change Wait a minute. But you guys are forgetting about the fact that the gravitational force increases with the square of the distance, right? It exponentially gets inverse square, right? Exactly.
Yeah. Well, but hold on. All we're saying is that things move faster as they have to be synced up further out. That's all he's saying.
So basically, I understand exactly what Ed is saying, and that's.
Yeah. I can't hear you guys.
What happened?
We're still here.
Yeah, I think he.
Okay, good.
Is this the video you're talking about right here?
Yeah, and if you notice the Earth, hold on. When that moon transits the Earth, watch the Earth move down to the bottom left-hand side of the screen. So if the Earth moves to the bottom left-hand side of the screen, the satellite's moving or the Earth's moving. Let's talk about Lagrange points.
So the satellite is moving, right? It's orbiting the L1 point. It's not stuck in.
No. Look at the video.
No, that's not how Lagrange points work. They don't orbit a point.
Guys, real quick, look at the video. Look at this video. When the moon passes like the 4th or 5th frame, the Earth clicks down. It clicks down to the left. It moves downwards.
That's because these are pictures. There's not a video that sent us. It's pictures.
No. What you're talking about is there's a Lagrange point that's static. So in one frame, within 1 hour, the satellite must move or the Earth is moving to a specific degree. Look at the pictures that you're showing. The Earth moves.
So I think what the misunderstanding, what Ed was saying is, if the gravitational pull was the same closer to the sun as it was where the Earth is, he's right. If it took the same amount of centripetal force to maintain your orbit and not be captured, you would move slower the further you go in because your radius is smaller. Because you could move slower with a smaller radius and still have the same centripetal force. Right.
Okay, so
but the problem is the gravity is increasing exponentially as you get closer to the sun.
Okay, so
which means that you need more and more centripetal force to escape capture.
Let me just add a
Lagrange
clarification.
points don't work.
All right, so just simply let me define it. Lagrange points a location in space where the combined gravitational forces of two large bodies, such as Earth and the Sun, or Earth and the Moon, equal the centrifugal force felt by a much smaller third body. The interaction of forces creates a point of equilibrium where a spacecraft may be parked to make observations. Now, I think where the issue comes in, what Ed's trying to point out, is everything's constantly in motion. So that place, that position where they're so-called parked, is also in relative motion.
Look,
if we're moving around the sun, and if we get into and we're in an elliptical orbit, this point gets closer and further away from us.
Okay, the satellite is orbiting the Sun-Earth L1 point in a 6-month period. The spacecraft Earth-Sun angle varying from 4 to 15 degrees, right? Did you get all that? It's orbiting.
Say that again. There's a lot of background noise.
It's orbiting the Sun-Earth L1 point in a 6-month period, right? So it actually orbits the Lagrange point.
Wait, that makes no sense based off of everything I'm read and looking at right now. It's a place to park the fucking vehicle. Right. The orbit is around it's not orbiting a point.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Where are you getting this information from?
Earth-Sun angle varies 4 to 15 degrees, right? So it doesn't have a flat.
What is it orbiting?
The Lagrange point.
What? How is it? It's got no mass.
It's orbiting. It's orbiting the sun within the Lagrange sphere.
Oh
no, I mean, it literally says
it needs to stay.
Well, then that's miswritten, Negator. It is not orbiting a non-massive empty space in space. It's impossible.
Look, the Lagrange point in front of the Earth, in between the sun, would have to change if it is an elliptical orbit and the sun is closer to the Earth at a specific point in the orbit. The satellite must move. There is no way that it's going to stay static. Like I said, if the moon's gravity is going to pull the tides, right, then what the fuck is going on with the sun? How come there's no calculations to do with Pluto, with Venus? Nothing like that whatsoever. So how do these satellites stay still? It's impossible. It is ridiculous.
It just seems rather improbable.
I'm not sure what you mean by stay still. They're in constant motion. They're not staying still.
What do you mean you're not sure what I mean? We're talking about Lagrange points and there's static locations in space. The equilibrium between two heavenly bodies where the gravity negates.
So, but because
it's elliptical orbit,
in
it's
relation.
Expanding. Right.
So the Lagrange points
contracting.
Yeah, it's expanding and contracting. So it is moving. If it gets into this particular field, it seems that it will be moving with the larger body. And even if the other body is getting closer or further away, it should be at that point where it stays in this type of equilibrium with it. So they are moving. Lagrange points are moving as well.
Here's the thing too, and here's why Lagrange points don't work, because if you weren't exposed to the gravity of the sun, the Earth would fly away from the sun. But since the sun holds the Earth in an orbit, the gravity is ever present. So if the gravity is ever present, when you come closer to the sun through the elliptical orbit, the satellite would deviate. It would move. And how does it correct?
See, let me read this real quick. I just find the language interesting. So there are 5 L points in Earth's sun system. Discover is at the L1 position, 1 million miles away between us and the sun. Orbital mechanics demands that objects orbiting closer to the sun do so more quickly than further away objects. Mercury has a much shorter year than we do. Mars has a longer one. If you're at L1, though, the gravitational pull of the Earth lessens the apparent pull of the sun, causing you to orbit more slowly. So slow, in fact, that you orbit at the same speed as the Earth, and so you'll always appear to be in the same place in the sky.
Right, and that's where the atomic clock issue comes into place, because if things are orbiting slower than the Earth, then there would be deviations in the atomic clock. Computers wouldn't match up. Time itself,
Wait a minute.
would be entirely different.
But wait a minute. Time is different everywhere on Earth, and time is different in your car than it is in your house.
Get out of here.
Relativity tells you that.
Well, no, we do have an atomic clock for Earth's time. I mean, you can't deny that. We do have Earth time that is accurate to the nanosecond.
Yes. But what I mean is, everyone is operating within their own time frame.
Okay, so
right?
What?
So like when you're driving in your car down the highway, you're in a different time frame than someone that's not moving, right?
Bro, you take relativity to a whole new level.
Yeah.
Come on,
there's
epistemology.
There's not some point where relativity is no longer in effect. It's always in effect. The idea that computers won't work because they don't match up, I mean, it's very strange, honestly.
No. Not just they won't match up. From the perception of Earth, from our frame of reference, it would be either slower or faster depending on the speed at which it orbits. So if you send something closer to
no. To have a change in oh my gosh. You know how fast you have to go before you can start to actually notice these types of relative time differences, like
please tell me. So what? Hold on. What is it? 12:15 in Jupiter right now?
You have to get like past 90% of the speed of light before this stuff starts becoming significant.
Okay. So how fast is the galaxy moving? Please. Around whatever center the galaxy moves around, because that's the problem. That's the problem that people have. People say heliocentrism. Well, it's not heliocentrism, because heliocentrists.
It's eccentric. Yeah.
No, not even that.
It's
not
going
even
around.
That. Heliocentrists. They say we live in a galaxy. Okay, well, how fast is that fucking galaxy moving, and how fast is that galaxy rotating around? Whatever cosmic whatever that we don't know about yet. How fast are we moving? What is the deviation towards fucking that? And what is static time? What is still? And if we don't know what still is, then how can anybody even tell you how fast anything is moving, how far away anything is moving?
The Earth is moving around. They're saying the Earth is moving around the center of the galaxy at 220. Basically our whole solar system is moving around the center of the galaxy at around 220 kilometers per second, right?
Wow.
Okay. That's still a tiny fraction of the speed of light.
Aren't we moving to where? Wait, isn't our whole galaxy moving at like something like 800,000 miles per hour around the? I think falling through the universe. I can't remember how they put it. That's another motion, but yeah, we're definitely moving through the galaxy. The dark hole in the center is dragging us towards it. We're falling around that. At 220 meters per second? What did you say? Epistemology. What was that last?
Yeah, 220 kilometers per second.
So what is that per hour?
It's like 500,000 miles per hour or something.
Okay, so we're moving through the galaxy at that.
We're not trying to send data from one galaxy to another, so we don't really.
No. Sure.
What do you mean you're not? SETI does. What the hell's wrong with you? Of course they do.
From one galaxy to another.
Yes,
well,
absolutely.
SETI's reaching out to Andromeda and shit.
Yeah, but they send radio waves out. So okay, well then there must be a correlation of some sorts or another of fucking special relativity. There has to be something to do with time dilation, atomic clocks, and there must be some type of math that is actually fucking calculable. And if you can find the math and link me a link, I don't care if you know it, just find it and link me. Link me the handicap.
Well, yeah, because we've got four very distinct motions.
I don't understand though. He's claiming that there's a problem. Ed, you're claiming that there's a problem. There's a problem with communication.
No. Epistemology, mathematically, there might not be a problem at all.
There's a huge problem mathematically
on paper.
There's a huge problem mathematically because the speed of light is calculated from a static, still Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course it is because
the speed of light is the same regardless of your speed. It doesn't matter if you measure the speed of light on a train.
So the speed of light. So the speed of light.
That's
so what are you telling me?
What do you want about?
Rule of physics. That's a fundamental.
So what you're telling me? What you're telling me is that light is a wave and it travels through a medium, and if the medium changes, light doesn't change in speed, even though water is denser. Water is denser than air.
The speed of light will change through a different medium. But what I mean to say is, the speed of light doesn't go any faster if you measure the speed of light from outside of a moving vehicle, or you measure the speed of light is always like the speed of light in a vacuum, I should say, is always the same regardless of how fast you're moving.
You're wrong. You're wrong, and here's why.
You can't add to the speed of light.
You're wrong, and here's why. Here's why. Because there is something called red shift, right? So if you're moving away from something, it turns red. If you're moving towards it, it turns blue, right? So the speed of light changes.
Because you're compressing and expanding the wavelength. But
So
the speed of light itself is the same.
So no. Because when you're moving away from something,
the wavelength is different than the speed of light, right? You're talking about the Doppler shift of the wavelength. That's different than the speed of light.
So when I'm moving 300 miles an hour in one direction and I shoot a gun backwards, it's moving the same speed. Essentially, is what you're saying. Like, if I shoot a laser,
yes, exactly. The laser is moving at the same speed, whether you're moving backwards or moving forward, but it will change it'll compress or stretch the wavelength, so the wavelength will change.
So speed has nothing to do with speed, is what you're saying, essentially, ultimately.
No, the speed of light is always the speed of light, regardless of the wavelength.
So if I'm moving the speed of light one direction and shoot light backwards, it's going to move the same amount of speed and negate the speed of light that I'm tracking.
The speed of light is the constant in all physics, right? Like
down to describing,
the orbits of within the nucleus of atoms, right? The speed of light is c. I mean, it's the most important. Like literally, the whole universe falls apart if it doesn't.
Hey, did you actually just a quick interjection though? Did you know the speed of light has changed numerous occasions over the past 300 years?
A quick Google search will
and
tell you
here's
that.
Something, if you look at livescience.com, it says speed of light may not be constant, physicists say. Einstein's theory of special relativity sets of the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, 300 million meters per second. But some scientists are exploring the possibility that the cosmic speed limit changes. The speed of light is constant, or so textbooks say. So if you look at the history of this science is called metronomics, is what catalogs the constants used in science. It has changed about 4 or 5 times on record.
The speed of light has changed since the introduction of the nuclear split atom. It has changed since the 40s.
How much has it changed?
I'm sorry.
Let's see how much has it changed.
Let me find the variable.
But did it go from like 50,000 miles per second to 100,000 miles per second?
Let me go find the variables. Hold on. Hey, don't dismiss it so quickly, okay?
It's a quick Google search. It's changed a lot.
It's cool. I'll find it. 1 second. Anyways, the point though is, just like you just mentioned, if the speed of light is variable, our whole universe falls apart. Which is not what we're finding in science, the fields of science. So let me see. Let me find the variances.
Well, it has to change.
Speed of light, not so constant after all. It says pulse structure can slow photons, even in a vacuum. Light doesn't always travel at the speed of light. Let me find the changes over time.
Well, if you even just adhere to Einstein, if gravity warps the speed of light, then how does the deviation in the distance, or from point A to point B, how does that not change the speed?
Right, that's exactly why there's a change in the reference of time. Because of the very fact that the speed of light can't change. You have to slow down, you have to stretch or expand time, because the speed of light doesn't change. That's the whole idea of relativity.
Except when you are traveling fast, and special relativity essentially says that you experience time differently because you're moving so fast. So if you're moving so fast and time is different for you, and you make a light, it's going to move relative to your time, but it's totally different to everybody else's. How does that work? How does that even make sense?
You know, this is really interesting that you put it this way concerning the atomic research, because I read a really good answer here by a physicist who's answering this question, does it change? And he says, to see why, let's say we use units in which distance is measured in terms of multiples of the circumference of the electron's orbit in the ground state of Bohr's hydrogen atom, and the unit of time is its orbital period. They will give you roughly 137, which is the inverse of the fine structure constant, which is defined as, well, it's a small equation. So when we see that it isn't possible to determine whether the value of speed of light was different, since one of the other constants in the FSC, the electron charged or the reduced Planck constant, could have changed. However, it is meaningful to ask whether a dimensionless constant has changed, one that isn't measured in units. So he's going broader there, talking about the real speed of light. It's a really deep article. I just want to touch on that you can determine the speed of light, apparently, through an atomic understanding.
Well, look at it like this. Look at it like this. If the standard model says that black holes and light doesn't escape the black hole, what happens if light just skims the top of a black hole? Does it get sucked in? Does it slow down?
Oh, I won't even get the fucking black
You see
holes.
what I'm
That shit
saying? You
is
see what I'm saying?
mathematical nonsense necessary to fucking
You see
make
what I'm
their
saying?
heliocentric model work. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's not heliocentric. It has
Yeah.
to be galactocentric. And if not galactocentric, then something else bigger than what is unknown.
And that's what they say
No,
it
they're
is.
talking about
That's
the,
what they
they're
say it
talking
is.
about our solar system, not the galaxy.
I'm talking about. I'm just
Yeah,
talking about
solar
fucking-
system, gravity into the larger universe. And there's always something we're fucking falling around. Right now, we're falling around the sun. Right now, the sun is falling around the center
because
point of the
gravity is
galaxy.
everywhere.
Right now,
Yeah, and the
the
center point of the
galaxy is
galaxy,
falling
there's a
around
black hole.
some unknown dark fucking energy that we can't gather about the
black
universe.
hole.
We're falling around everything.
Black hole.
Sure, if you want to fucking say that, like, go ahead and
I
believe in
guess.
science
All right,
fiction.
all right. Negator, let me ask you a question.
Science fiction about it.
Negator, do you believe in alternate universes? Negator, do you believe
and there
in
is
alternate
something
universes?
He's not here. He's not here.
Yeah,
Well, he can't.
No,
talk.
listen.
Yeah, I think he's AFK.
Listen.
Here's
It
why I
is
brought that up.
science fiction. They're mathematical constructs put forth, well, by several people, but mainly put forth by the guy in the wheelchair in his book, the Something of Time, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah, that's not
mathematical
science fiction.
constructs.
Well, look at it like this. Look at it like this. If people who believe in the standard model believe that black holes exist, right, and light can't escape it, and nothing can escape it, right, then they must believe, with a capital M, must believe in alternate universes with their own physics that are unobservable to our current universe. Okay, like we're talking like multiple universes must exist, because if multiple black holes exist, then there are multiple different variations of different physics and different situations that you can't even fucking describe because they're beyond our entire perception. So where does it end? It's dogma. It's dogma is what it is.
Yeah, when you go to a certain point of scientific knowledge, yeah, there's going to be some things that you can't explain.
That's
And
not science.
And that's
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
you mean black holes are still purely theoretical.
Right.
But thank you very much, epistemology. Thank
religion.
you.
No.
Yeah, see, here's the problem. You just declared that they were real. This man just tells you, like I'm telling you, that they are theoretical. You see, that's what dogma does to people's minds.
Yeah, but anybody in the field, right? Even Hawking himself will tell you that these are theoretical.
Thank you.
That we observe that this is where the data points us to give us our best possible guess.
Right.
Yeah, it has to be there for the equations to work.
Hold on.
Called, like,
Who's by a computer right now? Who's by a computer?
I'm on it. What's up?
All right. Type in science found something exit a black hole. Look it up. It happened like 3 months ago.
Yeah.
So they're observable. Apparently, and we can see things eject from them.
Yeah, they've been saying this nonsense.
It's garbage. It's dogma. This is why when astrophysicists tell me, "Oh, we know everything," and I'm like, "Great, that's cool."
I don't think there's any astrophysicist that would say we know everything.
Data. Yeah, there's evidence and data.
They declare that they know
that actually have gone to
what's happening 300 light years away.
Yeah, but what is 300 light years? What is static time? And what is the handicap at which the fucking galaxy is rotating around whatever it's rotating around? What is static time?
These are all things that you can learn in college.
You know what? No, it's also things that you should be asking yourself, college or not.
College schmolage.
No, you should be able to ask these things if you want. What the hell?
No, you're asking questions that even Newton couldn't answer, right?
Well, you were just chump. He was a jabroni.
Oh yeah, Newton, the smartest guy.
He was a jabroni.
Jabroni.
You know, he was a dark occultist who actually worked.
College.
No, Newton
knowledge.
was actually an alchemist who followed the Mystery Babylon schools, and he worshipped the sun just like Copernicus did. You know that, right? There's a book. There's a mainstream book called The Occult.
Calculus.
Yes, there was a mainstream book called
whatever
The
he
Occult
believed is
of
irrelevant
Newton.
to the work he left behind, right?
Right.
Not really. It would actually demonstrate why he worked so hard to prove something. Same with Copernicus. He actually got.
Except that all those.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Demonstrate on Earth.
Let me finish. Copernicus, on the other hand, well, he was exactly the same. He was an alchemist and an occultist, and he claims in one of his books that he got the idea of the sun-centered system from Hermes Trismegistus.
Besides the point.
No, it's not. It's a part of the history that you guys choose to ignore. That's it.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with the topic.
It actually does. He created the sun-centered system because he was a sun worshiper, and Hermes Trismegistus said it was in the center.
What does that have to do with his with calculus?
Do you know who Hermes Trismegistus is?
What does it have to do with calculus?
We're talking about Copernicus right now. Newton was also an occultist too, who worshipped the sun.
Copernicus.
It was both.
I was talking about Ed talking about things that even he did not understand. Newton.
So what?
I don't understand. Questions. I'm asking questions. And you told me I'm uneducated.
Those questions to professors who are actually ready to.
You know what? At least this man is thinking about the cosmic fucking activity, and most people are.
He shouldn't really be doing it in a.
He's not trying to get you in a gotcha question.
No, actually,
what the
he
fuck,
is.
dude?
No, actually,
no, he's not, dude.
My point is that everything that everybody's told in college is fucking garbage because there is no. Oh, you laugh, but you can't tell me what static time is. You can't tell me what static means.
Oh, you can't either.
In regards to time.
Don't go into troll mode because you don't like the topic we might know something that you don't.
Nobody, not even Stephen Hawking.
In here is because I wanted to call you a jabroni, but honestly, like
jabroni.
Yeah, like watching you squirm for 2 hours was pretty satisfactory. Actually, I wanted to ask you,
Ed. Or me?
You.
What was I squirming on?
You? Well, the I don't
well,
know.
Negator has that effect on other human beings. I'm sure his wife
it was
loves
extremely
him.
satisfactory to me. There's somebody in ED.
Why?
I don't know. Sick pleasure, I guess. Everybody.
There wasn't any. It wasn't any harm on my end, so I don't know why you would have gained some pleasure out of that.
Well, because I like watching you squirm.
But it's not squirming. It's answering his weaselly questions.
No, it wasn't Weasley.
No, it really was.
No,
he was misrepresenting my position and left and right. You wouldn't allow that either, Mad. You would not allow somebody to misrepresent your position so consistently. It's not squirming.
I don't think he was. I think you're just being
no. Then you're obviously biased towards this man because he shares your belief system.
No, I just think you're a contrarian. There's somebody in ED.
I'm not a contrarian, dude. It's just you guys all believe the same bullshit. Is what the problem is.
You're just proving my point.
Not a contrarian.
See. George in ED, is that somebody you want to talk to?
Eventually, yeah. I mean, I'm just curious about the way he's putting things together, but I'm not going to be able to go out there or interact with him that much. I'm just curious.
He can come here. Was there a particular
topic? What I know he's going to do some experiment. I don't know why everybody wants me to talk to him.
Well, because all I heard was that you wanted to talk to him, and I've been waiting.
No. Matt Hornberry has been fucking hyping me up for the past week for some reason. Yeah. He's like insisting that I talk to him, and I have no reason to talk to the man. Like I don't have any information that could help him.
It's John who wants to talk to George.
Who's John?
Is that you? Are you talking about independent variable guy? Is that the guy who's hyping you up?
No, John does not want to talk to George. Well, maybe briefly. He heard of it, thought it was an interesting thing. I mean, if the guy's going and doing great work on this subject and he's like really putting in the efforts, sure, I'd love to talk to him. Probably John too. But what can we offer?
No, I was just curious. Like I just heard through the grapevine that you wanted to talk to George.
Oh, okay.
So
no. I wish I could go. I actually would. He seems like a very nice gentleman, and I'm really happy that he's actually. He doesn't seem to be trying to prove a bias either. He really just kind of he seems like he just wants to, put this to bed.
Yeah, he's a cool guy with a cool dog.
Nice. Yeah. How do you know how far he is going though? Like
no,
I know it's not.
I don't even know what sort of experiment he's doing, to be honest.
He's apparently just going on a frozen lake, and he's going to
He's
be
going 3 miles, I think, is the plan. But he might
3
try
miles?
to go further. Yeah, he might try to go further too.
Okay. And I don't know if he's involving lasers too, but that 3 miles is enough to be able to get a right angle difference on your pendulums. So I think, and plus if you can get some good line of sight, because the atmosphere would be much easier to work with, and when it's cold out. So I'm curious. Actually, it was mentioned early on when I was looking at Flat Earth Early. There's a lake in Russia that's 300 miles wide that stays frozen.
They need to be able to put a hose or a tube that is actually flat and be able to put antifreeze in it, and then you should be able to level out whatever it is with hydraulic fluid that will not freeze, and you should be able to find out if it's flat, level, fucking concave, convex.
Well, the thing is gravity's always pulling down on each molecule, so it will look completely fucking level 6 miles out. If you looked at the liquid, it will not fall out to the edges because it's all being perpetually pulled to the center. That's what they say. So, it's a good idea. I heard it a couple weeks ago, but
shouldn't be pulled to the center. It shouldn't be pulled to the center because if it's spinning, it should be pulled to the south.
Even if it's spinning, it should be pulled to the south.
No. I don't think.
Well, if you're in the northern hemisphere, it should be pulled to the south.
The water should be pulled. No.
Hydraulic fluid you're trying to measure.
No, it wouldn't. It would be pulled to the center, and that's why it wouldn't show any curvature because everything would be pulling down. So let's say you do a 6 mile tube, you fill it up with this antifreeze, and you level it off, trying to see how, if it bends or whatever. It's not going to be pulled to the south. Every molecule will be pulled down.
Good luck finding a perfectly straight 6 mile tube.
That's a thought experiment.
That's a crapshoot.
No, it's a thought experiment. Have you seen the one called the rectilineator?
Yeah, Stephen Christ never fucking gave his goddamn results.
No, well, he said it was a fraud. He said that Cyrus T was a fraud and he couldn't do the experiment. The thing is, that experiment is very fucking costly. You have to build like 6 of those contraptions, which are like 8 feet long, and then they have these movable bars and whatnot. Actually, you should have more than that. And he did it, but he couldn't get it leveled properly. Like, he just kept messing it up. So instead of saying, oh, no, I guess it's not concave, he said, oh, yeah, Cyrus Teed was a fraud.
Yeah, but there
wasn't. He just completely dismissed it.
With that experiment, there wasn't even any legit video. There wasn't even any fucking info. There wasn't any data whatsoever.
Nothing.
All it was a few people that decided to stop doing what they were doing involving concave Earth, and then nobody heard anything about the rectilineator ever again.
I know. Actually, what's his name? The flat Earth engineer. What is the guy's name?
Mullins?
Yeah, Mullins. He's actually targeting to do the experiment himself. He's mentioned it several months back. I don't know if he's
good. Yeah, he's talked about LSE's work.
You know what? Maybe George should get in contact with him because he's probably got money and is willing to travel.
What LSE did do was use a theodolite and measure the horizon below eye level, and it dropping even further below eye level the higher up you go.
Okay.
He did do that, and he did record his measurements in one of his videos.
Yeah, you're talking about in an airplane, the theodolite app?
No, with an actual theodolite at ground level, and then at like 3 or 4 stories up.
Okay, and what was the angle difference?
Oh, I don't remember how many arc seconds it was, but it was below 90 at sea level, and it was even further below that at 30 or 40 feet.
You guys get way too specific. It should be said that the horizon rises to about eye level. Most I've ever seen it diverge is only about 3 degrees, maybe even 2.8. And that's at 120,000 feet.
All I'm saying is that he did do a measurement that, shows a curved Earth.
It doesn't. How does it show a curved Earth?
Being on a curve, it would curve a little for humans.
Cathexis.
What's that?
They'll take what they can get.
I guess so. Jeez.
You're right.
I don't think it's strong evidence.
Making accurate observations is a bad thing to do, right?
So you're saying that because the man looked in a theodolite and then went up 20 floors and looked in a theodolite and saw a couple arc seconds on the horizon. Hold on, you're not going to take into account the atmospheric conditions.
Yeah,
you're not going to take into account
which ones. Remember last time we spoke, where
it could be blurred out. It could be blurred out all the way at the back. When you're looking at that, what you think is the skyline is actually just clouds in front of it in a way that makes it look like. No, I'm serious. You got to visualize this shit. How does a couple arc seconds prove the Earth's a globe? Seriously, dude.
Because at 3 miles, you're only going to see a couple arc seconds.
How do you measure an arc second when an arc second is further away than the deviation of the ball Earth's dip? Why wouldn't you? Of course it is. The speed of light is so fast, right? It's never changing. So it should be you should be able to tell what the arc second differential is. But as far as I know, the change in arc seconds compared to light is only, from what Einstein says, indicative upon the gravity that the fucking light is fucking passing.
So you're saying that the Earth is pulling the light down, and that's what we're measuring?
What I'm saying is that the arcsecond argument is kind of fucking speculative.
But why?
What do you mean, why?
Yeah, I mean, do you know what, when I say arcsecond, do you know what I'm referring to?
Because light bends. It's because of bendy light, Negator. You know that.
Arc seconds were measured when there was a lunar eclipse and somebody could see a star that was supposedly behind the sun, and Einstein
I don't think you know what an arcsecond is. I'm sorry, Ged. That's strike two, buddy.
Arc second is a measurement.
Are you talking about another way of talking degrees? Yeah, it's another way of measuring.
Yeah, it's the 360 degrees. So a couple arc seconds off the 90. How many was it?
Texas. The problem would be, why do you measure this everywhere? Right? You always see this. The next question would be,
what is it at 110,000 feet?
Can you please let me finish the sentence? You know, Texas, you've been doing this for like the last hour. You just cut people off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you're doing right now.
Yeah, I know. Go on. I'll continue.
I think you said before that it's like your style.
It's my conversational style. I tend to interject to add data or or fix misrepresentation.
Called being an asshole.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Yeah, really.
I find myself doing that too. I try to bite my tongue.
Yeah, it happens. Everybody has that, and if you're being misrepresented or there's dishonesty about, then I'll over talk to clarify it.
But you're just full of crap, dude. And you think
that you see what I mean?
Everybody, there's 8 people in this room. There's 8 people in this room, right? And 40% of the conversation is Texas. Okay.
And Jim's story.
Jim's story too. Well, I do have a lot to say, and I think I articulate it pretty well. So you can fuck off.
You sure enjoy like patting your own back, don't you?
Yeah.
Sure. Like in this moment, I'll point it out.
I'm saying things that are very clear and concise.
So is anybody gonna tell me about the difference between arc seconds measured in light due to gravity as opposed to arc seconds and whatever the hell you guys are talking about? Are you guys talking about like the measurement of the globe as opposed to like minutes, seconds, things like that as where you're at in longitude and latitude?
So yes, arc seconds can be used to describe longitude and latitude, and in the same way they can be used to describe how wide an object looks. But it all revolves around the fact that there's 360 degrees around you, right? And each of those 1 degree is broken into 60 arc minutes, and each of those arc minutes is broken into 60 arc seconds, right? So just the way they're around you horizontally, they're around you vertically. So when a surveyor is taking measurements with looking at an object in the distance, because a degree is so big, right? Like the moon is only half a degree in width, right? That's really big when you're making these real precise measurements. They have to break it down further into arc minutes and seconds. So what I'm saying is that when he looked at the horizon through a theodolite, essentially a telescope with a level built into it, he leveled his theodolite, so it's 90 degrees from the vertical, and the horizon was below that, and it was below that in an amount of like 15 arc seconds, which let's see, if the The moon is 30 arc minutes across, and the moon on your computer screen at 2 feet away is like a quarter of an inch. That means an arc second on your computer screen at 2.5 feet away, or 2 feet away, is like a quarter of an inch divided by 1800.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
very, 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 very small.
Very small.
Does
and that's proof of the globe, guys. Pack it up.
Does atmospheric refraction have anything to do with arcsecond measurements?
Yeah, there's a standard deviation that surveyors will apply.
And that's due to gravity?
No.
So where does Einstein's
refraction.
Where does Einstein's calculations of arcsecond deviation when it comes to light bending have anything to do with arcseconds on the Earth? When you try
I don't know, guy. You're the one that brought it up.
Totally different things. What are you talking about? We were just talking about light bending, and then you started talking about arcseconds, and then you said, I have strike two.
I think Einstein
that we're not even talking about.
I think Einstein was referring to the
arcseconds. You didn't understand what I was referring to. You were thinking something else entirely.
Right.
Yeah, I think the Einstein arcsecond thing, it comes from
do you remember that whole thing
large
about
bodies of what's that?
Do you remember that thing about cathexis eating up half the airtime despite being one of 8 people here?
40%. 40%.
All right, yeah, close enough. So thanks, buddy.
No.
Hey, Cathexis, why don't we just shut up and let these guys talk and then see where this goes?
All right.
All right, go, guys.
Well, he was talking to you, Ed.
Yeah, I was talking to you. You were answering me because you seem like you're still confused about what an arcsecond was. And
I'm super confused because I'm asking you about 2 totally different things, and you're telling me how confused I am, and you can't even correlate the 2.
Oh, I don't need to correlate them. They're not in those 2.
Okay, so light doesn't bend when you're looking at it on the Earth because of gravity, but when it's light going around another heavenly object and it's calculated in arcseconds, is what? What the fuck are you talking about?
Because looking 3 miles on the surface of the Earth isn't quite the same as looking, a couple 100 million miles away at another object. Now, is it?
Why not? Light's the same speed. What's the difference?
Oh, so
why not? Light's the same speed. What's the difference?
Because the arcsecond measures the bend, right?
Okay.
Or would measure the bend. So are you saying the bend would be the same on a 3 mile stretch of land versus 3 trillion miles through the universe? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying one way or another. I'm asking you a question.
Sounds like you
what's
are.
the difference?
He's actually I think he's trying to ask if light bends either through this gravity effect or through atmospheric conditions.
How do you talk
Does
about
light bend?
arcseconds upon observation, and observation is indicative to the light seen into the object that you're observing from, right?
That's word salad guy.
Word salad.
Not really. He's just talking about how
Cathexis,
does
40%.
light bend.
40%
I don't give a
cathexis.
fuck, dude. I will talk all over you all day long, dude. I don't give a shit.
If light is static,
I don't care, dude.
If light's static in speed and never changes, then how do you measure it differently? Please explain that to me.
Measure what differently?
Light.
Does light bend?
How does the Earth arcsecond differ from the sun's arcsecond? Please tell me. Please explain that.
It's not the context.
It's not arcsecond is not a measure of time.
Yeah.
It's a measure of an angle. It's like saying degrees. Just replace arcsecond.
It's a fraction of degrees. Yeah, it's a fraction of degrees.
Okay.
And there's the 360, then there's arc minutes within that, then arc seconds within those.
I know, and the point is that you can't observe anything unless there is light, and if there is gravity, then there is light bending around said gravity. So, what is the difference between an arc second of viewing light going around the sun as opposed to light going around the Earth?
Because one of them is literally just a measure of where something is in relation to something else, right? The angle. That's all.
Okay, so there is no angle differential when you're looking on the surface of the Earth as opposed to looking around the surface of the sun.
Again, if you're trying to equate looking 3 miles on the horizon versus the sun 90 million miles away, it doesn't really work out.
Dude, what are you doing? You're mixing. Hold on. He's mixing physics with cartography.
I'm not mixing anything. I'm the one that brought up the arcseconds of the first. I'm the one that said it, buddy. All right. And
okay, strike one for you, Negatilla.
Look, oh my goodness.
Just because you don't know, it's cool. That's all right.
And I've got 2 strikes listed for you myself. So you got
I got
one
2
more,
on
buddy.
me.
Yeah, you got one more, buddy.
When I mentioned it, it was in relation to viewing something through a theodolite, right? Which is
Okay,
only
great. So
cartography,
we've
right?
gotten this cleared up.
Right.
That's fantastic.
All right.
Let's go ahead.
So, okay, we're gonna have to start doing this, Texas. All right, Ed. So I wasn't mentioning anything about time dilation or relativity. Nothing.
We weren't
right?
talking about that anymore. We were talking about arc seconds and viewing, measurements, and observation is what we were
I know
talking about.
you jump topics.
Did you just mute me?
You jump topics, Ed. And then you try to claim that by jumping topics, I'm the one confusing things, when you were the one that brought it up because you were confused in the first place.
I didn't bring up arc seconds. You guys brought up arc seconds. I asked a question with what you guys were
Okay,
talking
we're getting bogged down in this. Let's just move on, okay?
So the bottom line is that when you view the horizon with an instrument accurate enough to measure the slight curve of the Earth, you'll see a curve. That's all.
Accurate to what extent?
So-
and what
so,
is the
okay, so-
deviation of atmospheric refraction.
There's like a
How much?
3% differential, isn't that right, Negator?
Well,
Like
they'll
with
add.
general
I think
refraction.
objects that are over a mile away, they add 8% or so. But I mean, you can
Yeah,
calculate
it's a
that stuff, too.
variable. Yeah, I've seen the math for it. But so
But
you're
the
saying
bottom line
though that
is
you can hold
refraction
on.
only happens because the Earth is curved.
Okay. No, it doesn't. That's not what refraction is. Refraction is light moving through 2 different densities of a fucking atmosphere.
Yeah, dude. Because
That's what refraction is.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Why do you think it's
It
moving
is-
through 2 different densities?
Of course there is, because if there's something 1 mile away in the winter, it's going to look a lot different than in the summer
Okay,
when the
exactly.
concrete is hot.
So okay, let's say you have the thinner air in the sky, and
Yeah, the
thinner
problem,
air
though,
means
is
it's
that
usually it's usually colder. Down
you
towards the
view-
ground is
Those things in the winter and the summer, right? You don't get that massive change. You're
Okay,
just-
listen. Can you allow
All
me
right.
to explain this without muting me?
Okay, Texas, we're really gonna do this, right?
Okay.
If you can't let me talk to him, that's what we're gonna have to do. All right.
I got better ways. Anyways,
so Ed,
go ahead
are
and
you
finish your
saying-
statement so I
are you
can
saying that
clarify this, because you think refraction is the
refraction
Earth
happens.
bending.
right? But it only happens on a flat Earth. Is that what you're saying, Ed?
No, you're saying that refraction only works because the Earth is curved. You just fucking said that.
I'm sorry. I'm still talking to Ed.
Did you think? Hold on, Negator. Do you think I'm a flat earther? Because I'm not.
I don't know what you think you are.
He's not a flat earther. That's very clear.
I thought that getting.
He has questions about cosmology, and you guys are like on this weird like defensive mode.
That's because
I'm trying to have a
you guys
conversation.
like to make well, you're making it real hard to get Texas.
Not really, but listen.
Pretty hard.
Refraction is you take a.
Your name's still not Ed.
Let's say the colder air.
Right. So do you understand like?
So you don't understand what refraction is, so you're gonna mute me while I try.
Come on, guys.
Dude, don't be such a cocksucker. I swear to God, dude.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fucking leave this hangout because you guys just fucking you guys are immature, real big time. You won't let people talk, man. Plain and simple.
All he does is talk and talk.
Yeah, and you guys have no answers beyond you're wrong, you don't understand. But when we ask you questions
clearly
that
don't
you don't
understand.
understand, you tell us we're not qualified.
Your questions were answered, Ed. You just didn't like it because I guess you think you know how information travels.
Negatory, you have a false impression of yourself.
Magnetic waves,
Yeah,
right?
Negatory, you haven't answered a fucking thing.
You
that
haven't
I brought
answered
up.
shit. You have a false impression of yourself. You really do.
That's wrong. His
No.
name is Gator.
Yeah. So Ed, are you saying that I mean, again, epistemology answered your first question when you got here, and you just ignored it.
Oh, did he? What was it? Can you
Again,
remember?
it's time dilation and how data travels.
Oh, please, come on. Okay, explain to me how special relativity and relativity add
Now,
up.
there's no explain. It either works or doesn't work. Do you think you know how data travels over electromagnetic
Oh, so
waves?
you have no fucking clue, and it's on my shoulders to explain it when I'm asking you guys a question, and you guys are telling me I'm unqualified, and then at the same time you're saying you're unqualified, but then you
But we're
fucking
wrong.
flip it and say that I'm wrong because I don't
There's
have
no
a college
flipping.
degree.
There's no flipping. You're just straight up wrong. Right?
Okay, cool. Can you tell me what static time is? Because that is the basis of physics. Oh my fucking god.
It's okay, Ed. You've been wrong the entire time, as have I.
Apparently, I'm
these
a fucking
people
retard.
who claim to not know what we're talking about claim that we're wrong.
I apparently go through 3 teeth in the morning before I realize I'm chewing on rocks from these guys. Oh my lord.
I don't know. Hey, we got Ed the astronomer here that doesn't know much about astronomy.
All you know
we've
is
got Negator, the 3rd grade teacher, who condescends all this.
Hey, remember the static Lagrange points that aren't really static, Ed?
Oh, because they're not, and they can't be, because they would have to be moved. Because if what you said, there's a sphere of no gravity. What the fuck are you talking about? You guys, that's what you guys
here's
said.
the thing.
That's what you guys said. There's a sphere of no gravity that shrinks and expands. Yeah, okay. Please demonstrate just a link from NASA that says that is true. By all means, put it in the chat. I would love to read it.
That's the only approach he has. He can't talk about arguments. He can't talk about points being made. What he does is goes after how you make those points or what it is.
Oh, you removed him? Oh, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So when Negator sits there and mutes me consistently, then I will remove him. And I told him.
All you did was talk over him the whole time.
No, I haven't.
Of course he's going to mute you.
No, I haven't.
Of course he's going to mute you.
No, I haven't. I've had conversations with him, and then he evolves into this nonsense. Okay, I don't have time for that bullshit.
Conversation, Cathexis.
No, that's how we have our conversations. Okay.
You don't know how to.
Don't white knight him. I don't give a fuck.
Know how to have a conversation.
Ad, I do.
No,
I have great conversations.
Don't. No, you don't.
No, I actually do have very good conversations.
No,
you can ask all the people I talk with. You just choose to not like what I have to say, so you attack me or the fucking ideas itself.
Bullshit. Defending Ed.
These are friends.
Yeah, I know, Ed. It's something else.
Oh yeah, just because we're friends. Anybody that listens to this can just tell that you're just talking over people. That's all you do, and you.
No, I interject. I interject. Hold on, I interject when it needs to be done. When someone's misrepresenting my position,
that doesn't have a freaking idea of what the hell he's talking about.
I'm not a flat earther. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I'm talking about Ed, the jabroni.
Ed is not a flat earther.
Total flat earther, absolutely, definitely. You haven't looked at any of
that. You see, this is the level of personal ignorance that we have to deal with. These people refuse to accept what our position is just because we question the fucking mainstream.
Yeah. Oh, you're such a victim, aren't you?
I'm ridiculous, dude.
You're such a victim, aren't you?
Dude, it's ridiculous. You guys have this weird circle jerk amongst each other when you can't accept alternative thinking. Yeah,
you're the one that keeps on alternative thinking. Jump to Ed's defense every single time. You're the one.
Kidding me?
I'm defending the idea. He came in on
sucking your dick.
He agrees with me with the Lagrange point. So we were discussing that.
Sucking your dick.
And this is why Copernicus waited until he died, or tried to at least.
I love you, Hank. That's fucking great. Yeah, we gotta wait till we die before we talk about these outrageous ideas, Ed. Oh, we're fucking crazy.
No, this isn't a conversation. That's the problem.
No, it was a conversation.
No,
until he began muting me, which I have never muted Negator. I've never in my life
all
muted
you did
Negator.
Was talk over him. Of course he's going to mute you.
No, I didn't. I interjected when he was factually wrong, or if he was misrepresenting. And you were, at this moment, misrepresenting me.
Every single time you jumped in for Ed's defense.
He was jumping on my defense because he's
not defending an idea. I agreed with his ideas.
No, absolutely not.
You guys,
I didn't agree.
You guys were talking about things that the standard model proclaims, and when we were asking questions about what they can't fucking prove, and then you guys fucking turned around and started trying to guilt and shame us into saying that we're uneducated and that we are not even qualified.
You're very clearly uneducated, but like you came in here and you.
I'm so uneducated. I'm so uneducated that I was in the military and I fucking had perfect fucking control of multi-million dollar fucking aircraft. Yeah, I'm so fucking. I'm terrible. I'm horrible.
That's what happens. But when you come in here, that's what happens. When you come in here with like these scattershot sort of arguments.
Okay, that you guys can't answer. You guys have nothing for anything that I said. You guys probably pull.
Somebody starts to answer one of your topics.
Are you serious?
When somebody starts to answer one of your questions, you immediately jump to a different topic. Every single time.
Did I?
And then you
because he may have understood the answer and moved forward. What's wrong with that?
And again, you're interrupting people.
I was the same way.
You're such
If I look, when I was asking about orbital mechanics, and I wanted to understand what level of it, like understanding you guys have, so I asked a series of questions in order to understand the level of understanding that you guys had. That's how that's what I do. So you were like, oh, you're asking all these questions and all. Oh, you're not qualified.
No, it was pretty obvious. It was pretty obvious what you were doing, though.
It wasn't, dude. You're ridiculous, dude.
Ad blocker. Look, what you guys were doing was, we would ask questions about shit you guys don't know, and then you guys would proceed to tell us things that you believe are true that have no basis in fucking reality, and they only exist inside of fucking textbooks that you guys learned in school.
Yeah, we were wrong implicitly because we were questioning the mainstream.
You guys were biased because we're not agreeing with you, and then all of a sudden,
you're not even
you guys
listening
are
to the
telling us that.
explanation.
No, we do. We have, and there was very little. There was very little in the explanation category. Let's be honest.
If there was a lack of the explanation category, it's because you chimed in with your fucking, my debate style, my style. Like nobody's ever thought of being
it's my style of conversation, and nobody really has a problem with it.
Being an asshole before Cathexis, right? You're the first person to ever think of that, isn't it?
It's called a fucking back and forth conversation. If I have something to add of value to what you just said, then I will say it.
Like I said, you don't know how to have a conversation.
Then fine. I don't know what normal human conversation is. I don't give a shit. Get on my level. How about that?
Cathexis, we can't talk because you don't agree with me. If you don't agree with me, you're not educated.
No, you can talk. Just don't interrupt people every single time they try to teach your dumbass something.
Hey, Jabroni, get on my level. Seriously, it's called a fucking conversation. Get on my level, dude. What's wrong with you?
Cathexis?
Oh, I can't have a conversation when he interrupts me sometimes.
You don't know how to have a conversation.
Anyways, whatever. We're gonna drone on about this all fucking night. Or we can talk about Lagrange points, or maybe some hyperdrives.
That's what we should do.
Cathexis, did you look up that article I was asking you about how the standard model fucking observed something exiting a fucking black hole, which essentially destroys all of physics?
That thing I don't understand at all.
The black hole has a major flare. It's coming out of the black hole instead of in it.
Because Adblocker doesn't understand.
I don't understand because I didn't.
We don't understand it, and we're stupid.
You didn't go to college, dude?
Very clearly.
I thought you went to college, Ad. Because I have a 4-year degree.
I got fucking 4 degrees, Ad. I got 4 fucking degrees, Ad. 1 in aerospace engineering. What's up?
He does. You know that, right?
No, he doesn't.
I got a degree in aerospace engineering from the United States Air Force. From the United States Air Force. I got a degree in fucking internet marketing. I have a degree in fucking music business, and I got a degree in audio engineering. Please.
Yeah, with the full sale, dude.
For your service to our country, and those other 3 degrees, kiss off.
Yeah, seriously.
Whatever.
And I have a 4-year degree in philosophy with a minor of psych.
Well, like I said, I mean, you put on a pretty good demonstration of how useless philosophy is.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really funny. You're like one of the only fucking people who has ever said that. And like I said, it's people who disagree with me. Hold on. People who disagree with me do not attack the content of my message. They go after how I present it or who I am. It's absolutely transparent, dude.
That's why
you are ridiculous.
Over this last year, that's why you've been spinning your wheels. It took you a year to figure out that the Earth was round, right?
No, I've always said that I'm neutral in the position. I just found a better way to articulate it.
Maybe in another year or so of being a contrarian philosopher, maybe you'll figure out like that. It's not flat. It's not like a.
I have every right to be a contrarian philosopher. You should try it sometime. You should try it sometime.
You have every right to be an asshole.
Have you ever thought differently than what you were prescribed? You ever done that for once in your life, or are you just going to keep watching wrestling?
Hey, Adblock, let me ask you a couple questions. Simple, stupid, fucking common sense questions. And let me just see.
Well, if they're coming for you, I'm sure they are pretty stupid, but go ahead.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Shut up. Oh my God, dude. Adblock.
Totally
don't be such a troll bag.
Cathexis, I want you to look this up. Adblocker, do you think the moon is shaped like an egg?
Do I think it's shaped like an egg?
Yes.
No.
Okay, please, Cathexis, find NASA.gov. The moon is slightly shaped like a fucking egg.
Well,
It exists.
The moon is actually
the
moon. Here it is. The moon is a spheroid, not completely round, but egg-shaped, according to NASA's lunar reconnaissance. The moon's shape derives from its rotation, with the large end, the egg shape, pointing toward the Earth.
Okay,
so yes,
ad
it's
blocker.
egg-shaped.
Okay,
Ad
well, you
blocker.
didn't say. Well,
think?
Why did you add the word slightly there at the second?
Because that's what it
I
says.
didn't add it. It
Well,
says.
why didn't you say that in the first place?
That's what I said in the first place.
Because
it's egg-shaped.
No,
What are you
that's not what
talking
you said
about?
in the first place.
I said slightly egg-shaped.
No,
so
not
let me
in the
ask you a
first place, you
question.
didn't.
Let me ask you a
Not the
question.
first-
Does
no.
the Earth is the Earth
done.
round like a sphere?
Done.
Is it a spheroid or is it a pear?
We're done. Game over.
Oh, we're done because you can't answer questions.
let me say
No,
something.
because you're asking dishonest questions.
I'm asking you what the standard fucking model is from NASA.
You asked me if I thought it was egg shaped. I said no.
I'm asking you simple common sense questions that you should know if you know this
Are you
shit.
just gonna talk over me? Is that what you're gonna do?
I will if you're talking bullshit. Yeah.
No. Well, I'm not talking
that's the
bullshit.
difference.
I'm not talking bullshit.
Yes, you
What did
are
you
because
ask-
you're
what did you
telling us
ask
that
me?
we don't. You're telling me how uneducated I am. You're telling me how uneducated I am. But I've dug into NASA's website. I've read NASA's
What did
documents.
you
I
ask
know
me
what
in
they
the
say.
first place?
I asked you, do you think the moon is egg shaped or slightly egg shaped?
No, you did not say that. Game
Okay. Oh man, strike 3. Oh my God, I gotta go.
Game over.
Hey Ed, hey,
thanks for
Ed, let's just drop let's just drop the call. We got nothing but trolls here. Oh, let's go have a conversation.
nothing but
I'll hit you
trolls.
up.
Give me a call.
All right, Hank, I love you, brother. Ed, I really do love you, dude. Just quit being a dick. All right, guys, peace.
Yo, Cathexis. All right, whatever.
All right, well, I'm still here. So I finally get to say what I was wanting to say.
All yours,
while
man.
ago, Ad, I think you said that philosophy was stupid. There is a quote where one of those guys say that we accept it based on philosophy. So they accept it based on something stupid, according to that guy, and according to you.
I didn't say it was stupid. I said it was fairly useless. The difference between being a major in philosophy and a major in like engineering is night and day. Like a philosophy major will just spin their wheels all day. They won't be coming up with anything really new or useful, whereas an engineering major will. That's why I say it's.
So a physicist is like an engineer, and a theoretical astrophysicist is kind of like a philosopher.
Yes. Like the theoretical stuff is interesting. Like it might not lead anywhere.
Yeah, it's interesting to say the least. That whole multiverse thing really cooked my goose first time I heard it.
Well, I mean, it's just the semantics in it that just really blurs the lines and stuff.
Well, what do you think about it? You know, the whole multiverse popping in and out of existence.
I don't know if it does pop in and out of existence. Like that's like it has stuff to do with like what do you call it, string theory and whatnot. It's someplace where the flat earthers and others in the religious types. I know you want to jump in here, epistemology, but let me wrap this up real quick. It's fringe science. It's something they don't really completely understand. So it gives a lot of room for people to sort of make their own sort of explanation for things, right? So I mean that's why they go to black holes. They go to like the quantum physics and string theory and whatnot. It's all very interesting, but you also have to be very, very qualified to actually understand the experiments that they're doing. They can wrap it up in layman terms for you, and then you can draw some pretty interesting conclusions from that if you want to. But I mean, until a new experiment comes along and some new data comes in, we don't really know what the significance of a lot of this stuff is. But I mean, on face value, a lot of this stuff shows you just how not really intuitive a lot of this stuff is to a human mind.
I'll agree with that.
Right. So when Cathexis says like, well, you never think outside the box. Well, yeah, we do sort of have to think outside the box to understand things like quantum physics and string theory and whatnot. Right now, we're pretty much just playing with mathematical proofs and statistics and what do you call it? Percentage chances.
Well, you know, this is how we see your mathematical proofs. $500,000 plus $500,000 equals $1 million. But do I really have $1 million? You know, that's not really proof just because the math works.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a starting point, though, right? Like, I mean, when you see that a number works out correctly, I mean, that's something you're going to say, okay, maybe there's something to that.
Wait, I don't understand what Hank just said right there.
I didn't.
Sorry,
That
Hank.
flew by me too, but it's all right.
What do you mean
Well, I'm
by
not
that?
asking you for money. I'm not asking for money. I'm trying to illustrate a point here.
Right.
$500,000 plus $500,000 equals $1 million.
Mhm.
You know, so where's my money? I'm not asking for money literally. I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily have to refer to reality, even though it is mathematics, right?
Okay. Sure.
So I can say $1 million, but in reality, there is no $1 million in my possession or in my bank.
Mathematics is a is a tool of abstraction for us to be able to basically model reality in a way that allows us to make predictions, make future, extrapolate future events based on based on making these, rather than having to actually go out and do it. We can approximate reality with mathematics in an abstract and non-physical way, and then that will give us information that will allow us to make predictions about the future that are useful to us, right?
The reason that you can make predictions about the future is because these heavenly bodies are on some kind of circuit where they go right around and came back exactly the same time as they did last time. So it's not like a top,
No, I'm not talking anything to do. I'm not forget about any astronomy stuff. I'm talking just strictly about mathematics. Even if we lived on a flat Earth created by God or whatever, right? Mathematics is still a useful tool, right? Like if I have 5 apples and someone said they're going to give me 5 apples, I don't need to wait until they give me the 5 apples to know how many apples I'm going to have at the end of that trade, right? I can calculate it in my head and say, okay, I'll have 10 apples after I make this trade. Then I make this trade, and lo and behold, I have 10 apples in front of me, right? If you can't do math, then you wouldn't be able to make that determination. You wouldn't be able to know how many apples you'll have in the future until you actually go and make that trade and then count them.
But if you say that you got 10 apples because you know 5 more is coming at 5 o'clock, and then the guy sells out, but you already told your boss I got 10 apples left, and then the 10 doesn't refer to reality because the guy fell through. So even though the math adds up, you still only have 5
Yeah,
left.
but the math didn't fail, just your data was bad, right? Your input data was bad. So the math didn't fail. It's not like the math failed. That's not a failure of your math. That's a failure of your input.
Your assumption. You're assuming that you're
Yeah,
going to
your
get 5
assumption.
more.
Yeah, that's a failure of your assumption. Exactly. That doesn't mean that math is bad. Math is just a useful tool, an abstract tool. I mean, I got into this debate with John. He's like, that mathematics is supernatural or something because it doesn't exist in reality.
It doesn't always exist exactly the way that reality exists. Kind of like a map. A map is useful. It's a tool.
All models, Hank, all models in our brains, all models are approximations of reality, including mathematics. They are approximations. And their value ceases to exist when you get to the fringes where they no longer make accurate predictions of the future. Then they're not useful anymore.
Exactly.
Okay. Interesting.
But they're approximations. No one claims them to be irrefutable truths.
No.
They're approximations that make, reliable, that are reliable predictors of the future.
They could be very, very accurate though. Like, and a lot of that stuff is just a measurement of accuracy too. Like to a like hundredth of a decimal point of accuracy, and then they'll give you a bit of variation and stuff. I watched a lecture once.
I've seen some too.
Right.
I like lectures, especially when they're free.
Right.
All right. So with this whole mathematical thing, I get it that it's a very useful tool and it's not exact, but sometimes, there's flaws in humans, and then some guy has to come along later and make a Lagrange point because somebody left out some math or did some wrong math. You think that we could be doing math wrong today? I mean, is it possible that our math is flawed now?
Yeah.
Sure, certain aspects of our math is wrong, but something like the mathematics that accurately is predicting, you know, reality. Like when architects build buildings and mathematically calculate whether they're not they'll support, you know, they'll be able to support whatever the desired goal is, or when they build a plane and they don't know if it's going to take off or not. They run the numbers and say, okay, it's got enough power, it's got enough lift, yada yada yada. It'll be able to carry this much cargo, this many people, and then lo and behold, it's always true to the math. I guess at that point you could say, well, there might be missing some details regarding the model, but the model is accurate enough that it allows us to, you know, to use them in a useful, reliable way. So I'm not really sure. The question is kind of strange in that, do you think there'll be an alternative to math that totally debunks what we have? The answer is no, because clearly our math corresponds to reality, because we can make predictions about reality that come true, and they're very consistent with mathematics, you know, perfectly consistent, in fact. So if to say that that's wrong would mean that our observations are wrong, which would mean then the only possible explanation to that would be to go down this sort of, you know, Dawkins type of, you know, solipsism issue of, well, what if we're in the matrix and all the rules suddenly changed or something like that, right?
I don't think the rules change. Like, I don't think
that's the only possible. That would be the only possible way for the math to have been wrong, is if all of a sudden the rules change and now the math is no longer a predictor of truth. We'd have to throw it away overnight, right? If the rules, if nature suddenly changed, like we're in the matrix and someone hit the reboot or loaded some other program or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a really interesting thought pattern for me, thinking about, you know, the whole matrix and this being a simulation. I mean, I used to think that the Earth was like a perfect little ant house for humans, and now I kind of see it more like an aquarium. You know, a perfect little aquarium, not filled with water to the top. Obviously, it's got some water and some atmosphere, but I kind of see the atmosphere as a medium, kind of like I do the water.
It's like a terrarium where you put your lizards.
Well, I hate to crush your anthill, but it's anything but perfect, right? There's not a lot of, I mean, a lot of the surface of the Earth you can't live on yourself personally. Like if you were out in the middle of the ocean, you know, you're not going to make it back to land if you don't have any supplies, or if you don't like have somebody come pick you up.
I just meant the ant house is like equivalent to Earth. You know, it was designed for the ants to thrive in, hopefully, you know.
I don't really see much design in it, to be honest. I mean, it really depends on how you look at it. Like on one hand, like it's every day is a fight for survival, and there's a okay chance that any old day a meteor could come and just, you know, bam, hit the planet, we're dead. And there's a lot of surface area on the Earth at which you cannot survive, like, you know, depths of the ocean, or just being out in the middle of the ocean, or these vast deserts, or
like if you're at the North or South Pole and you were butt naked, your survival time is probably in minutes, not even hours.
Right, and that's just the Earth. I mean, once you leave the Earth, I mean, it gets a lot worse than that. It's a vacuum which you cannot live in. You actually have to. It takes a lot of effort to get off the planet in the first place.
You got to bring your own fish tank.
Yeah, and okay, let's say that let's say that we didn't have this other planet deflecting meteoroids away from us. This planet probably would not be as habitable as it is to humans. And if a meteor had. If a meteor hadn't, no, it's okay. If a meteor hadn't hit the planet beforehand, like when the dinosaurs were around, we probably would not have evolved the way we did. We probably would not be here. So there's two ways of looking at it, right? I mean, on one hand, it's not a very hospitable place, I mean, especially not when you consider like a design sort of aspect. But on the other hand, the Earth might be a very rare sort of or habitable planets like we are on, may be extremely rare. We don't really know just how rare it is, especially with another planet that can deflect asteroids away from us.
I assume you're talking about Jupiter, but let me say this. I mean, you just got through saying that you don't really see a design, but then you talk about how rare Earth is. You know, the other planets don't look like Earth with trees and grass covering, you know, most of the landmass, or at least some of it anyway.
Right.
But I mean, look at the complexity of life on this planet, and then you look at like Mars or Venus, and it's nothing.
Right.
And you say that this place doesn't appear to be designed to you. What would it take for you to see something? You know, like what would it take for you to see design work? Because I see
Kind of the
this.
problem is though, Hank, is we don't have a ruler over like we don't have a benchmark. I mean to say over what can be designed naturally versus unnatural. Like the only thing humans have is we know what humans can design and build, and then we have everything else. So we can compare what humans design and build to everything else. Like we know that, you know, nature doesn't build 747s, right? So when you see a 747, you don't think, oh, I wonder how this thing grew out of the ground or whatever, right? Because we know that nature doesn't build those, because we can contrast that with things that are natural versus things that are, you know, man-made. But when it comes to things like, you know, life on Earth and the trees and the grass and, you know, the blue sky and all that, we don't have any other example to go by to know that it's designed versus, like, we wouldn't know what a designed planet would look like next to an undesigned planet,
right?
Or a planet by chance. We don't know, and there's a confirmation bias because only the planets that happen to be organized in a way that produces conscious sentient life can be are places where, you know, matter can think about itself in essence, right? Like people use the puddle example, that the puddle wakes up and suddenly says, wow, this pothole is shaped perfectly for me, right? Like it's kind of this idea that like because on the planets where there's no life, there's no one on those planets thinking about it, right? So it's not an amazing coincidence that we happen to find ourselves on a planet in a universe that we can survive in, right? It would be supernatural if we found ourselves living on a planet that we can't survive on. That would be supernatural.
I disagree. I mean, I think that the fact that we're here and the universe is finely tuned, you know, enough before life can survive, and the sun is, you know, not too hot and not too cold, you know, and the Earth just happens to have an ecosystem that just happens to be fairly balanced, minus humans. If we weren't destroying so much land to put down cattle or houses, the ecosystem would be pretty damn balanced. I mean, there's not like an enormous amount of T-Rexes running the plains, eating up everything. You know, there's a perfect amount of predators versus, you know, omnivores and carnivores and plant life.
So here's the interesting thing, Hank, and I was trying to use this example for Dawkins, but you know how it is talking to Dawkins. It's hard to get him to listen to you because he was asking about like, well, how did the DNA get that way? But you could literally have, like I was explaining how in computer science you could write a very simple program with a few lines of code that will generate for you a digital file of a certain size and have it generate every possible combinations of files that size. So you can have like a 5 megabyte file, and then it will then go on and just start creating 5 megabyte files. There's no brain or thought or any intelligence behind it. It's just going through all the permutations, right?
Yes, there is. Who wrote the code?
Aha. So there goes the key question. So first of all, you have all these. Let me finish with the so you have all the permutations, and in those permutations, you're going to have like every Beethoven symphony and every picture, every 5 megabyte picture ever taken, and clearly stuff that looks incredibly designed and engineered. 5 megabyte, drawings in CAD for all sorts of items and everything. But it's a finite amount. It's finite. You can calculate it. It's like 1 times 10 to the 100th power, whatever it is, right? It's a finite amount of stuff that's going to have a whole bunch of intelligence in it, even though it was created by this completely unintelligent process. And
it's not
in
true.
the case,
code.
So then we get to the code. Well, what created the rules? What created the code to create the permutations? So when it comes to like the universe, that really is the mother of all questions. And the problem that you get to is when you attribute it to God, right? Well, God, is it sufficient? Yeah, it's sufficient to explain it, but is it necessary? Does it have to be a God, or could it be something else that isn't even conscious or intelligent, but is sufficient? We don't really know. That's the problem. Because the problem is, if you say that God did it, then God needs an explanation. Whereas if you could just say, well, these rules that basically what is, the functional equivalent of the random code generator, right? Which are the rules of physics, right? The rules of the universe. Well, if you just say that those are the actual, omnipresent, eternal, whatever, that, even going past the Big Bang, because the Big Bang doesn't necessarily mean that's the only beginning. That's just as far as we can see. But maybe before the Big Bang, there's other stuff that led to the Big Bang. Or there's Big Bangs that happen all the time, all over the place, forever, for all eternity, or whatever, right? So the problem that you run into is sort of the God model has a whole bunch of baggage that doesn't necessarily, like, it doesn't explain anything, because the problem is then you have all the baggage of explaining God, and you say, well, no, God requires no explanation. Well, then you could say just the same about the rules of the universe. The rules of the universe are what they are, and the rules of physics are what they are, and they don't require an explanation because they're eternal, transcendent, eternal, yada yada yada, all the things we attribute to God. So, except that the problem with the God model has got a whole bunch of excess baggage that then requires explanation. So, that doesn't mean it's wrong, by the way. Because I myself, I'm an agnostic atheist. I mean, maybe there is a creator behind there. I don't know.
Well,
It's
the
just a
Big
matter.
Bang model has baggage too. The Big Bang itself has loads of baggage.
All the explanations have baggage because there's a lot of I don't know in there. And I think I don't know is a lot more intellectually honest than claiming to know and not be able to demonstrate why it's so. That's my whole problem with it.
In your little thought experiment just now, you talked about a code writing the laws of physics and all the different outcomes, and there'd be a whole lot of static in between Mozart's symphonies and
right, exactly.
There'd be a whole lot of static. So let's talk about the laws of physics. Okay, they go all the way back before the Big Bang, right? Because the code that writes everything has the laws of physics in that code. We can't break the law of physics. We never will.
We can't.
Okay.
We're stuck by them.
Everything in the universe is in this one spot before the Big Bang happened. And all of the dark matter, dark energy that make up the 97% of the unobservable universe, it's there too.
Right. We don't even know what that is.
It's a super dense bit of matter. How did anything ever escape the gravitational pull to expand out? Nothing would ever escape that gravitational pull. Ever. And for gravity to work, there has to be two masses, right? So if it did ever break away, it would immediately get sucked right back in. The Big Bang doesn't work, guys.
Because all the matter would get sucked back in during the Big Bang.
Yeah, once the object, bit of mass or matter, once it's separated, the gravitational pull would be so outrageously, unthinkable, stupidly strong that nothing could escape from that gravitational pull.
Yeah, the problem is you're talking about, the initial singularity. And the thing is, we only get to the point, after the singularity, and then all physics breaks down before that. So you can't apply these rules of like, well, nothing could get out of this infinitely dense point because the gravity would hold it true. And the answer to that is, well, we don't know what the rules were at that point in time. We don't know what fueled that, what fueled this expansion, like what powered the singularity, right? Like, we don't know. The answer is I don't know. We don't know. Physics breaks down at the Planck time, right? So physics doesn't have an answer for that. We don't know what the initial rules of the universe was at this time and what happened before that led up to it. That doesn't mean, right, sometimes we just don't know, and that's okay. And we may never know. That information may be forever cut off from all humans to ever know. It's a possibility where we can kind of guess and hypothesize, but we might not have any way to actually make that observation and determine at all whether it's true or not, or replicate it or whatever, right? So that's okay, but it's intellectually honest. The problem with a lot of religions is they come in and they claim to have an answer, but they can't demonstrate it to be true. That's the problem. So you can choose to believe it if you want. That's a totally personal thing, but you're not going to be believing it because it's been demonstrated to be true in the same way that, you know, I could demonstrate to you that if I slam your hand with a hammer, it's going to cause you some, you know, some issues.
Well, basically, what I heard is that we don't know if the scientific laws, you know, went back before the Big Bang, and we don't know what started it. And I'll give you that. We don't know. But I'm not invoking any breaking of the laws or the laws changing in any way. The Bible says, in the beginning, time, God created heaven, space, and earth, matter. So time, space, and matter. And as far as I know, that had to be how it began, because you have to have space and matter. Well, you have to have matter, and the matter has to move through the space to create time, right? So you guys are saying that everything in the universe was in one spot, and for some reason we don't know why, it all began to expand, and that would match what we see when we
No. Hank,
Right.
don't think of it as one spot, like one spot in a room. It's time and space itself expanded from that spot, right? What was it expanding into? It wasn't expanding into anything. Nothing existed beyond that point. It's kind of an abstract thought because it's like thinking in a whole other dimension, but it's not that, well, why did it start in this particular spot? It wasn't in this spot. There was nothing before that. That's where time, matter, and space came out of. Space itself. It wasn't expanding into something. It was creating space.
Right.
That's kind of the weird thing to keep in mind with the Big Bang.
Yeah, the whole
And
space
it's expanding everywhere. Yeah.
I mean, I really don't see that being the fourth dimension. It doesn't make sense to me. Like you said earlier, it's not going to make sense, boy. That's true. When you're talking about theoretical astrophysics, it goes against, you know, logic a lot of the times. Like to think that starlight is coming from quintillion miles away, sextillion miles away. I mean, when you write that down on paper, like, and you try to like conceive it in your head, like,
right,
you can't even get close to it. So to think that light came from so far away that you can't even imagine it, I mean, you might as well say infinity, because that's about the same way we imagine, you know, 6 trillion miles away.
I mean, this stuff, Hank, is yeah, it's you know, our brains really weren't that's not something that people were thinking about until, you know, somewhat recently, right? We were more thinking about our survival, and now we've created enough technology to ease our lives to where we can spend more time discovering these things and thinking about these things. And if anything, to me, the fact that we can think about these very divine concepts, I mean, that to me, that tells me that I feel like divinity is within. You know, kind of like, you know, the in the Sistine Chapel, that painting, right, which has God, you know, touching the hand of God, and God is within the human brain. That, you know, divinity is something within, and I don't know. To me, that kind of like, in a way, that we're the divinity within the universe. If there's divinity, it's the intelligence. It's the matter that mattered to coalesce in a way that created intelligence and consciousness. Is sort of the intelligence within the system emerging out of it. And to me, it's more elegant than to, you know, attribute it to this God. That, like, the God thing, like one of the things that really bugs me about the God explanation is, what was God doing for, you know, eternity before he chose to create, and why did he suddenly decide to create? Like, that's always been kind of a strange thing to me. And then when he creates, why does he create a world that has so much duality in it? And it doesn't, to me, it doesn't have the appearance of being engineered and thought out in a way to minimize suffering and maximize happiness, or the type of reality that I would make, that I would feel would be like a more moral use of my creative ability.
Yeah.
To me, it looks more like something that was really created more by chance, by an unguided, unconscious process, and the consciousness that's emergent from it is the true divinity.
Are you kidding, dude? Because think about this Earth. Okay, what's the most abundant resource on the planet?
Water.
H2O, right?
Yeah.
Hydrogen is fuel. But if you don't like hydrogen because it explodes, there's wind. You can get energy from Niagara Falls. There's water. And then there's sun. So you can get energy from everywhere. And not to mention, every time you walk outside, there's a squirrel, a tasty little snack, and 10 of his buddies if you're willing to stick around for a little while. And there's water in the streams, or there used to be before, we fucked it all up.
Right.
But yeah, if you go somewhere where we haven't been,
there used to be edible fish too.
Yeah, you got to cut through the tumors, or cut around the tumors, right?
Right.
So, I mean,
and the radiation.
other than what we've done to it recently, with industrialization, I mean, this place is like paradise. I mean, granted, there are problems,
Paradise,
there's wars and
Hank.
stuff.
Thousands of years ago, you know how hard you had to work for your calories, and a lot of people didn't make it. And you get a bad winter, or you get like a dry, you get a dry season, and it's like, dude, people die. They starve to death. You watch your kids emaciate and starve to death, and that was like status quo for human population. That's why the human population would expand and contract, and not get much past 500,000 people for freaking millennia. It wasn't until major scientific discoveries that allow us to sort of become the masters of our universe in a way, and be able to make nature work for us. Unfortunately, that power came responsibility that we didn't take on, which is why now it's sort of backfiring in our face, because we're so irresponsible with that power. But yeah, dude, I mean, you view a paradise, but if you were living in in the times before modern agriculture and civilization, it was a freaking, your life expectancy was like 25 years, a very difficult life. Most of your children died before age 1, and it was a freaking ugly world out there.
Honestly, if I was a god, there'd be two sort of possibilities. I haven't really thought about this that much, so if this sounds really stupid, I'm sorry. But like either one, I would make one that was like pretty much ideal for like sort of human life or intelligent life forms, or I would make one that was sort of like the one that we're in now, that's like sort of like infinite in a sense. Like I don't really know if it's infinite or not, but just like unlimited to a point of how big you can get, or how successful you can get, or your possibilities are pretty much endless as to what you can do. As of right now, like, I mean, we're kind of stuck on this fucking this spinning ball, like not much chance of escape for now. But in 100 years, 200 years, we're going to be able to escape it, and maybe even travel to other planets that are also habitable, or habitable. Yeah.
Habitable.
Yeah. Sorry about that. But it would be one of the two. Like either like have it really easy where you could just be fucking and eating food all day, or one where you actually have to work for your food.
Dude, why would you ever want to leave Earth? I mean, first of all, we got pussy, food, oxygen. I mean,
First of all,
because we have a thirst for knowledge,
and a thirst for pussy.
And think about the space pussy that might be out there.
Right.
I'm so good. You go ahead.
Like a girl with 3 tits or something.
Yeah. That's just too many. You don't even have 3 hands, guys. Come on.
Damn.
Come on, nobody wants 3 titties, and 4. That's just bestiality. That's just nasty.
Yeah.
Over the top.
That's too much like our bovine friends.
Yeah, you don't want no 4 titty bitch. Trust me. You won't be right.
But you don't really have to, like, if you're leaving Earth, like, you don't necessarily have to leave the women behind or whatever opposite sex you prefer, or even if you prefer the same sex, you don't have to leave them behind, right? Like, you can get her in your spaceship and fly to wherever
Yeah, you could get hairy man-ass if you want.
you want.
You could take hairy man-ass with you.
Nah.
Or Harry Balzac. Shout outs.
I don't know why you guys want to leave Earth. I don't know why you guys think that God is man or man is God, whichever way you want to look at it. I think it's weird that you guys often say that, and I don't mean to like lump you all together, but it's not the first time I heard it today. Earlier, I was listening to guys talk about law. Should we obey man's law or God's law? And obviously, one of them was Christian, and the other one was an atheist, and they were both arguing the same thing, just on the opposite side of the coin. They were both saying we should follow the law. One was saying stop sign, the other one was saying, the Ten Commandments. And I think it's weird that you attribute your law to men, like somehow men are, superior to you and have the ability to tell you what to do 3,000 miles away. I mean, that's just kind of ridiculous.
I had a question for you, Hank, actually, with the Ten Commandments, because actually, almost half of the Ten Commandments are not only not law in the United States, but actually completely go against the law. So, do you not believe in those principles in the United States that go against the commandments?
Well, if that's true, absolutely not. Which commandments do they go against? What laws go against what commandments? And yeah, I won't be following any law-breaking.
So let's go through them. Pull them up here so I can get them all in the right order.
They're not written on your heart.
Yeah, man's statutes are not ordinances.
So, thou shalt have no other gods before me. That's not a law in the United States. You could worship any god you want. You can worship multiple gods. You could worship no gods. And in fact, you're constitutionally protected for that, where if you were to violate someone's right to do that, you'd be violating their constitutional right.
Well, if I could, like the first one, it's I am the Lord thy God, right? Like, what kind of commandment is that? Like, what the fuck?
Well, thou shalt not have.
I don't think they count that as a commandment, right?
Oh.
That's not considered one of the Ten Commandments. It's all the thou shalt.
Let me comment on that one. Okay. That one I absolutely 100% agree with. Nobody should tell you how or who or what to call God or how to worship him or anything like that. It doesn't cause me to break any commandments, so I have no issue with that. I think that is a beautiful right, a God-given right that they wrote down just in case our government tried to force some form of God on us.
The one I was talking about, I am the Lord thy God, is in some Bibles, not all of them.
Yeah, maybe. But the thing is, though, essentially that's a commandment of don't worship the wrong god, or don't worship multiple gods. Like, don't worship, Zeus and Thor, right? That's what that commandment means.
Right, but it doesn't cause me to break it. The law here in the States doesn't cause me to break.
But there is no law in the United States that says don't worship Zeus or Thor or any polytheistic religions. It says worship anyone you want.
Right.
That's different than what the commandment is saying. The commandment is saying you can't worship like polytheistic gods.
But it doesn't conflict.
Saying you have to worship me, right?
It doesn't conflict in me because people in this country have the right to go after other gods.
So
it doesn't the commandment. So I don't have an issue.
But you understand, then you're basically siding against God, because if you agree with that, then you're going against what the commandment says. The commandment says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me."
I don't think there should be like freedom of religion, because like we got these fucking assholes who worship Lucifer and Satan and shit. I don't think that should be tolerated.
Well, see, here's the thing: when you get to challenging the Constitution, if you vote for the Constitution 100 times, you bet the right way 100 times. I mean, when you vote against the Constitution, yeah, you want to take the right away from the Satanists, but what if the Satanists become in power because you persecuted them? They were able to recruit more people, and then they do the same thing and turn it around on you. You'd never want to go against the Constitution.
Well, what makes the Satanists the bad ones and the Christians the good ones? Because if you read a lot of the Bible in there, God can act as a pretty evil actor in the Old Testament especially, right?
Well, that's a pin the tail on the donkey fallacy, because that's a Jewish tale, not a Christian tale. But I'll go ahead and, yeah, let's talk about that. Basically, what people attribute to God is what they attribute to God. So I could be like, yeah, God's a cool guy, and another guy could write, he's an asshole. Well, the thing about Christians is the blood sacrifice has already been paid, so we don't need any bloodletting. No need for it. It's already been done. So Satanists, on the other hand, they require blood sacrifice. So you can decide.
I don't know anything about Satanists, so I was just playing devil's advocate. Pun not intended. Pun
cool.
not intended. But I don't know anything about Satanists
sure.
and what they worship or what they do or what their demands are to fulfill their rituals or whatever. I'm just sort of bringing up the argument that if we go to the next one, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. We have the freedom of expression, right? So we can draw up any cartoons or make any idols that we want to worship. We're protected by the freedom of speech, right? So that's actually a commandment that is not only not upheld in law in the United States, but it's actually like I said, it's the opposite of that, where the law says you can do, you have freedom of speech, so you could make any idols you want or draw God in any way you want, or yada yada yada. Make a freaking gold dildo of God if you want, right? And worship that, right? So
no, we don't have to idolize anything, or we could choose to idolize anything. You have the freedom of choice, which that's what God wanted us to have in the beginning. See, earlier you said that I wonder why God would do this, or I wonder why God would do that. Think about it like this. If you're the creator and you created this little sand hill with some water around it, and you created man out of sand, and you want to hang out with this dude for eternity. Well, you're not just going to be like, yeah, I want to hang out with all these guys. You're going to put them through a little test, little trials and tribulations, and be like, that dude's a murderer, not cool. You're not cool. You're this and you're that. And then you got, pretty much 100 years to figure it out here on Earth. And then you're judged in the ending on the day of judgment. It's like, you're cool. No, fuck you. You're not cool. You're cool. Fuck you. You're cool. I mean, think about it. It's like an interview, You don't necessarily know if you want to hire the person, so you spend 15 minutes talking to them and asking them questions and make sure they can put a sentence together. Well, with God, it's, make sure we're not mass murdering fuckheads and pirates who rape people, Like, if he wants to hang out with us for eternity, we're going to have to be tested. So that's why Earth is not lovey-dovey, and that's why, like Neil deGrasse.
Just out of curiosity, do you not consider the Old Testament at all to be true to your belief? Like, do you think it's all made up?
Well,
do you not consider it a valid part of the Bible, in other words?
As an Israelite, I am grafted into the olive tree, which is a metaphor for saying, yes, it is part of my religion. But just because someone says, God did this and God told us to do that, that's not necessarily true. There is one example of the Israelites told not to marry outside of their tribes. And what do? They sat beside the road and they waited for, I'm assuming what appears to be underage women traveling to the city for some kind of festival, and they kidnapped them and took them as wives. That's not what God said to do, but that's what they did anyway. So yeah, it's a history book about the Israelites, and sometimes God cast out judgment, and it's not like the 10 Commandments are for him, they're for us. So if God wants to judge his creation, I mean, it's kind of like if you assemble a computer and then you decide, well, this video card isn't good enough, so you throw it away, you cast it aside, you kill it.
That's a bad example, though, because computers aren't sentient beings that have feelings and emotions and can suffer, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of
if we were capable of creating, sort of like the the Westworld, sentient robots that can suffer and feel and experience emotion and thoughts and all that, then there would be some serious ethical implications of how we treat them. And just because we're their creator does not make us the arbiter of being able to abuse the fuck out of them and rape them or do whatever we want to them, if that's what our will is. Right? There's a moral code against harm, and by judging, what is harmful, and just because we're the creator of those things that does not at all give us, the green light to do whatever we want with them. Just like the same with when you have your kids, but the robots is a better example because it's more in line with what it's purported that God did. So I don't consider that a good excuse for, like, if you believe that the flood is a true story and that God really did drown all the men, women, babies, children, yada yada yada, except for Noah and his family. That's a pretty freaking evil thing to do, and that drowning is actually considered to be a fairly terrible way to die. And
Have you read Enoch?
I'm sorry?
Have you read the book of Enoch?
No, I have not. No.
Well, I'm going to sum it up for you real fast. Basically, mankind got infiltrated by alien DNA, which caused giants to go around eating people. So what do you do when your computer gets a virus?
Is the book of Enoch in the Bible?
No, it's not. It's
not.
Ethiopian text.
Okay. Well,
So
why
it
do you?
It was a part of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Why do you believe it to be true, though? Just because it's a historical writing?
No, I believe it to be true because I did what the scripture told me to do. And what the scripture says is to test all things and keep that which is good. And it also says to test scripture against scripture and precept upon precept. Now, these things mean that just because somebody hands you a holy text and says this is holy doesn't necessarily mean it's holy. It has to pass certain requirements to be considered inspired or holy or accurate. And in my book, it passed based on my own judgment. So it passes. Like if someone hands me the Quran and I read it and, this all adds up.
Okay.
It could be added
But
into my belief system.
I guess the difference would be is like, for me being very scientifically minded, it would be, well, what kind of predictive capability does this knowledge give you? And sure, yeah, you could say, well, when you die, you'll find out or something like that. But that's,
well,
there's no way to tell what the answer is then when we're all dead, right? So,
for me,
so
the book of Enoch, sorry. For me,
go ahead, Hank.
For me, the book of Enoch is the Rosetta Stone for the Old Testament. If you don't understand this one concept of the DNA being polluted, then you're not going to get the rest of the Bible.
Let me ask you this, Hank. Let's go with the whole thing is that the DNA was polluted and God had to sort of wipe the slate clean, pull the video card or whatever. Was it not within the power of God to just, essentially just suddenly make humanity disappear without having to flood them to kill them and have them die in this agonizing way? Could he have just simply made them disappear? Or even turned back time and not created them, or before he created them, looked into the future, saw that this would happen, and then chose a different path or something like that, right? That's kind of the whole paradox of omnipotence and omniscience, because if you can see the future, then you're powerless to change it. But if you can change it, then you can't see the future. That's the problem, kind of, with the omnipotence paradox.
The Dead Sea Scrolls authenticated the Book of Enoch, but it's just not canon. It's not part of the Bible. It's not considered inspired by the Holy Spirit.
Well, I understand that it's a historical document, but I don't, to then say, no, this is truth about reality, that's a whole other leap you have to take from there, right?
In my opinion, the Book of Enoch is good. It's just not approved by Rome. That's all.
Like, I mean, we have Jesus rising from the grave in the Gospels, and those are historical documents, right? But that doesn't mean that actually happened. Just because it was written down and we have it in the historical literature, and it's we have a historical document that says so, that doesn't mean that it's true. And
Agreed.
To make the leap that it's true, I think that you really do need to have faith. You need to believe it without having evidence for it. You have to have faith, because if you want to demonstrate it to you that it's true, the evidence isn't there.
Well, the evidence is there. I mean, there's the Shroud of Turin. The part that went over his face, I forget what that's called. The head shroud. That's a different
Yeah,
piece.
you can Google that, and there's been a lot of studies on that shroud of Turin, and it's definitely not like a silver bullet to explaining supernatural anything.
Well, I kind of find like when you have something like the flood event and then other cultures corroborating it, then that leads me to believe.
Actually, no, not really. And there's actually no geological evidence for the flood either, or not for worldwide flood at least. And I guess the Chinese had a dynasty at the time that was well established during the supposed time of the flood, and there's nothing in their literature that suggests there was a flood or any kind of disruption in their civilization.
Are you sure about that? I've heard that the Chinese talked about a great flood too.
There's definitely not the talk of a worldwide flood. I mean, there's local floods which happen everywhere. I'd love to be proven wrong. I mean, I'm not an expert on this stuff. It's not something I study. I'm not a historian. I don't have a historical background, and there's biblical historians that argue the authenticity of various, some of the really hardcore, biblical scholars, that I think they consider one of the Gospels to be a copy of another, and certain sections of the Bible to be, fabrications, and I mean, I don't know much about this stuff, but for me, I find it very interesting that in the Bible there's all these supernatural events happening all the time. God is intervening, and he's present, and he shows himself to people and things like that. But in the days where there's way more people on the planet, so there's way more, sort of people's souls at risk, so to speak, and a time that we have the ability to document it with, this modern technology, that in an indisputable way you could document all this, and not only document it, but pass the message through the whole world instantaneously, right? That there's nothing supernatural, there's no God going around showing himself. I
don't think that's true. Like, you have the event at Fatima, and there's like all sorts of like UFO sightings and paranormal activity and things like that.
Yeah, but that would be different than
How's that different?
That would be kind of different than God showing up in a hospital and like curing an amputee, right?
Well, why would he?
Not only that, but UFOs. So the first letter in what is the first letter in UFO mean? P Mars.
Unidentified.
Right.
I mean, in the Bible, God made like whole cities like fall, right? I mean,
well, if you look at the event of Fatima, he made the sun dance.
Yeah, and show me the modern evidence that shows that. Show me the.
Dude, you just made a claim that was wrong. I'm just saying you're wrong.
Oh, I'm just saying that there's
tons of modern video and
there's no corroborated
audio. There's tons of evidence. I don't know what you're talking about.
Tons of evidence of what? Of a supernatural God?
Of supernatural events and supernatural occurrences.
Yeah, all the evidence that for supernatural is incredibly sketchy, which is why it's still.
But that's not true. That's just you. I mean, you can say that.
So, what's your evidence of the supernatural?
Give us your best one, P Mars.
I mean, I'm not a researcher in the fucking area.
Okay. Are you talking about Are you talking about shows like?
I'm not trying to prove anything.
No, it's okay. I'm. What do you like? What was the event you were talking about? The event at what?
Fatima.
The one with its. Yeah. What? How do you spell that?
Fatima. It's Fatima, Portugal.
Yeah, I might have heard. Yeah, the miracle of the sun.
Yeah. The three girls had a vision of the Virgin Mary, and they were given a message that they gave to the Pope.
Mm-hmm. I have heard about this, but I haven't really looked at it. So,
a whole like town of people saw the sun dance in the sky. And these girls would go into these trances, and like scientists, skeptical people or whatever would poke needles in them to test them, and they wouldn't like react or whatever.
Oh yeah, this was, by the way, this event happened at the turn of the century, you know, long before, you know, modern cameras and things like that. There's different ideas behind it, that it was like, you know, people staring at the sun for too long.
But there's tons of camera evidence of like paranormal shit happening, and that could be like, you know, what ancients, you know, they saw a UFO in the sky is what the Bible describes a lot of times.
Well, I mean, like the parting of the Red Sea or something like that. We don't have any evidence of that. That would be sort of irrefutable evidence, right? We've got like sketchy videos that pop up on YouTube that someone claims they captured a ghost or a UFO or something, but nothing like, you know.
I mean, why is it
CNN cameras are rolling at Lake
I
Michigan.
wouldn't call it sketchy. Like you call NASA, everything the media produces, you don't say sketchy. They produce sketchy shit. Why don't you put sketchy in the front of that? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, because it's not sketchy.
Well, because I just don't think you've done any fucking research with an open mind.
Yeah, like all the NASA footage that all the flat earthers claim is fake, to me looks amazing, and it looks so far different than even the best modern CGI in modern movies that there's no way that, you know, unless you can say that NASA has this incredible CGI technology.
What was the Phoenix Lights?
Who knows? That's a good question.
That could have been God. Like that could have been God. Who the fuck knows?
Okay, he just made a claim about NASA stuff looking amazing. If you take a look at what, you know, the moon landing footage is, it's a projection recorded from, you know, another camera, and it's black and white. And in the 1960s, they had color. They had color cameras and color TV. So what they produced was, you know, some ancient technology film, because basically once you go color, I mean, there's no going back to black and white. And it doesn't look good to me. It looks kind of sketchy at best, and sometimes it.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? We have color movies from the moon.
Yeah, but the footage that everybody sees of Neil Armstrong jumping down that black and white choppy shit, we don't even have the original, so we can't.
You know that we went to the moon like 6 times, right?
No, I
that
don't.
wasn't the only time that we went.
Told that, but I don't know it for sure. You have to have faith, kind of like Jesus rising from the dead.
Oh, you can see the evidence. You can watch the videos.
I have. All right, I'll go.
Let me see if I can find some for you.
It's okay. I've seen it. I mean, I've pretty much seen it all. I've been a NASA fanboy like 99% of my whole life, and apparently I followed too closely and started seeing through some of the lies. And at first it was the moon. I was like, okay, they faked it. I don't know why they faked it, but they faked it. Then it was the Martian rover Curiosity, and shit was coming back Photoshop and blurred out. And I'm like, you know, what are they hiding? Aliens? And then, you know, here I am still going down this path of NASA lies, and I'm pretty sure that NASA fucking lies. I mean, what government agency is 100% transparent? What government agency?
Yeah, actually, if you look at all the moon hoaxers' claims, whether it's, you know, errors in the photography or some, you know, some misunderstandings of physics,
Errors
you know,
in
like
the photography.
You know, when people say, "Well, look at the shadows going in this direction or that direction," all that stuff.
I was making a point. What about the 250 degrees Fahrenheit? What film is going to survive that temperature? And then 250 negative in the shade? What film is it going to crack and break like ice?
What you have to understand is that when you're in a vacuum, you have an incredible insulator. So yes, technically the molecules around you are that temperature, but there are so few of them that they don't really have a chance to impart a change, you know, very quickly to whatever it is that you have. I mean, just the fact that everything like was, you know, the astronauts were white, you know, the cameras were white and things like that, that reflects most of the solar energy right off the, you know, right off the white surface. And you have, you know, the only other way then to feel that temperature is through convection, but there's so few molecules in a vacuum, they can't really, you know, it's like a perfect insulator. It's not going to It's going to take a very, very,
Then how
very
did they
long time.
the temperature? How did they get the reading on the thermometer? How do they know it's 250 degrees positive?
Oh, you can measure it, but that doesn't mean that it can very, very quickly impart a temperature change onto an object.
Measurement is based on convection, right? I mean, we have to heat the thermometer up.
Like I can take my IR. I have an IR gun in the garage, and I can shoot that in my freezer and take an instant temperature. But I can stick my hand in the freezer for quite a long time before it freezes solid, right?
Okay.
Because it takes a long time for you know, for my hand to dissipate all its heat energy. So you have to remember, in a perfect vacuum, you have a perfect insulator. You're not interacting with other matter in a way that you're going to be trading your heat energy with those items.
So you're saying that the particles that fly off the sun, the light particles,
like the solar wind.
Well, no, not the solar wind. The photons. Sorry, that's
yeah, the photons. Yeah, that's your electromagnetic energy.
Because they heat up the Earth. It's 93
Right.
million miles away, but they're still hot enough to heat up the Earth.
Right. Right. So that's so the Earth, right? It's taking its energy from radiation, from the radiation from the sun, and the same radiation is falling on you on the moon, and that's why they have their they have everything white to reflect as much of the energy that hits of that radiative energy off the sun away to maintain the temperature. And the spacesuits had cooling systems too, but the thing to remember is, yes, you can talk about, like, for example, in the upper stratosphere, where planes can fly. There are certain regions when you get up to the heights that, like, the U-2 spy plane and stuff like that go up to, where the temperature can very quickly raise to these very high levels. But because of the fact that there's so few air molecules to interact with up there, it takes a very, very long time for there to be any measurable change in the surface temperature of the airplane, because it's insulated. It's a perfect vacuum is the perfect insulator. Like, if you wanted to have the perfect coffee thermos, you put a cylinder inside another cylinder and you put a vacuum between them, and it will maintain whatever temperature of fluid you put in there. If it's cold, it'll stay cold. If it's hot, it'll stay hot, because it has no way of interacting with matter in a way that it can trade that energy back and forth through convection, right?
So the only time that convection happens is when the photon hits the mass or object and heats it up.
Well, it's radiation then, right? I mean, you have the methods of heat transfer.
But there is no transfer of heat in a vacuum.
You have, what is it, conduction in solids, convection of fluids, and radiation through anything that will allow radiation to pass, right? So on the moon, because you're in a vacuum, your only method is radiation, right? There's no conduction, because the matter is not interacting with your spacesuit. It's not interacting with the film in your camera. Yes, the little bit of matter that's there may be at a certain temperature, and the surface may be at a certain temperature. But that's the whole thing to think about, is it's almost like being in a thermos the whole time. So yes, the absolute temperatures are at a certain rate, but the rate at which they can influence the change is very gradual.
See, here's another problem I have with the moon landing. Okay, so you said that they had air conditioners and heaters on their spacesuits, and obviously in the limb, and all this is running off of batteries. Like, how much juice did they take with them? I mean, for 3 days on the surface of the moon?
I believe that on the actual vehicles, they were running hydrogen fuel cells, not batteries. They were converting liquid hydrogen directly into electrical energy, which is the way they're doing cars now.
Yeah, they should have been doing cars like that 75 years ago.
It's very expensive. Fuel cells are incredibly expensive. You can't mass produce them. And right now, they're still working on a way to lower the cost on fuel cells. They made it because they have exotic materials, and they're expensive, very expensive. during the Apollo time, north of $1 million. Not a practical way to get and plus you don't have a hydrogen infrastructure, and gas is super cheap, right? Especially in the 60s. So that's where they were getting their electrical energy from.
So I know I've been over this, a lot of times before with a lot of different people, but there's just problems with the moon landing. I mean, you said earlier that you were familiar with ballistics, and you know how hard it would be to shoot a bullet that someone shot the second before you, and you're going to hit it. I mean, with another gun, that kind of stuff is outrageous, and that's another thing that they lost, the telemetry data. I mean, if we could look that over, maybe SpaceX wouldn't be blowing
Well,
up.
that was only Apollo 11 that they lost. They have the telemetry data for all the other ones, and I think it was only a certain part of it, and we have some of it. It was like because the radio transmission of that data was coming when we were on the other side. When the Earth was facing, when the United States was facing away from the moon, it was coming into Australia to a receiving station in Australia or something, and I think it got lost there. I haven't really researched that but I know that's only from Apollo 11. It's not from the other Apollo missions. We have all the telemetry data for all the other Apollo missions.
Well, I wish there was like a website where I could download it because I've never seen any of it.
Let's see where you would go to get that.
But yeah, to think that they went to the moon.
It's only Apollo 11. Those recorded from Apollo 11 slow scan television casts in raw format on telemetry data tape during the time of the first moon landing, and subsequently lost.
Mankind's greatest achievement. How do you lose something like that,
They were a backup, by the way, because we received the original signals. They were the backup signal that was recorded onto tape.
So
NASA ground receiving stations performed real-time scan conversions to NTSC television format.
So another problem I have with NASA, and I'm just kind of bombarding you with these.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's like all this stuff. If it held any water, the moon hoax thing would be a lot further along than it actually is, right? If there wasn't easy ways to debunk, all the moon hoaxer stuff. And
let's get off the moon hoax then. Let's go with modern NASA. Okay, I noticed they use the word nominal a lot. Everything is nominal.
Well, also,
go ahead.
Sorry, but to steal Thor's argument, if anybody was going to debunk this, it would be the Russians, right? Like if nobody would have a greater motivation to that, and since the Russians aren't contesting it, that probably means that we landed on the moon first.
Well, that's an assumption. I mean, what if the Russians are in on
It
it?
is, but nobody has a greater motivator than them to prove that that it didn't happen, right?
Unless they've been on our side ever since the Tsars were overthrown.
I mean,
yeah, but they suffered horribly socioeconomically. Why did they agree to do that?
Right.
Why would they agree to have the Americans live like fat pigs and all their people suffer? Why would they ever agree to that?
Because we won the space race, which was only one race. Like all the other races, first camera to the moon, first robot to the moon, they won.
Yeah, they had a big advantage. They had a big advantage, but then we smoked them when we developed the F1 engines and built the Saturn V, and they developed the N1 with 30 engines, and it kept blowing up.
Well, that wasn't us. That was really the Germans that we stole.
Sure, you can attribute it to whatever intellectual powerhouse we brought over to do it, but we did it, and the Russians weren't able to do it, replicate it. Although, ironically, now we're using a lot of the Russian engines from that era in some of our launch vehicles now, because those Russian engines are pretty good, the smaller engines, and they have a process in place to continue producing them. Kind of a problem that we're having here in the U.S.
I don't
know if you know. I don't know if you know about that.
The Russians and North America are natural allies, and for us to go to war with each other, it would just be ridiculous. I don't think anybody would win. Russia chooses to keep their economy the way that they do. I don't necessarily know that they do it on purpose, but I know that economies are manipulated, and Russia has an extreme overpopulation problem.
That's right. You said Russia has an overpopulation problem.
Don't they? Don't they have like a crap load of people?
No, they have a negative birth rate, I think, and they have a huge landmass. So what's the population of Russia? Anyway, yeah, Russia has a population of 143 million, right? Like less than half the United States.
I stand corrected.
And they have a huge landmass, yeah. And I think their population is in decline, if I'm not mistaken. They have a negative. There's more people dying. What's the Russian fertility rate? I thought I remember seeing that their fertility rate is negative, like a lot of Europe is negative. Population growth rate. Oh, it's hovering right around the 0 mark right now. It was negative in the 2000s, but it's kind of now, it went a little positive, and now it's kind of hovering around 0. Pretty much neutral.
So the whole nominal thing, existing in name only, like I could tell you a story about the 3 strippers that are waiting for me in my bathroom, but it's all nominal. So I'm not lying to you because I told you it was nominal, existing in name only. That means it's not really there. There are no strippers in my bathroom. And when I tell you that it's nominal, it's to keep me from lying. I'm not lying. Say this sentence, there's 3 strippers entering the atmosphere right now, and I'm technically not lying, am I? So why do they use that word so much? Everything is nominal. They always use that word.
It comes from engineering, actually. It's just it's something that's commonly used in engineering, and you're applying it to the meaning that it's used outside of the engineering field. Within the engineering field, nominal means within the specified dimension and reference point for tolerance. In engineering is defined as a permissible deviation from a specified value. Expressed in actual values or more often as a percentage of a value. So, let's see what the I'm trying to find it in the Oxford Dictionary, see what it says differently. In the Oxford Dictionary, it's defined as of a quantity or dimension stated or expressed, but not necessarily corresponding exactly to the real value. So it's kind of like, it's within range. In other words, it would be like me saying within range. So they go to, so-and-so, and they say within range, so-and-so, and you say within range. That's what they mean by nominal. Or according to plan or something, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Here's a pretty cool film footage from Apollo 15 in color. That's a pretty freaking big soundstage, huh? That they got the rover on, because they're driving around there. You can fast forward to like, I don't know, 6+ minutes.
As you can see, the rover is very bouncy. It's not very smooth. Not smooth sailing on the rover. Where's the curvature?
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and it looks like he's holding the camera in like the same spot. He's not even like looking around. That instrument that looks like gold foil. I guess that's a solar panel. I'm not sure. I don't think it's a solar panel, but it looks like one.
I'm pretty sure it is somebody holding it. It's not like attached to the rover, I don't think. Doesn't seem to be anyway. That would have been the smart thing to do.
Looks like they're moving about 3 miles an hour. Maybe 5. They're moving very fast anyway, judging by the foreground.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty weak vehicle. I think it only had like, 300 or 400 watts, battery technology at the time, but I'm not sure what their speed is. Maybe in the 5 to 10 mile per hour range, probably. Here's another cool video of a rover. This one's from Apollo 16, and just watch the arcs. Watch the arcs that the tires are throwing up of the regolith. The sand on the moon, and you'll notice that the sand never ever creates like a cloudiness or anything like when you're driving in a sandy parking lot. It immediately falls to the ground, but it falls slower than it does on Earth. And not only that, you can tell it's in a vacuum because you can see like the patterns of its trajectory being flung by the tires. It follows that radial motion.
I have no idea what they're doing, but the camera is just in one spot. It is not moving for a very long time. I think I'd be like doing some 360s, looking around, but apparently he set the camera down and he's doing something else right now. Or maybe not. Maybe he is holding it. He's just like, look at this gold thing. This gold thing is fucking awesome.
I don't think you would be doing 360s in this situation. And this is pretty much a life and death sort of scenario here. Like if you fuck around and you pull your air core in or something, you're dead as shit.
Your blood would boil.
Yeah.
Right? And not because
you would suffocate long before you had to worry about that.
Right.
Yeah, it's the vacuum that makes your blood boil, but you'd suffocate long before that and lose consciousness. Before all your blood boiled. Human bodies make a pretty tight, watertight bag, so.
The camera strapped to his chest.
Yeah, that's the camera strapped to the chest is their still camera. I was trying to find that there's one pretty good Apollo EVA mission.
I mean, this guy's just not budging. He's not. Speed up the video a little bit. Okay, they turn the thing around, but he's still staring at the gold thing.
The can't allow you to do that.
The gold thing is taking up like the whole video. Like he's not interested in the moon at all. Let's film this gold thing here in the shadow of the satellite. Okay, I guess they're dropping back. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, I think
that
by the
was
way,
a
when they're on the
long
rover, I
video.
think when they're on the rover, I think that the camera's on a pylon. I don't think the guy's holding it. I'm not sure actually.
Even when they stopped, it was still sort of swaying around, so it made me think that somebody was holding it.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
Right.
But from the other Apollo missions, there's some pretty cool HD. Here's one that the guy, someone stabilized the HD footage of it, and you just watch the path of the regolith being kicked up by the rover, and you can just clearly see that. Yeah, this is they're not in an atmosphere.
That's really good quality.
Yeah, it's amazing.
This is the same one you linked before. Which mission is this?
I think that's Apollo 16. What does it say in the description?
Oh, yeah, probably should have checked the description. Yeah, it's 16.
But yeah, that's the cool thing with film, man. You have it in HD for future generations. But yeah, like watch it when they fling up that regolith, it falls right down, and it falls slower than it does on Earth. But you can see it makes these cool radial patterns as the tires kick it up. Yeah, that's a big freaking soundstage, huh?
Yeah.
Anyway, there's a whole bunch of other footage you can find on that.
I like this one though. Just gonna take this one.
And then there's my favorite moon hoax debunker, where the guy actually measured the swinging of pendulums and the rate at which stuff was falling, going up and falling on the moon, and was calculating out the math on that. And he measured it out to show that they were in lunar gravity, and that the only way you could fake that is if you were to slow down the video. So he speeds it back up to where the stuff swings and falls at the same gravity of the Earth, and everything is fast forwarded, clearly showing it wasn't done that way. They didn't just slow it down to simulate lunar gravity.
Yeah. Yeah, see, he's holding it. Look at that. Figured it out. Right there.
You know, see astronauts spending a lot of time on the ground, and you would think
that is the
terrified to be on their knees, because if one shard cuts your suit, you're dead, right? But these guys are flopping around like fish trying to stand up.
The material, you got to keep in mind, the material is pretty strong. Yeah, I mean, they could get a leak. Leaks have happened before, by the way, on EVA missions.
You better mask that shit.
I wish it was that. Now I'm just getting over a cold here.
I don't know. Aluminum's pretty easy to tear. Like, wasn't there layers like mostly aluminum?
On the ship itself, yeah, but not their spacesuits. The spacesuit.
Yeah, there was aluminum in the spacesuit.
The spacesuit wasn't made of aluminum. Let's see what the material is. Probably some kind of Kevlar. kind of a non-flammable material called beta cloth, Teflon coated fiberglass. Yeah, so Teflon coated fiberglass is what it was made out of.
See, when I watch these videos, I can't help but see like the line that goes through the whole shot of the foreground and background, and it's almost, you know, parallel with where the limb is. And this dude's driving around the moon buggy. He does like a horseshoe-shaped path.
I'm
he's
not
like
sure what
spinning out and letting the gas in it, and dust is flying up everywhere. But you can see the foreground and background. There's like a distinct line.
Yeah, you mean the lunar horizon?
No, like before the horizon. When the cart is driving away from you and they're facing the limb on the last link he sent me.